The time is 11:52 in the morning. We are in room 500, the council chambers of the Johnny Wilson Building. This meeting is being recorded. It is being streamed as well, I believe, on TV cable channel 13 and on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. This is an additional meeting, meaning it's not regularly scheduled, although actually we scheduled this meeting maybe 3 months ago. This meeting will be followed by a legislative meeting, which will also be an additional meeting. For the Committee of the Whole, we have two measures for markup. They are the fiscal year 2027 Local Budget Act of 2026 and the fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act of 2026. These two bills are the first of, I believe it's 5 bills that the mayor sent with regard to the budget. There is what's called a supplemental budget or revised budget for the current fiscal year that we will consider in 2 weeks. We will also consider for final reading the fiscal year 2027 Local Budget Act. So today is the first of 2 votes on that. On the 23rd, we will also consider a bill that's called the Federal Portion Budget Request Act. And the second reading on the Budget Support Act will not be in 2 weeks. It will either be in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. No, 3 weeks or 5 weeks. That's the 30th or the 14th of July. I am a little disorganized here. I will present the Local Budget Act, which is Bill, yes. Oh. See, I'm so excited. We have to see if we have a quorum of the members. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Present.
Councilmember Allen.
Here.
Councilmember Bonds.
Here.
Councilmember Crawford.
Here.
Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Fruman.
Present.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Here.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Here.
Councilmember Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Pinto.
Present.
Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember Trahan White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So the first measure for consideration is Bill 26-659, entitled the Fiscal Year 2027 Local Budget Act of 2026. The top line message with regard to what's before us today is revisions to the budget that the mayor proposed, submitted to the council on April 14th. The budget that we were presented had hundreds of millions of dollars in critical programs like the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, the Child Care Subsidy Program, Universal Paid Leave, Access to Justice, and domestic violence programs, all of which were reduced substantially in the proposed budget. The budget that I am proposing today, the committee print, restores for all of these programs without significant tax increases. A vast majority of the money I'm using for these restorations comes from the decoupling revenues that the chief financial officer would not recognize for the mayor's budget preparation, and also $150 million from one of the 4 reserve funds that we have, the Fiscal Stabilization Reserve. More specifically, with regard to highlights, we do a lot in this with this committee print in the area of education and social services. Straddling both, that is education and social services, is the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, which restores the funding to $72 million, the FY26 level. That had been in the proposed budget, $60 million less. For Child Care Subsidy Program, it eliminates the need for a enrollment freeze in fiscal years 2026 and 2027 by increasing funding in the program for FY27 by $39 million for a total of $153 million. My notes here also speak to the supplemental, which is not before us today, but the supplemental, which in 2 weeks will add $10 million for this program, bringing it to $150 million for the current fiscal year. This will allow approximately 8,450 children to be served on an average monthly basis. That is an average of 8,450 children. And that is higher than the enrollment right now and is higher by hundreds, if not at least 1,000 by what the average enrollment was last year. With regard to housing vouchers, the print that I have submitted that's before us, and I should say so moved, includes $173 million over the financial plan at the Department of Human Services and the Department of the DC Housing Authority to support 469 vouchers at adequate levels so that vouchers are not lost when they turn over, and 190 vouchers for families exiting rapid rehousing. The mayor's proposed budget included no new vouchers and did not include enough funding to ensure that existing vouchers were adequately funded. So that the public is clear, what I'm saying is that there is a natural turnover in vouchers, people exit, and those vouchers then are supposed to be available to another individual or another family. The budget that we were presented did not adequately fund any of the voucher program, and so as turnovers occurred, what was contemplated in the proposed budget was that those turnovers would be lost so that there would be adequate funding for the rest of the program. We've restored all that, plus added 190 vouchers for families exiting rapid rehousing for a total of 500. Well, my numbers here are a little different. I believe it's 569. No, 659 vouchers. With regard to universal paid leave, what the mayor had proposed was that there would be no benefits for the private sector universal paid leave program in FY27, and that when the program resumed, that there would be a cap on the total payment, which is relative to an individual's income, but in any event could be no more than $1,000 a week under the mayor's proposal. When we adopted the legislation in 2016, we had a $1,000 cap per week, but adjusted for inflation, which is right now 1,180, and the budget before us today has the cap at 1,100. So it's $100 a week more than what the mayor proposed. Plus, we unfreeze the FY27, plus we maintain or restore the inflationary index on that weekly cap. Plus, we restore some of the weeks so that paid leave for family will be a maximum of 6 weeks, for medical will be a maximum of 10 weeks, and for individuals would be, no, excuse me, for parental would be a maximum of 12 weeks. With regard to TANF, what is before us today in my motion, it delays the step down and the sanctions, step down in benefits and the sanctions, delays it by another year. With regard to the Alliance, Healthcare Alliance, increases investments in healthcare by roughly $53.2 million, which includes removing the moratorium age for new Alliance enrollees up to 138% of the federal poverty level. There's $100 million added to the workforce investment account for collective bargaining agreements. There was 0 in FY27. With this, there will be $100 million. In the area of public safety, restores the funding in the Office of the Attorney General to provide funding for 58 currently filled positions that otherwise would have to be RIFed under the budget that we were given. Access to justice is fully restored to the current fiscal year level, which is $31.8 million for the program. So there'll be no change there. That's an increase of, I believe it's $27 million above what the mayor had submitted. Victim services at $6.1 million. And there's $2.37 million in funding being added in the committee print to what the committees had done for recreation center operations. This is additional to investments that Council members Nadeau and Louis George had recommended in their committee markups. The print has $7.9 million additional for the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. along with the $2.2 million identified by Councilmember Charles Allen in committee, there would be a total restoration of $10.1 million. I will say that I will look to see if we can increase this a little bit at second reading. Unable to do that today. The mayor's proposed budget included a $17.9 million sweep to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which would have been used to support, which would, if not swept, would have been used to support programs like Solar for All, Healthy Homes, and their rebate programs. Adds $1 million to help with the compliance with the MS4 permit. Includes in the capital budget $300 million for the necessary improvements at Stadium Armory Metro Station. There was no money in the proposed budget for Stadium Armory Metro, even though we know that that will need to be capacity increased in time for the 2030 opening of the new stadium. And what I've circulated today adds $15 million in funding for the public charter schools in the UPSFF budget. This will not bring them to the equitable level with DCPS, but it is a substantial move. In addition, and this was adopted in the committee as a whole several weeks ago, there are close to 20 schools that will see some additional funding through the Schools First in Budgeting Act. And I'm looking to see what other changes we made. The UDC subsidy is increased by $6 million. The experiential learning is funded at $500,000, educator wellness at $200,000. There's $70,000 for the math task force recommendations. Course data collection has $435,000 funding to OSSI to support the continued implementation of course data collection, which is necessary to support an early warning system, smooth credit transfers, and a digital backpack. $280,000 for the literacy task force recommendations. Adult and family local education increased by $500,000 over what the mayor proposed. Community schools, $2.4 million to fund another year of the community schools incentive grant cohorts. And we're going to look at this over the next year with a task force to see how the community schools can be better modeled. St. Coletta's additional funding of $2.7 million. This was adopted a couple of weeks ago, so St. Coletta's should not think they're getting twice, $2.7 million twice. And the charter facilities allotment, we struck the mayor's proposed subtitle that would have, I believe, eliminated any increase in the charter's facilities allotment. There's $200,000 in the budget for implementation of the DROP Act, which is legislation that is pending in the committee of the whole. This is in the non-departmental account so that it will be available when we adopt that legislation. And there's some additional funding at the Department of Buildings for the nuisance abatement fund, as well as for inspectors. And we are funding the mold legislation act that we adopted several years ago that enables Department of Buildings to do mold inspections. If members will allow me, I have a little bit more I want to say. The chief financial officer sent members a letter last Friday expressing concern over our tapping reserves. What this committee print has in it is using $150 million in the fiscal in our budget reserves. It's the fiscal stabilization reserve. We're using that for operating on a one-year basis, a one-time basis. The chief financial officer is very concerned about that, and I wanted to speak to that. His concerns are essentially that this will remove liquidity from the district in 2028. That's a couple of years from now. I've had continued conversations with the chief financial officer, both at public hearings and privately, about what steps can be taken to better manage cash flow, because there are steps that can be taken to better manage cash flow, and what legislation would need to be adopted by the council to help with the chief financial officer's ability to access cash that the district government has. The issue is entirely a cash issue, a liquidity issue. It is not whether we are fiscally solvent. It is not whether we are overspending our budget. It's purely a matter of cash flow. The way that the city's revenues come into the treasury, there is what we call a trough, a cash trough in February and August. Real property tax revenues come in September and in March, and income tax comes in April. So it's dealing with those troughs that is the chief financial officer's concern. As I said, we believe that there are steps that can be taken to manage cash. And I don't mean by that a criticism. I mean that there are some practices that need to be looked at and changed so that we can better manage cash. But that's not a reason for us to increase, to bank more dollars, more cash in our reserves. At the end of the fiscal year, last September 30th, we had the equivalent of 66 days. I think it actually was 65 and a half days of cash in our reserves. Our goal has been 60 days. As I understand it, that's the best practice around the country, is to have 60 days. Most jurisdictions don't come close to 60 days. And we have 66 days. So the reduction of $150 million will bring that down to 62 days, not 60, but 62 days. I will note that Moody's, one of the three ratings agencies, issued a report in April with regard to the district. It revised its outlook from a negative to stable, which is a good thing, and then explained, and I will read from part of their report. The AA1 issuer rating reflects the district's overall financial and governance strengths, which offset current local economic weaknesses. The district benefits from a highly educated workforce and above average income levels and has exemplary fiscal governance. The district also has among the lowest pension liabilities of any large city and has pre-funded its other post-employment benefits liability, which provides significant financial flexibility. These strengths offset vulnerability to federal government downsizing and a weak commercial real estate market, which have led to declines in income, sales, and property tax collections. The stable outlook reflects the district's very strong fiscal governance and prudent budget management that will mitigate federal policy uncertainty and offset expected softer revenue during the next year. Factors that could lead to an upgrade of the ratings, an upgrade of the U.S. sovereign rating, coupled with growing private sector employment that offsets losses in federal employment and bolsters the district's commercial real estate market. I will translate. A negative factor in our rating is the federal government. Continuing with the report, factors that could lead to a downgrade of the ratings, federal budget actions such as entitlement cuts or revenue restrictions that materially weaken the district's economy or finances, and erosion of the district's strong financial management practices, particularly leading to budget imbalance or the available fund balance falling below 15% of revenue, inclusive of all cash reserves. So what does that mean, 15%? Well, at 60 days, if we had 60 days, we would be at 16%, not 15, but 16. But the language here speaks to fund balance, which is more than our reserves. And in fact, I believe our reserves are around $2.5 billion, and our fund balance as of September 30th was over $4 billion. So in terms of the ratings agency's concerns, even with this draw of $150 million, we are still very strong. I will add this as well. The budget that we are considering today is based on the February revenue estimate that the Chief Financial Officer issued. There will be a revised revenue estimate at the end of this month, but we have to budget based on the February 2026 revenue estimates. Those revenue estimates show growth in the city's revenues in FY 27, 28, 29, 20, and 2030. Doesn't go beyond that. So every year, except for the current fiscal year, the chief financial officer is projecting growth in our revenues. And I want to emphasize that because there's been a lot of discussion about how we have to do these cuts because our revenues have dropped. Well, our revenues are not growing as fast, but they are growing, and that's important. But the revenue estimates in February also omitted the revenue from the changes we made in our tax law last November, what many people refer to as decoupling. That was omitted from the revenue estimates. The budget that I've circulated today includes those revenues. We worked with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer so that there is no question with our ability to do that. It's roughly $274 million. If you add the $274 million to what the chief financial officer estimated as the current year reserves, there in fact is no decline in our revenues for the current fiscal year. So our revenues are stable this year and growing in each subsequent year of the financial plan, all of which is to highlight that the district financially is in a good position in spite of all of the talk by me and other members about cuts and trying to restore cuts and money being tight and this being a difficult budget. We are in a strong, solid position. So with that, I already moved the print. It is before us, and I will recognize members as soon as I find my notes. Who's in line? Nobody. All right, the vote will be on. There might be. Yep. Councilmember Parker, I'm recognized. I think I'll do this side, this side, this side. Is there somebody over here?
Doing amendment first or statement first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me interrupt before you start because there's some questions here. I'm happy if there's nothing and we just go to the vote. I would prefer that if there are statements that they're short, I know that there'll be some amendments. Whatever one wants to do, I will recognize you.
Mr. Chairman, clarifying question.
Yes.
Would it be possible to move amendments here and make the statements at the ledge meeting?
Whatever you want.
Okay, so I'll focus on amendments just to keep it clean. So with that, Mr. Chairman,
Let me just say, I would prefer amendments at the committee of the whole, not at the legislative meeting. We're doing the markup now. The amendments are in order. There's a committee report that will reflect the amendments. So I would prefer amendments are now. Mr. Parker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Parker LBA Amendment 3. It is worth noting there was a technical change, so I no longer will be moving Parker LBA Amendment 1. Again, this is Parker LBA Amendment 3. It was circulated this morning. And this amendment sets the stage for an accompanying Budget Support Act amendment that will preserve LGBTQIA+ funding in fiscal year 27. In fiscal year 26, the budget of the mayor's various offices of community affairs were consolidated, which unfortunately disrupted funding that had previously been dedicated to LGBTQ+ priorities. These LBA and BSA amendments, which were formulated in partnership with the LGBTQ+ coalition, will secure this funding stream from future interference by establishing a grant to a third-party community fund that will distribute the funds to individual providers. By using the community fund, the district's LGBTQ coalition will also be in a position to more easily accept and leverage private donations, thereby multiplying the effect of the district's investment. While the changes contemplated in this amendment only impact fiscal year 27 funds, the hope is that this will prove to be a sustainable model to protect LGBTQIA+ funding and priorities on a recurring basis. It is worth noting when the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs was consolidated, the dedicated grant funds isolated for the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ plus Affairs only reach less than 50% of the identified funds. Secondly, it is worth noting this is not new spending. This is merely protecting the dedicated funding that is already outlined in our budget. And then I would also underscore that per the language of this amendment, the third party community fund would be required to expend no less than 90% of dedicated grant funds. And so all told, this will unlock philanthropic dollars, but also preserve this very vital programming or grant funding for community organizations, persons, and priorities. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment.
We have the amendment before us. I think, Mr. Parker, you said it was circulated at 11:10 this morning, and it's labeled Parker Amendment number 3,
That is
concerning
correct.
the Office of LGBTQ Affairs.
That
Is there
correct.
discussion on the amendment? If there's no objection, it will be accepted. Hearing no objection, it is accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also would like to move Parker LBA Amendment 2. And I believe this was circulated yesterday. This amendment funds the accompanying Parker BSA Amendment 2, which establishes a financial literacy pilot program that will provide a $50 weekly direct cash stipend for a period of 40 weeks to eligible students in participating schools in the District of Columbia. This pilot program, which would leverage a public-private partnership, already exists as a current strategy that has proven successful since 2020 with high school students in both New Orleans and Indianapolis. A randomized controlled trial of these students conducted in partnership with researchers from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and the University of Pennsylvania is showing promising results, including reduced financial hardship, enhanced financial capability, improved school attendance, and improved ability to meet basic needs. The pilot will run through school year 27-28 and will be implemented by a contracting organization selected by the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE, by May 1 of 2027. This organization will submit a preliminary report by March 31st of 2028 and a final report by September 30th of 2028 to OSSE and the DC Council that evaluates the efficacy of the program, including the impact of direct cash transfers on student well-being, attendance, and financial literacy. I would just note that while this may seem like a new funding approach, we have long been working to battle chronic rates of truancy and absenteeism as there are ever-present conversations about youth well-being and delinquency. It's important to note the connection between truancy and youth behaviors and delinquency. And so this strategy that would be implemented in partnership with OSSE will lead or allow the district to lead in this space, employing a new approach that has shown promise in other areas and hopefully will continue to drive down rates of truancy and absenteeism. Last thing I would just say is the Roots Foundation, a philanthropic group, is already leading a similar pilot program in some DC public schools. Digital Pioneers Public Charter School, for instance, is one of those school communities, and it has been wildly successful. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move this amendment as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Before folks speak to it, let me just say that I will not be supporting this amendment. I'll give reasons after we hear from other folks. Councilmember Pinto, and then somebody else asked, Councilmember Henderson.
Me as well.
Oh, there's a lineup. Give me a second.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Parker. I fully support what you're moving to do with this amendment and the goal behind getting more of our kids in school, and think that this is a sensible approach. I do have concerns around the source of the funding for DYRS. We have, as you know, major staffing challenges at DYRS, and with kids who are in our care and custody, we have to make sure that we have sufficient adults on site who can keep them safe and who can keep staff safe. And so can you speak to how you anticipate the staffing changes in this amendment would, if at all, impact operations?
Thank you for that question. I too am concerned about staffing at DRS. I would note that the challenges the agency continues to see is one of management and culture, as well as exploitation of the agency's leave policies. I'm heartened to know that we are addressing the leave policy through the budget. And I believe that will help as my committee continues to work with the agency on management and culture. There are, I believe, 14 vacancies. There are YDRs and SYDRs. SYDRs are supervisory positions. So there are 7 of those positions and 7 YDR positions. The agency has struggled to recruit and retain individuals. We have no reason to believe that they will fill all of those vacancies this year, as they have not been able to do that in any recent year. We are only cutting 2 of the SYDR positions as we work with the agency, as I mentioned, to improve culture and climate, as well as addressing the pressures created by the leave program. So I hope that addresses it. There's still a number of vacancies left that the agency will work to fill. In fact, I was messaging with the director. I'm told that there are 2 individuals that are currently interviewing for SYDR positions. And so it's something we need to continue to work at. But I believe staffing, whether or not we keep these vacancies or not, is going to continue to be a challenge for the agency for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you. And Chairman, Councilor Parker just mentioned this budget is addressing some of the leave issues that we've seen at DYRS. Can you speak to that?
I'm sorry, ask it again.
He mentioned that this budget addresses some of the paid leave issues that we've seen for DYRS staffing. Can you speak to that?
Well, there's a subtitle in the Budget Support Act the mayor requested that puts some guardrails on the paid leave program for DC government workers. One of the reasons for that is to address the high rate some agencies are experiencing of absenteeism. How quickly that corrects the problem, whether it corrects the problem, the subtitle, I don't know. We'll find out. Does that answer your question?
Not entirely.
All right. I'm not
I
quite
guess
sure.
maybe I
I
think
can
just,
take a stab at it.
yeah, I guess why does this give you confidence? Why does this BSA subtitle give you confidence around some of the staffing issues at DRS?
There are more than, to my knowledge, there are more than 100 individuals out at any given time because they are layering or stacking leave policies. And we value people using their leave in an appropriate manner. One of the challenges that the agency cited is that right now, the status quo, a person only needs to notify the agency within an hour of their call time that they will not be showing up. The subtitle changes that. It also changes the amount of time a new employee needs to work in order to accrue leave. I believe it is now 6 months. And so it changes the culture, which now says you're hired today and you can call out next week. Not to mention, it reduces the number of relatives and loved ones one can identify to call out or use for leave. For instance, my cousin's grandmother is ill, and so I need to use leave. I don't mean to make light, but with those guardrails, as the chairman put it, I believe we will see a reduction in the number of individuals out at any given time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of questions for Councilmember Parker. So first, I want to clarify that this amendment would be to fund the pilot, not for school year 26-27, but for school year 27-28. Is that accurate? So I think it says that it requires applications to be posted on July 1st, 2027.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, so now that's almost a whole school year. So then the question is, what's happening in this upcoming school year with regard to this program, or is it still going on at Digital Pioneers for the upcoming school year?
To my knowledge, the program at Digital Pioneers is separate. It would still be going on during this time. Should this pass, it would allow OSSI time to stand up a process to identify the participating schools. It would also allow whatever the third-party grant funder identified to raise additional dollars in this private-public partnership.
Okay, so that was my second question. So my understanding, my staff did speak with the representatives from Rooted Schools Foundation. And we were told that there was some philanthropic interest to further funding the study. Your amendment proposes $251,000 from the YDR positions. How much does it actually cost to do this program over a school year?
It varies. And so I don't know if it's a specific cost. It could be dialed up or dialed down. There is a rough estimate that we can get you per participating school per number of students.
Well, I think that, let's say the philanthropic piece doesn't come through, then you have a pilot that is only $250,000.
It won't go too far.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to,
Yes.
kind of where we're going on this. I understand the interest and desire in terms around chronic absenteeism. Some of the data, though, that we've seen, while promising, isn't quite there yet in terms of some of this. And I mean, we'll get to that in sort of the BSA piece, but I am concerned that we're not necessarily putting some guardrails in terms of OSSI administering this program. Like, I want to believe that pilot programs can work. Well, not want to believe that pilot programs can work. I think we should evaluate the efficacy of pilot programs as opposed to just saying it's a pilot for pilot's
Yeah.
sake. And this doesn't necessarily establish a control group. What are the payment conditions? Is it $50 every week if only you showed up for 3 days, or do you have to show up every day in order to receive the funding?
I think those are very fair questions. I'm told that if there is no additional funding, this will cover about 125 students. Again, it would not be exhaustive, but it's worth stressing that this is a pilot. This is a very modest investment. And I think by this modest investment, we would unlock philanthropic dollars that are already being infused in other cities at a time when the one approach that we are leveraging, this body, the council, has decided not to accelerate it. And so the status quo is that we still are not moving the needle largely on truancy. While
Well,
this may
within
not solve the problem,
Dunbar did this. Did you look at the data?
yes, what I'm saying is, as a city, I was talking about the DHS pilot.
Okay.
While we're
There's
not
an issue of
choosing to
time here.
accelerate it. And so I think this is yet another opportunity we have as a district to employ another strategy for us to step back and say, what are our options and what is working? And let's look at all of the data.
Thank you.
Councilmember Crawford?
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Parker, for you and your team's work on this amendment. Just a point of clarity, is this intended to be a guaranteed income pilot for students or a financial literacy pilot?
It is framed as a financial literacy pilot. And for participating students, they would receive the weekly stipend.
Does that mean they're learning about financial literacy, or
It is more.
what's
of-
your goal for the? pilot?
Yes, it is my understanding that the Roots Foundation does have a financial literacy component to their work with schools, as well as their work distilling this information down. That is a secondary goal at best. The primary vehicle, though, is dispersing these funds to schools and using it as an opportunity to create a clinical trial of sorts to see how it's making an impact on school attendance, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
I would not qualify this as a guaranteed income, in part because of the agreements that are necessary. So if, for instance, if a young person is not showing up to school, they would not receive the stipend, for instance.
Councilmember Tran White?
Chairman, my comment is not towards this bill, but to an amendment.
Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm very curious about your perspective, Councilmember Parker, when you say clinical trial to see the effects. You know, the students in the district school system have been guinea pigs for many kinds of trials. And I'm really concerned when I hear that. Now, I thought perhaps this was designed to motivate the young people to attend the school and that there would be an opportunity for them to learn a new skill when you say financial literacy. But what I'm hearing, it's really just an opportunity to say to young people who have been out of school, who dropped out, you know, who decided that school wasn't for them, that perhaps have come back into school to be paid because they're back in school. And I wonder, is that what the intent is ultimately?
Thanks for the question. The goal of this pilot is to better understand, well, let me rephrase that. It is to employ a new strategy to combat truancy and absenteeism. It would provide a $50 stipend for participating students on a weekly basis while empowering them with some financial literacy tools. And it would mean that they would benefit from extended learning time. Beyond that, what we're hoping to get out of this is a better understanding of whether or not this worked, what were the consequences of young people having extra cash, but also how those young people can translate those financial literacy skills into other means, if that makes sense. And so, again, I would just look at how this is working at Digital Pioneers and other cities where it's showing positive results that participating students are more likely to show up to school. They are more likely to use the earned stipend in productive ways to pay for food, to pay for transportation, to help out their family put food on the table, while they are also deepening their understanding about how money works, opening bank accounts. I hope that answers your question, but the goal is ultimately, as I see it, to combat rates of absenteeism and truancy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I have, Councilmember Parker, not been to a meeting with students in at least 5 years where they have not said, we need to get paid. And at first I told them, that strikes me as odd. And then I thought more about it. And I'm like, I started sweeping floors at a barbershop in junior high school and have worked ever since then because I also needed to get paid. I couldn't do anything if I didn't make the money or find the money. So that's one thing. The second is we do have a truancy problem. So if we have a truancy problem and young people are giving us the keys to the kingdom, then I think we want to listen. Now, to my colleague's point, we got to sort of receive that data. We don't do it and then keep doing it and keep doing it without evaluating it. But I do think we have to evaluate it. We have to try it. I have not dug into the data as deeply as I would have liked to before today. So I will see what data is out there between first and second read. I'm going to support it today. But I also think we need to wrap our heads around a minimum amount so that we can assess the impact, because it really is important that we listen to young people and try different things for truancy. We tend to be easier and quicker on the hammer and a lot slower and more critical on the carrot. So we're not talking about a ton of money here, but the upside is pretty high. So I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's thoughtful and innovative. I think it's responsive to young people. I've had a lot of conversations with organizations like Black Swan Academy who have made recommendations similar to these. I recognize, again, as adults, it strikes us as odd but we're also talking to a different generation of young people. And I think we have to listen to them because we used to be those young people saying, hey, these old folks don't listen to us. Now we're the old folks. So as we consider the pilot, I've wrapped my head around it.
Some of us.
But I do, as we consider the pilot, I want to make sure that we target the students and schools facing the greatest need first. One way to do that may be by raising the eligibility threshold for participating schools from 40% at-risk enrollment to 70%. If the available funding is limited, I think we want to ensure that those dollars go first to the schools serving the highest concentration of at-risk students. Can we work together between first and second reading on this?
I would love to. And I take your feedback to heart in terms of being selective and intentional about participating schools. I would just also note, to your point, it strikes some as odd that we would pay kids to go to school because, after all, that's what they're supposed to do, although there is precedent for this. Schools have done this. As I mentioned, Digital Pioneers is currently working with the Roots Foundation. And within CFSA, for instance, they have a program where they are paying older youth within our child welfare system to go and finish school, because they realize if we take the worry, the concern of having to earn money off the table, you're more likely to lean in and focus and get your diploma and live a better life. So I just raise those as areas of precedent. And this is opportunity, a modest opportunity for us to get more data in hopes that we can really combat truancy here in the district.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Parker, for coming forward with this. I mean, it does accomplish a couple of important goals. One, on the financial literacy point, I share Councilmember White's experience that I have been surprised how often young people talk to me about their desire to have that. And truancy, obviously a very, very important thing. I do worry, though, about the source of the funds. We've had a round where there were cuts at DYRS and then restorations at DYRS. And I worry about staffing at DYRS, so that gives me some pause. I also wonder if the program doesn't start until school year 28, why does the money need to be there in FY 27? Could we find a way to put the money in FY 28 and then set OSSI up to do an RFP in advance of that, and the money would be waiting for the program? I think in operation, that's what will happen, but we wouldn't then have to make any cuts at DYRS. And I would happily join you in looking for FY 28 dollars that could be placed there in order to enable that to happen. But is there a way to square the circle where we don't have to make a cut at DYRS in the process?
Thank you for that. On the timeline piece, as you know, the start of the fiscal year is October 1. And so if we were to fund it this year, the funds wouldn't be available to October 1 of 2026, which would be well after the start of the school year. And God knows how long it would take, especially with a new administration coming in, to stand up a program and get the money out the door. And so by setting it for October 1 of 27, we allow that transition to happen, and as well as give OSSI time to work with whatever the external partner is, as well as partnering with local schools. In terms of DRS, again, I get the concern. There are staffing challenges at DRS. Whether or not we cut 2 SYDRs now is not going to change the picture. Again, the main levers is around addressing the leave pressure, which we are doing in this budget. Shout out to the chairman for preserving that change in the budget, but also working on the culture and climate so that the agency can retain staff. I have been in touch with the director. My team has looked at this a million ways. I would not take the positions if I truly thought this was going to handicap the agency in any meaningful way. Transparently, the agency has struggled to recruit SYDRs. They still have more than 5 vacancies. I hope the 2 that they're currently interviewing for works out. And so I don't see the cut as anything challenging to long-term functions at DRS.
I mean, I won't take too long, but if it doesn't start until October 1, 2027, wouldn't it work if the money were in FY '28? I mean, that starts on October 1, 2027. So
But I think we're not accounting for the lead up time that would be necessary. The money would be available per our budget, but then the money would need to be out of the door. There would need to be a partnership with the external grant. There would need to be schools identified. By funding it on October 1 of 27, it allows OSSI that runway time so that they can hit the ground running at the very beginning of the school year for 27-28. And this is what we've heard from OSSI. And so we're trying to be mindful and intentional and thoughtful just with their time constraints, as well as acknowledging there will be a leadership change here in the government and any number of shakeups as a result.
So I'm going to go back to explaining why I will not be supporting this and why I would ask colleagues to not support this. And there are a number of reasons. The cut to DYRS, I think, is problematic. The funding, the proposed funding is problematic, and the value of the program is not as compelling as we're being told. I would note that this was not on the priorities list when I asked members. And so I think this kind of falls within the category of nice to have rather than need to have. It's not a lot of money. On the other hand, as I understand the amendment, it would provide OSSI with what it needs to issue the RFP and then also pay for the stipends. Well, the stipends aren't going to get paid till FY '28. So the amount of this amendment that would go to the stipends is essentially a waste of money because it will not be spent in '27 because the stipends will not be paid in '27. They will be paid in fiscal year '28. The Committee of the Whole, which has oversight over education, held several hearings. We did get some testimony, not a lot, mostly from the Roots Foundation and some of the students who participate in it. It's an interesting program, no question about that. If the goal here is to understand the effectiveness of it, the pilot is already underway. It's just that the Roots Foundation would like it to be larger. With regard to the impact on truancy, I've spent many years trying to understand what we can do to reduce truancy, improve attendance. It's clear to me that what makes a difference is the culture in the school, not a program like this. The reason why I say that is because a program like this involves voluntary compliance. Kids who are absent are not being drafted into this program. Rather, kids or families who want to participate in the stipend participate. I'll again repeat that we did get testimony from some of the kids, and it was impressive. It was impressive because of what they were doing with the money. Actually, some of the, if I remember correctly, 15% of the stipend ends up going into savings. So it's impressive, but that's not about truancy or attendance. And it's the kids who are not volunteering for programs like this and are being absent that are the challenge, and this program doesn't reach them. As for the cuts to DYRS, I know that I would say that's being glossed over. The fact is that the committee, and I support this, reduced the overtime budget. I think it was the only agency where the overtime budget was reduced. Vacancies are large, and I'm told that they're spending even more on overtime. So I got a message from the mayor's budget office, and there's even more being spent on overtime. So there's a concern just passing over that or glossing over that and saying that the agency can afford that. I think if anything, I mean, if members like this idea, if anything, that this amendment needs to be refined so that OSSI gets only the resources it would need in FY '27, and then next year we would do the funding for FY '28 when the stipends are paid. But instead, we're going to be cutting DYRS now with some risks, and we're going to be putting money in OSSI for stipends that aren't going to be paid. So Again, this is, I think, a nice to have, but not a need to have. It wasn't on the priorities, and I would urge members not to support this. Yes, Councilmember Allen.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I don't know if this is because it's one of the first agenda items. We're getting a healthy debate on it. I will say though, I was struck by what Councilor Robert White talked about. We have in many, many instances, when it comes to what do we do about young people, move very quickly. When it is an approach to say, what can we do to crack down? What is it that we can do to create a punitive approach? We have a fairly modest proposal, to be honest, to do exactly what I feel like we talked a lot about over the last couple of months. How do we help engage young people in a different way, in a constructive way? How do we help hear and listen to young people with an idea? I'll note sometimes when a modest budget item is something that we support, we call it just a haircut for an agency. When it's something that we don't support, we call it a cut. I would view this in the haircut, the trim category. It's not a sizable amount of funding. It seems to be responsive to what we've heard young people asking for. And how many times do we need to pilot something that we know is working? So we see that examples like this in other cities and examples in our own city have positive impacts. So there may be some space between first and second reading to work on some changes and alterations to that, but I'm going to support you on this today. And it sounds like you've got a willingness to work with some of the questions that got raised before second reading, but I'll support this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and hopefully you'll work with the chairman and me on this. I did want to just note two things on the data. For the results that we've seen so far, students who received the cash transfers attended 1.23 more days of school in a semester. And while modest, those are promising results. Students demonstrated notable self-control, planning, and positive engagement with money. On average, students in a control group miss 5 days of school compared to 4 days in the treatment group, and the list goes on. So the data suggests that this is in fact promising. I would also just note it is a nice to have, but I want to underscore that we have talked as a body about truancy and absenteeism for every year that I've been on the council. I would also note that for now 3 years, we have not made any significant movement on truancy and absenteeism. I stand with the mayor who has proposed scaling the pilot DHS program. We chose not to do that. Okay, I get it. We want more data. What I'm offering is yet another strategy to address a longstanding issue that we know is connected to juvenile delinquency. And so I can point to any number of investments in this budget that are nice to haves. I think this is connected to a longstanding issue.
Councilmember, time's expired. There's no further discussion.
Chairman.
Councilmember
I
Tran.
wasn't going to speak to this, but I want to take a few seconds. I would be supporting this bill today, partly because as I interact in the community with young people, they're looking for the council for leadership because they often seem that we or the government demonize them and don't support them. And so when we hear their voices, they're crying out for us to do something. We tend to find money for whatever else we need, but when it's time to find money for our youth, we argue and fight and find reasons not to support them. This is a small amount of money for a $22 billion budget. In fact, we didn't even increase the amount for summer job this year with this money. And I think that I heard the chairman say that we are in a great financial position. We need to be supporting our young people to ensure we care about them, we love them, and we want them to be active and engaged. We do have a truancy problem. We do have an absentee problem. If this moves the needle just a little bit, that could save a life. And so I think that we have to stop talking about what we can't do and start talking more about what we can do to support our young people in the district. Because we see what's happening as we talk about these curfew zones and all the talk about that, that's politicized, but our young people are crying out for support, and it's our time to support them. And this is a drop in the bucket. We talk about what we can do to support them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, the vote is on Councilmember Parker's amendment. It's amendment number 2. It was circulated yesterday, I believe at 5 o'clock. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
No.
The amendment fails.
How do we know that?
Mr. Chairman, I only heard 3 no's.
Roll call, man. Come on, man.
There was only 3.
I only heard 3 no's.
More than that.
And I believe those no's were Fruman, Henderson, and you. Based on my observation.
Okay, I heard more than that, but if members want a roll call, Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
No.
Chairman Mendelson votes no. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
No.
Councilmember Bonds votes no. Councilmember Crawford.
Yes.
Councilmember Crawford votes yes. Councilmember Felder.
Yes.
Councilmember Felder votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
No.
Councilmember Fruman votes no. Councilmember Henderson.
No.
Councilmember Henderson votes no. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 9 yeses and 4 nos.
The amendment is approved. Is there anything further, Councilmember Parker?
Thank you. Yes, one more amendment. I'm sorry. That is it for the LBM. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Lewis George LBA Amendment Number 1, which was circulated at 12:33 p.m. today. This amendment just restores $325,000 in one-time operating funds in the Child and Family Services Agency budget for the Brightwood Family Success Center. The mayor's proposed budget eliminated CFSA's funding for all 9 family success centers. I appreciate the work of the Committee on Youth Affairs and the Committee of the Whole to restore funding for 4 of those centers. Brightwood is the only family success center in Ward 4 and in Northwest. This funding will help Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative continue to provide vital resources and programs to vulnerable youth and families in Ward 4. When residents call the 211 warm line that we established for young people and their families, they know district government must be ready and able to step up with the support and resources. And we can't do that without our collaborative and family success centers. So it asks for your support. Thank you.
We have the amendment before us. Is there discussion? If there's no objection, the amendment will be accepted. Hearing no objection, the amendment is accepted. Anything further, Councilmember?
No, thank you.
And thank you for discussing this with me before the meeting. Next is Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to congratulate you and your staff at the Committee of the Whole, the Budget Office, the Office of General Counsel, the Office of Revenue Analysis, the CFO's office for all the work that was put into this. Putting these budgets together is no small feat. I think it's important to acknowledge the incredibly good and hard work that went into putting this project together. I want to thank you and all of the staff in particular that helped do this. I also think, Mr. Chairman, you led a fairly transparent process that pulled us together to look through what were shared priorities and try to really build a consensus around the council. I think you heard that, and I think this budget reflects that. And so I really appreciate that. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, this budget was very difficult. This is my 12th budget as a council member, and what was proposed to us by the mayor was perhaps the most weighted on the shoulders of those who've already had the least that I've seen in my tenure here. We were faced with drastic cuts and decisions around cuts to programs and services that help our most vulnerable residents. The framing around this proposed budget was we need to grow. And I actually agree that needed framing wholeheartedly. Our economy is currently shifting with remote work and commercial office vacancies still dragging us down. We're facing a federal government that is increasingly making erratic decisions, reducing its workforce numbers, eliminating critical funding streams that support vital programs. The headwinds feel strong, but they are not unsurmountable, and I'm confident in our city. Spurring growth is how we help meet this challenge. However, I think the executive chose to go down a path that does not grow our city and instead puts a budget forward that was balanced on the backs of those who are the most vulnerable, and at the same time, asked nothing of someone like me or my family in a time like this. Simply saying the word growth over and over is not the same thing as supporting it. eliminating support for childcare that would deeply damage this sector of our economy that working parents need is the opposite of growth and would only make childcare more scarce and more expensive. Cutting supports for efforts like the DC Green Bank, which is one of the few bright spots that's actually spurring private capital investment in new housing development. It's not a growth agenda. Those are just two examples, but it highlights where the rhetoric has not matched what's actually in the proposed budget. If I may be frank, the proposed budget felt more like trickle-down economics approach to the budget. You give incentives to those who have the means to invest and create growth, and at best, you hope the benefits are going to flow down and trickle down to those with the least. I didn't buy it when we debated this approach nationally a couple of decades ago, and I certainly don't support that now. We should not be pursuing growth at the expense of the working people and families in our city. Rather, we need to grow while at the same time supporting working people and families. Luckily, Mr. Chairman, I think through your hard work, my colleagues' hard work, and everything we've put together, this FY27 budget is in a much, much better place, despite this still being yet another tough year for the environment and energy affordability funding. First, I want to thank you and your team for the work to preserve and build on the Committee on Transportation and the Environment's work. In total, the council is now adding $10.1 million to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund in FY27 and $19.4 million across the financial plan. That includes an $8 million enhancement to the DC Sustainable Energy Utility for the next fiscal year. These investments are going to have a huge return for residents in the form of energy cost savings, helping address the rising utility rates that are contributing to the unaffordability crisis across the district. To better protect the district waterways, you've also added $7.9 million and $27.8 million of the financial plan, including $1.3 million in one-time funding to support compliance with the district's municipal separate sewer system, or the MS4 permit, on top of my committee's enhancements of over $7 million, which also includes restoring the bag fee funds that have been swept by the mayor. The committee print also adds an additional $500,000 to the Green Bank for support on top of the $1.5 million that was identified to support the issuance of the district's first green bond, which is a key tool in using innovative financing to attract new capital and growth in housing in our city. Your proposed budget also preserves critical enhancements of the committee allocated, for example, the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program to make sure that our adult learners can get to and from school, as well as funding that we identified to help implement new legislation such as the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act of 2025 and the Youth Advisory Council on Climate Change and Environmental Conservation Establishment Act of 2025. Lastly, I want to thank you for your investments that fall outside of the committee's scope, but will continue to make a positive impact on the lives of DC residents. Completely restoring our Access to Justice program, investing $39 million in the child care subsidy to address spending pressures, even though it may not be enough to completely eliminate OSSI's need for a wait list, bringing back the Pay Equity Fund at our FY26 approved levels, enhancing victim services line at OVSJG by $5.1 million, completely striking the mayor's proposed subtitle that would limit liability against the district, restoring the universal paid leave benefits the mayor proposed to cut, pushing the proposed TANF changes out, restoring all of our OAG paralegal and staff positions that were slated to be RIFed, and putting back $100 million in the workforce investment account so that unions who are literally at the bargaining table right now for the next CBAs are able to meaningfully negotiate pay increases. On the capital budget, I'm very supportive of some of the investments that you've made in the CIP related to the RFK campus redevelopment project. My committee added $2.2 million to DDOT's capital project to support planning and engineering of a more comprehensive crosstown bus service that could serve residents not just on game days, but every day. While DDOT has plans for connecting Union Station to the stadium, the additional funding expands the scope further east to at least Benning Road Metro Station and further west than just Union Station. You've added $10 million in FY26 and $300 million of the CIP for expanding the capacity at the Stadium Armory Metro Station. While I disagree with WMATA's determination that construction of a new infill station at Benning in Oklahoma isn't feasible, given the time we have, this funding is crucial to absolutely essential expansions and improvements at the Stadium Armory Station to handle demand on event days. And as I repeatedly noted during the debate on the stadium deal, the existing station is too small, it is too old, and we will create a disastrous experience if we do not take urgent action. That funding is a critical first step in ensuring our transit system is ready for game day. Thank you for that impactful capital investment. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, I do want to address the proverbial elephant in the room, and that's the expectation that a lot of folks had of us when we were presented with this mayor's proposed budget around taxes and revenue raisers. I don't believe that we should be raising taxes just for the sake of doing so. That's never been my MO. However, while you were able to restore a lot of the programs and substantially mitigate the harm of the mayor's proposed budget that had in store for FY27, there is still an issue of our four-year financial plan being out of whack. In fact, the hole that we were faced with for FY27 will be bigger for FY28 as the CFO continues to take a deeply conservative and dim view of revenue projections. That means funding is slated to go away or be significantly reduced for all the programs that you were able to restore, plus the Safe Passages Program, the UPSFF, our out-of-time school grants, violence intervention programs, the Alliance, and ERAP. Our financial plan is still a massive problem we need to fix moving forward. We're going to think creatively and urgently alongside a new mayoral administration and make sure choices are clear and we don't leave us in this position again next year. Suffice to say, I think all of us have to take this problem very seriously going forward. I do not want to be in a worse position next year with more programs on the chopping block. It doesn't help our residents. It's deeply destabilizing to the communities and organizations that serve our city. You stated your intention to hold hearings in the fall to consider proposals, but I think we've got to back that up with some willingness to take action as a council. I don't want to have a hearing for the sake of a hearing. I want to make sure that we actually don't kick the can down the road, but we come up with a plan moving forward. I appreciate, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of quick questions that I wanted to ask you that's around some capital shifts. One remaining. Yeah. So
I'm looking at the clock and I'm assuming that the clock wasn't started at zero.
I watched the clock for your comments and I know it was around 20 minutes. So
Yeah, I know. I am also
assuming
the,
that I'm
I'm
doing a
also-
little grace here.
I'm also the chair of the committee presenting the budget.
Well,
At any rate, if there's no objection, ask your questions.
if I had trimmed back, I guess, all the compliments I gave to you, I could have shared a little more time. All right. So one of the questions I have, you're delaying the funding for a pedestrian and bike connection along East Capitol Street that the mayor had in to be ready for opening day of the stadium, pushing that back to FY32, arguing that the Benning Road Bridge is going to provide the same pedestrian connection. I have a hunch my Ward 7 colleagues going to speak to this, but at the committee level, we took a hard look at this. The neighborhoods and communities that would be served by this along East Capitol Street essentially are locked any other way than getting in their car and driving. And I think that this bridge is important. Why are we trying to move it back to FY32, which will mean that it is going to be outside the window of when we actually have the stadium built?
A lot of that had to do with the, I'll say two things. One is the lack of record regarding it, and second, pressures on the capital budget. As I think you know, the capital budget is maxed out right now, but of course, there is time. I'm not saying between now and second reading, although that does exist, but between now and next year when we're back to deal with it.
Okay.
And move it up.
I'm happy to work with my Ward 7 colleague as well on this, but and I'm sure he'll address it when he speaks, but it's something I'd like to continue working with you on because I was convinced by our Ward 7 colleague that this is something the community has worked hard on. It could be a critical link. You also are delaying the funding for the Suitland Park Trail rehabilitation from FY29 to FY32. The committee actually received a lot of testimony from witnesses that were excited about that new trail connection. Why are we moving that back as well?
I think that was as well an issue of structuring the CIP so that we could afford everything.
Okay.
I don't think there was anything substantive in that move.
Got it. Okay. And lastly, one of the pieces where I think you're being responsive to what was in the mayor's errata letter, which had to do with moving some of the RFK campus transportation funds and spreading out from FY27 into FY30. Maybe it's more just putting on the record. One of my concerns is that this is splitting funds up, one into DGS, one into Octo, and then some left with DDOT. I think that that is going to decrease our ability to conduct oversight over hundreds of millions of dollars in this plan. And so I would like to see if we can work between first and second reading, both why are we moving and splitting this up, but also to make sure that we've got a plan for good oversight over the expenditures, because we're talking about almost $200 million in roadway improvements, which traditionally would fall under a Department of Transportation, but now it seems to be moving into different spaces.
So if the question is, would I work with you between now and second reading, the short answer is yes, and the long answer is yes. I'm not as familiar with why that got split up.
I think it was being responsive to the mayor's errata letter.
Well, we're always
But
responsive. as you
you're
know.
very responsive to the errata letter. But I want to make sure it also makes sense for us.
Yeah.
So we'd like to work with you on that. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
On cue, Councilmember Felder.
Just want to echo the sentiments of my Ward 6 colleague as it relates to my disappointment to see that funding that was included in the mayor's proposed budget to fund a new pedestrian bridge that will connect the eastern and western part of the ward I've had a number of conversations with the director of DDOT, and I've expressed to her my desire as a council member to make sure that residents across all 28 neighborhoods in Ward 7 could easily access one another. This pedestrian bridge, in my opinion, will be a step in the right direction. Under no circumstances can we continue to remove capital dollars outside of Ward 7 to fund other projects. So I look forward to working with you between first and second read to figure out how we can restore the funding to make sure that our residents, east and west, have an opportunity to connect. So with that, Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours, but I wanted to note that on the record.
Mr. Chairman?
So a little. I'm sorry, were you asking, thank you, Councilmember Felder.
Mr. Chairman?
No, Councilmember Henderson's next.
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Allen asked my question after his lengthy statement. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm missing something. What-
So I saved time.
You did.
There you go.
Is this what? Well, we're
Yeah,
still on
uh,
the Local Budget Act. Members are free to make statements now
But
or at the legislative meeting. Usually they make them at the committee of the whole. Members are free to ask questions. There are Councilmember Fruman and then Councilmember Lewis. George, you want to be
I'm doing
recognized?
question.
but are we done with amendments?
We will all find out. What? I was just reminded, statements at the committee of the whole will be briefly summarized in the committee action. Councilmember Fruman, did you want to be recognized? Councilmember Felder, were you done?
No, I was just asking, fear of sounding like Admiral Stockdale, where are we? Are we done with amendments and now we're to opening statements, or we're doing openings, a mix of amendments and opening statements?
The honest answer is I don't know. I'm not aware of other amendments on the Local Budget Act. But I will recognize members as they come to my attention, and maybe somebody will have an amendment. I kind of hope not. Councilmember Felder, were you done?
Yes, I have an amendment. I think I'm the last amendment. If it makes sense, I can just go.
On the Local Budget Act?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Councilmember Felder.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I would like to move an amendment to relocate capital funds from the relocation of the Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program to a new pool shell for the Kelly Miller Pool in Ward 7. Kelly Miller Pool closed in the summer of 2025 due to needed repairs, and there is not currently a DPR operating pool that services this community. Currently, the pool needs a new pool shell prior to reopening. The pool shell will cost $150,000. Reopening the Kelly Miller Pool will provide Ward 7 neighbors, particularly our young folks, with a great summer, as well as the necessary resources to help cool them off in the increasing warm district summer. Without any action, this pool cannot reopen for summer of 2028 either. Furthermore, there are questions as it relates to the estimate needed for the CPAP program. And if we are currently allotted and if the current allotted amount is currently needed, we know that due to the redevelopment of the RFK site, CPREP must relocate to a new location. The Department of Behavior Health plans to relocate CPREP to existing agency space located at 35 K Street Northeast. Now, while a new site has been identified, by the Department of General Services, it has not yet begun with design of the new space, nor selected a contractor for the work. Despite this $10.8 million investment, it does not make sense to allocate funding to a project that does not yet have a need for it, when a small diversion of funds can fill a gap in our community. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
The amendment is before us, right? You moved the amendment. I heard a voice to my right, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Councilmember Felder for looking for ways to expand access to recreation and safe spaces for our young people, especially in Ward 7. However, I must oppose this amendment today. This amendment would reallocate $150,000 from the relocation of the Department of Behavioral Health's Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program, also known as CPEP, to the swimming pool replacement line to support the construction of a new pool shell at Kelly Miller. While I certainly understand and appreciate the intent, I think there are some questions about the estimate for the cost. This morning, I had a three-way call with the Director of the Department of General Services and the Director of the Department of Public Parks and Recreation, and they estimate that the pool shell will cost approximately $1.5 million, not $150,000, meaning that this amendment would only small a portion of the project and would not be sufficient to complete the work. At the same time, these funds are being taken from a project with a firm deadline. CPEP must vacate from its current location by June of 2027. That is in order for the RFK site preparation to continue on. They're literally going to be demolishing the building and there will be a road through its current location. And right now, the contractors are waiting for CPEP to move before being able to continue on. DGS is already moving forward with the procurement. They have plans to do the procurement this summer and the construction to begin in January of 27. I just want to underscore that a location has been identified. This is not a new construction, it's a retrofit of an existing building. Any delay would affect both the continuity of the critical psychiatric emergency service as well as the timeline for the broader RFK development project. I would encourage members, when considering future capital reallocations, to consult with all of the committees necessary on the timeline of projects, funding needs, et cetera. While design hasn't started yet, this is a project that it has to move. And already 10 million is going to be stretching it for this needed space for psychiatric emergencies. So given the limited impact of this funding on the actual pool project that is being proposed here and the importance of keeping the CPEP relocation, on schedule, I do urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment today. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'll recognize you again, second round. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I appreciate the advocacy for the pool services and recreation in Ward 7, and appreciate the spirit from which my Ward 7 colleague is working on this, I cannot support this. CPEP is moving from Ward 7 into Ward 6. I'm not fighting that. It's an absolutely essential service that has to be provided in our city. It's important. I've been critical that the mayor's team has not actually shared many plans with the community and the public. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done to make sure that the community of where it's going to be sited understands how it will work. How do we coordinate with community leaders, with the ANC? But I still believe I got to fight for the full funding to be able to execute the operations of this new center on time and to do so effectively and successfully. I'm concerned about any removal of the funding that's in this right now. So while I'd be happy to help support the efforts around pool services from a different vehicle, perhaps, I can't support this one today. I'm going to encourage my colleagues not to support this amendment.
Further on the Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about the FIS, but I would just say I have a general rule of thumb that I try to side with ward-based members on ward-based priorities. I remember Councilmember Fruman was moving money to a Ward 3 school. I supported that because I trusted his expertise. Councilmember Trayon White was moving money for, I believe, a Ward 8, a pool, a rec center. I voted for that because I trusted his judgment. Side note, although I think I got dinged on advocacy groups ratings because I was investing in a Ward 8 project, but I digress. I want to support this because I want to defer to my Ward 7 colleague, but I do have questions around the discrepancy. What I'm hearing you say is you have a FIS that says it costs $150,000. I too heard from Director Freeman to say it would cost $1.5 million. So can we just square the cost differential in like what is the accurate amount?
Well, first and foremost, thank you, Councilmember Parker, and I appreciate your continued willingness to work with me as a ward-based council member. So the $150,000 that we're asking for will cover the shell, which will go towards opening up the pool. Now, I wasn't purview to the conversations that you or maybe Director Hunter or Freeman had this morning. Now, that broader $1.5 million will go towards broader renovations to the pool. I think the reality here is we have a community, one of our most vulnerable communities, where no recreational activities available, which has been closed for a couple years. And there's individuals who are saying that all pools across the district are open, when the reality is in Ward 7, that is not the case. And when we talk about activities for our young folks or the lack thereof, we can't pick and choose what we choose to support and what we choose not to support. Furthermore, this is a step in the right direction. Similar to the capital project that Councilmember Allen pointed out, in Ward 7, unfortunately, we have capital projects where we have funding for 1 year and it just magically disappears. And then in the outer years, we're supposed to get it back and we never get it back. With that being said, as a council member, I think it's a new day and age, and we want to assure to our residents that now is the time to invest. So that fraction of 150K will go in the right direction to open up the pool.
Yes, I hear that. I agree with you. Again, I'm there. Are you willing to reach out to the director, or have you reached out to the director? Because again, what I'm hearing from the director is.
We spoke to DGS less than 45 minutes ago, and the money, the 150K that will go towards the shell, like we've been in conversations with them. That $1.5 million, that may be the cost for broader renovations to the pool, but that 150K will go towards opening the
And
pool.
fixing the shell would therefore make the pool accessible for the public.
It will be a step in the right direction to make it operational.
Now, wait a minute. Now, that was a shift.
No, I'm
in all
talking
seriousness,
with
if
the
we-
shell, the pool can open.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and my team just confirmed that with DGS. With the
Okay.
shell, the pool can open.
Councilmember, oh my, Councilmember Lewis George and then Pinto.
Thank you. So I support the aim that Councilmember Felder is working towards, and I understand the issues that Councilmember Henderson has raised and agree that the source of the funding is the issue here. I would ask that if you would be open to working with me between now and second reading to find a new source of funds. As facilities chair, I will do the work to work with DGS and DPR to help you find these funds for second reading.
Councilmember Pinto.
Oh, is that a,
I'll recognize you again. Councilmember Pinto.
Well, thank you. If it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear Councilor Felder's answer to that because that may change my questions.
well, Councilwoman Lewis George, first and foremost, I appreciate you and always your willingness to work with me. Thank you for your investments during the committee markup towards 7. I would say it really depends on where that funding is coming from. What I don't support is capital dollars that are Ward 7 being reprogrammed to other capital projects in the ward. To me, that is robbing Peter to pay Paul. My residents deserve better, and as a council member, I plan to give them that.
So,
Councilmember Pinto.
okay, I'll just put that aside for a second. So where is this discrepancy coming from Councilmember Henderson's review of the $150,000 setting a delay for the psychiatric facility versus what I'm hearing you say, which is that 150,000 will not yield the delay?
I'm not sure where the discrepancy is coming from. What I can say is from my conversations with my team who has spoken with DGS is that 150K, which will provide a shell to go towards opening the pool. I think that any conversations, which I'm happy to have with the directors of both agencies about that 1.5, I think that's broader renovations. And I look at it like this. If you have a car and the tire is flat, but your overall car needs improvements, you tackle the tire first, which in this instance, that will be the case with the pool shell, and then any broader repairs to the car, you handle over time, which will be no difference than that $1.5 million. But what we have to be mindful of is continuing to delay these projects, especially when we talk about youth activations and making sure our young folks have the resources in their community so they won't have to go to places like Navy Yard, so they will feel safe and comfortable and have recreational activities, which I think this project supports.
But so you said to Councilmember Parker that if there's a new shell, the pool could be open. Is $150,000 enough to make an entirely new shell?
Yes, that's what we've been told.
Councilor Henderson, could you help me reconcile?
Sure.
Like I said, I put two directors on three-way because I didn't want any conversation about it. But if the fix to the pool shell only cost $150,000, only $150,000, DPR and DGS would have done it already. Because it's been, what, 2 years? That seems negligible, or not? Also, I'm not aware of any pool renovation we've ever done in this city that only cost $1.5 million. But that being said, Councilmember Louis George has offered to help find a different source of funds. I know you didn't have a conversation with the Department of Behavioral Health around the status of their project and the importance of, we got to move CPEP because it's blocking another project from moving forward. If this were a different project that were out in the out years, maybe. I think also too, well, no, I'll just.
Mr. Chairman, I was.
So I'm going to
still-
jump in here. Councilmember Felder, I want to be supportive of you. We had a conversation last night. I want to be supportive of you. It's clear to me that there's uneasiness on the part of some members about the source. In addition, there's uneasiness by some members with regard to the amount. I think it's possible in the capital budget to look for another source, if it's 150,000, if it's more than that, to work with Councilmember Louis George, who offered to help, so that we could find a way of doing this at second reading. My read of the members is that nobody has a problem with the Ward 7 council member trying to get the Ward 7 pool at Kelly Miller, a fine Ward 7 school, fixed and open and as soon as possible. I have a sense that nobody has a problem with that. And so it is taking a little bit of time to find how we can do that, but not doing that by cutting the CPEB, which I think is a roundabout way of saying if you withdraw this, there is a commitment from several members to work with you to get this funded at second reading.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say this. I think a couple of things. I appreciate, I just want to put on the record rather that I'm a big supporter of CPREP, right? It was in Ward 7. And the whole notion about having conversations with agencies before reprogramming money, I support that. It sounds good, but if that's the case, then a number of my priorities, those conversations would have been had prior to the reprogramming of funds. So we can't pick and choose when we choose to have conversations with agencies and when we choose not to. I would also like to say, given that it is a relatively amount, given that the amount is relatively small compared to other capital projects, I just want to say that that is not always the case in terms of what an agency will fund and support and what they won't, especially if it's not being elevated. That project has sat vacant for 2 years, and I've talked to residents all the time about getting that back online. And when I talk to folks from the agency, they didn't know about it. So I don't want to belabor the point. Mr. Chairman, I will take you up on that. And between first and second read, we'll work to continue to find the funding to get that pool back online. And I appreciate all of my colleagues in this thoughtful discussion. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment.
All right, the amendment is withdrawn. Further on the Local Budget Act,
Chairman.
on the LBA, yes,
Yeah.
Councilmember Tran White.
I'll be brief. I was initially offering an amendment to the Law Enforcement Cadet Pathways Expansion Amendment Act of 2026. I knew there was a lengthy discussion with Councilman Pinto about expanding the cadet program beyond Washington DC. I didn't support that totally. I think that we have people here who want to work in our law enforcement, but we also have to keep them committed. We've noticing that we are spending millions of dollars to train officers. And once they get trained, they go to other federal or local agencies, and we have the lowest amount of police officers in our MPD that we've had in years. And so I have an amendment. I noticed, Chairman, that you withdrew that amendment that Councilman Pinto had forward. So I guess I'll work with you and her. Off my amendment was to her amendment. So, and I was proposing to one, take off the cap for age 24. I think that we needed to do that, but also make a commitment for those who do go through our training, have to stay at least 5 years. But it was an amendment to the amendment, so I'll wait and work with you all to offer the second reading.
Okay. On the Local Budget Act, yes, Councilmember Pinto.
I just want to respond to that. I was disappointed to see you remove the educational requirement changes to MPD as a BSA. It is one of the #1 things that MPD believes will help get more officers in the door. And as we face a 50-year staffing low, we should be considering additional ways to get more officers in the door. As a reminder, changing the MPD education requirements does not change the fact that MPD officers would need to go through an 18-month training at the best training academy in the country. And so I look forward to working with you, Councilmember White, in between first and second reading on your other ideas around MPD recruitment, and hope to work with other colleagues on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's,
I have a question.
before I recognize you, let me repeat. We try to do the statements and amendments at the markup. The statements to some extent will be summarized in the committee report. So I have a hunch some folks are withholding, which is nice, but then that means that they're going to want to speak at the legislative meeting, where the only record will be if anybody goes and digs up the tape. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yeah, I had a few questions. First, Chairman, I wanted to briefly return to the issue of the immigrant teacher retention and visa support, which I raised at the CAL markup. I know DCPS is facing significant delays in the H-1B processing and has said it focused on educators already in the process, and roughly 20 educators who are still currently in that pilot. I understand DCPS did not spend down the funding because the council provided last year, and that additional funding may not make sense if there's not yet a workable structure to expand support. I just wanted to see if you could speak to that decision for the public to understand, because this remains an issue I care deeply about, and I know others, and I hope to work with DCPS and the council to find a path to support more immigrant educators work moving forward. So if you could speak to that. My second question was to briefly ask about, I saw 1 million in the fiscal year 27 for Capital Factory. And I wanted to know why that funding was needed and what specifically that money will support. And then I also see 2 million for Ford's Theater, and I wanted to know what that was specifically will go to support. And then my last question is on TANF. I understand that the 3 funding areas we had to confront here with TANF, many appear distinct, but in practice, they are closely connected because the TANF cost of living adjustment is 2.9%, which remains below the inflation of the district, which the district has experienced in the recent years. And I think it's also worth remembering that the district only reinstated a meaningful TANF COLA in fiscal year 2017, which increased the average benefit for a family of 3 from $441 in fiscal year 16 to $644 in fiscal year 19. But I think we all can agree this increase was necessary then, and that keeping up with inflation is just as necessary now, even more so. And so I know those increases were clearly important for maintaining support for low-income families, but they also required significant budget growth, with TANF spending increasing by 15.3%. So I guess, given that history, Chairman, do you see opportunities between first and second reading to restore funding for the TANF COLA? And more broadly, how are you thinking about balancing the cost of the smaller adjustments today against the possibility of needing larger investments in future years to restore benefits purchasing power? I hope you heard that.
I heard four questions. H1, Visa, Capital Factory, Fords, and TANF COLA.
TANF COLA, yes.
Give me just a second. With regard to the H1 visa, as I recall from the hearing, most of the testimony, if not all of it, came from the Washington Teachers Union, which is to say that this year, unlike last year, there was less of a broad advocacy for continuing that. Now, that some of that may be because folks have to some extent given up, given that we put money in the budget for the current year and the administration simply refused to spend it. There are a couple of issues there. One of them is the existing cohort, which, if I remember correctly, is around 20 teachers. As I recall, that's fully funded, so they will continue to get the support to get to a green card. There also are, I believe, teachers who are coming over from other countries, but they're not on the green card path. That's what the controversy has been about. And given the expense has gone up, given that the expense has gone up, given that there are unfortunately just concerns around immigration these days, given that there are still, as I recall, teachers who are able to come here from abroad, just not with the green card promise. That's why we did not put funding in the budget this year. With regard to Fords, that's been a request that's been in existence for years. They spent $50 million on a new facility. They like to point out that the council supported Arena a few years ago to the tune of $6 million, Shakespeare to the tune of $10 million or more, maybe a decade ago. They, out of the 50 million, this would be what, 1% of their project, but it does help them with fundraising from the private sector. With regard to Capital Factory, I had to ask what that is. I believe that's Station DC, which is a innovative tech startup at Union Market. They originally requested, I believe it was $4 million. We put, I believe, $2 million in the budget last year. They have reduced, they wanted if I remember correctly, $4 million over 3 years. They've reduced that request, so this million would be maybe the last amount. If not the last, then the next would be $500,000 next year. There've been quite a number of startups that have started up there. It's still in its first year, if I remember correctly, and so it's too soon to say. But I mean, the other night I sat with somebody who kind of graduated from Station DC. He is developing data center warehouses that will be offshore and will not require any electrical draw from any of our power generating stations. This is the kind of innovative stuff. May or may not work. His business is located in DC.
Okay.
So I actually talked to the deputy mayor, mentioned it to her the other day that we were doing this. And she was, I think excited is the right word, because it takes pressure off of the other funding that MPED has. So that's what that is, the million there. The TANF COLA is $46 million in the financial plan, and it has to be funded on a recurring basis.
It had to be reoccurring.
Yeah, now my impression is that our Committee on Human Services, chaired by Councilmember Matt Fruman, has been doing a lot of work on TANF as well as some other issues, so that I'm hopeful that we'll be in a better place with addressing TANF next year, since a lot of what we're doing is on a one-time basis.
Okay. And then when you said the admin refused to spend it or support it as it relates to the H-1B
The
visa,
H-1
you're
visa,
referring to DCPS?
yeah, but I suspect that they had some support.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Those were my
Yes.
questions.
Mr. Chairman.
People who've not been recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have questions, not a statement.
Well, supposedly we're on second round with some folks. Councilmember Parker, then Crawford.
Okay, I will try and make this quick. I know we talked offline, but I just want to put it on the record. I do not see any funding for Special Olympics. This is specialized transportations for the district's special needs students. I believe right now the partnership between OSSI and Special Olympics funds roughly 50 schools. And so it seemed like offline you were willing to work with me ahead of second vote to see if there's a possibility of securing funding, and I just wanted to make sure that that was accurate.
You just wanted to pin me down on the record. So it depends, I probably shouldn't put it this way, but it depends on whether your list keeps growing. But I'd be happy to talk to you between now and the second reading. My recollection is the amount that the advocates were advocating for was $500,000.
That's right.
It's also my recollection that at the hearing, I pressed both OSSI and DCPS, and it was unresolved what support they were going to
That's
give.
right.
I think because it was unresolved, we didn't look for money there.
Okay, well, I look forward to working with you. I would say if we don't fund this, that means thousands,
Now,
literally
you said you had a
thousands.
question.
Okay, yes, questions. Thousands of young people with special needs would not have this support, and I think that's unacceptable. I see a lot of charter parents and educators in the room. I know there's been a lot of discussion around charter funding, and I know you've made a lot of progress in terms of closing the gap. Can you, with the changes you made, how much is funded for DCPS outside of the UPSFF? Or if there's a better way of framing that question, can you just elaborate
I can
on
answer
how
that.
you close the gap?
So the advocacy has listed three things. Give me a second. So there are three components. Healthy Steps is one. And I learned last week that apparently that program is supposed to be available to both sectors, even though the funding goes to DCPS. Because it goes to both sectors, I don't think it's fair to have it, to count it in the list of what's outside the UPSFF. However, I learned last week that the DCPS needs to be much more flexible so that the charter schools can take advantage of that program. The second component is impact. And we passed legislation a couple of years ago requiring that impact has to come back into the formula. I think we must have passed it 2 years ago because at the time it would come back into the formula outside the financial plan. Well, now outside the financial plan is inside the financial plan. It's FY29. I think the mayor tried to repeal that, and I may be wrong, but I think she did. And that was one of the changes in the print, in the BSA, is that impact has to come back into the formula in 29. The third component is maintenance, which is clearly contemplated to be, for DCPS, clearly contemplated to be funded inside the formula. The mayor's proposal shifted 60 million outside to make it equitable. If you make it equitable, that would cost us $60 million. What I have with this print, as I said earlier, is $15 million. And that had a positive impact in a negative way on individual DCPS schools. Didn't change DCPS's budget, but it did increase schools first funding for, I think, maybe 3 or 4 schools. So the disparity at this point is $45 million. And I'm hopeful that the next mayor will respect the equity between the sectors.
No, thank you for that. And I just would underscore, I do have 2 more quick questions. Nearly 80% of Ward 5 students attend a charter school. And so I'm raising this up because it is an equity concern that as some of our charter schools receive less funding, that means many Ward 5 students are receiving less funding for their learning. And the same is true for Ward 7 and 8.
Yeah, but let's be clear. It's not that they're receiving less funding as in they're getting a funding cut. It's that they're not getting the same increase that DCPS is getting.
Semantics.
Well, they're not being cut, but it's not fair.
It's not fair. That's the headline. It's not fair. And we should be fair for all of our kids. Commission on Arts. I know that's within the committee of the whole. Is there any parameters within what you did that would preclude the agency from funding out of district organizations or individuals?
Not in the legislation today, but I share your concern, and so I'd be happy to work with you on that. I have actually said to a number of arts organizations that I would welcome ideas for how to get the commission to be, how do I want to put this? To fund on a better basis our arts organizations.
I would love to work with you, especially ahead of second vote, just to, maybe this is just something I care about. With finite resources, we should be funding district organizations, district residents. And while there are great artists and organizations in the region, we should be focused on district organizations. And then, Chairman, I did note that you reversed one of the changes for DRS in terms of the bids or expanding bids over the financial plan, but namely in the out years. For YSC, or the Youth Services Center and New Beginnings. The committee opted not to expand bids because while overcrowding has been an issue with the agency, we firmly believe that the strategy that would be most beneficial right now would be implementing the Road Act and accelerating placements and improving culture.
I want to note you're over your time, so get to.
And so my question would just be if you can elaborate on your rationale for why you reversed the decision of the committee. And I want to be clear with people. What essentially this print does is it allows and makes room for us to incarcerate more youth 3-4 years from now, citing overcrowding today, at a time when the agency has not fully committed to implementing the Road Act, although we're working with them on it. And so I just would love to have insight to the conversations you're having and maybe some of the considerations you made.
So the executive got back to us. The executive pays attention to the committee markups, and they presented persuasive arguments for why expanding the capacity is necessary at both the YSC and at New Beginnings. They're not large expansions, this, but that's why we did that. I will say, this, Councilmember Parker, the Road Act went through the committee of the whole. I was the one who moved the legislation, and it needs to be funded and implemented. There's been a lot of resistance from DYRS, which I think is counterproductive because the Road Act, very quickly, the Road Act is about requiring prior planning for what we are doing with juveniles who are placed in DYRS's custody, so that there is a greater likelihood of a better outcome for that youth. That's what the Road Act is, and DYRS needs to get on board, committed to implementing it.
Okay, for the sake of time, I'll leave it there, but thank you for entertaining my questions.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
I have a lineup. Councilmember Crawford.
I have a statement if some of my other colleagues have questions, just to not be confused.
Well, I think some of the questions are turning into statements. And the last one, which was brief, was, I think, 6 minutes over. So Councilmember Crawford, if you want to go now, if you want me to come back to you?
Go now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by thanking you, the Budget Office, the Office of the General Counsel, the Office of the Secretary, and all the staff across this building who have worked through a very difficult budget season. I also want to thank my team for their hard work, long hours, and thoughtfulness throughout this process. And most importantly, I want to thank the residents and advocates who showed up to the Wilson Building, submitted testimony, made calls, sent emails, held rallies, and scheduled meetings with my team and I to advocate for the issues that matter most to all of you. That work is critical. The district is facing real fiscal pressures, and every committee has had to make hard choices with limited resources. But in collaboration with each member of the council, Mr. Chairman, you have worked to restore funding for social services, protect core services, and move us closer to a budget that reflects the needs of residents. We made important investments in our young people in this budget, including funding to support school-based behavioral health and preserve the community-based provider model. Thank you to Councilmember Henderson, as well as funding to expand DPR recreation hours and programs. Thank you to Councilmember Louis George for that as well. I am also grateful that after continued advocacy from my office and others on the council and Empower DC, this budget includes funding for mold abatement and inspections through the Department of Buildings. It is vital that every resident is able to live in a home that is safe, healthy, and dignified. No one should have to raise a family, care for a loved one, rest, recover, or build their life in a home where mold is harming their health. I also want to thank you for restoring the $7.2 million to the Office of the Attorney General to preserve the 58 filled positions, which was one of my top priorities. And the restoration of access to justice is also critically important, and I am happy that we were able to restore critical funds for it. I appreciate that we reversed the proposed pause on the universal paid leave benefits. Over the last few months, my team and I have heard from workers and advocates about the impact of this program and how it has impacted their lives. And workers should not have to choose between taking care for their health, caring for a loved one, or maintaining financial stability. And in the areas of healthcare, I was also pleased to see the one-time funding for direct medical education, which helps strengthen our healthcare workforce and restore Medicaid cuts. And I was also happy to see the reversal to the proposed medical cannabis sales tax increase, which is the right decision for patients, public health, and the regulated market. We should not make it harder for residents to access medical cannabis or push them back to the unregulated sources. I want to again commend the committee's work on the downtown building conversion support title. In a moment when we need to bring more activity downtown and make better use of underused office space, this subtitle makes important updates to the Office to Anything program while still being responsible with public dollars. Thank you to Councilmember Fruman and Chairman Middleton for also incorporating my recommendation on clawback provisions so improperly received tax benefits are returned. I'm also glad to see, can I have one more minute?
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm also glad to see abatement amounts reduced in tax years 27, 28, and 29 to better reflect current program demand. Finally, I want to recognize the committee's support for our arts and cultural sector. This budget restores funding for the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, supports large capital grants, and invests in cultural institutions that contribute so much to the district's economy and identity. I'm especially grateful that working together, we were able to secure funding for Woolly Mammoth Theater's capital project while also supporting institutions like Ford's Theater and expanding access to music education. The Resale Act is an area where I hope we can continue working before second reading, and I understand you're planning to fully restore this at second reading. This bill is intended to protect residents and consumers from abusive ticket scalping practices, so it's critical that we identify funding for it to be successful. And again, the work doesn't stop here. I look forward to continuing to work with all my colleagues to address remaining concerns before final reading to better serve district residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to acknowledge the difficult fiscal challenges that the mayor faced in developing the proposed fiscal year 27 budget in an incredibly uncertain environment. Slower revenue growth, economic uncertainty, and instability at the federal level have had a significant impact on the formulation of this budget, and I appreciate the seriousness of the task. But the council also has a responsibility as well. Our role is not simply to accept difficult choices as inevitable, but to carefully evaluate them and ask where restoration is necessary to preserve the things that make the district a place where people want to build their lives, raise their families, start a business, and remain invested in their communities. The proposal before us today reflects that responsibility. It recognizes that the fiscal constraints we are operating under while restoring key investments that shape residents' everyday experience of the city. Childcare that helps families stay here, investments that help keep our residents healthy, housing programs that provide stability, public spaces and services that strengthen quality of life, and programs that make the district appealing and competitive. But ultimately, growth and fiscal responsibility are not competing ideas. If we want residents to stay, employers to invest, and families to see future here, we have to preserve the things that make the district a great place to call home. And I do believe that this proposal moves us in the right direction. For the Committee on Health, those values are reflected in significant investments that preserve access to care, strengthen our healthcare workforce, and protect many of our vulnerable residents. I do appreciate the chairman's partnership in preserving several critical healthcare investments, including nearly $15 million for direct medical education, which will help train the next generation of doctors here in the district, and keep our hospitals open and operating. Restoring Alliance eligibility and specialty care for low-income residents, and maintaining healthy coverage for lawfully present residents despite federal policy changes. This proposal also strengthens safety and care at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, restoring funding for the High Need Healthcare Scholarship and Professional Loan Repayment Program. I think I only had 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman. Can I get my?
Without objection.
Okay. And advances key health priorities championed by the Committee on Health, including medical debt mitigation, school-based behavioral health, maternal and infant health, and healthy food access initiatives. Beyond health, this proposal makes important investments to strengthen our social safety net and support families and young people, grow our economy, and protect the district's future. It expands housing vouchers for families and individuals experiencing housing instability. It fully funds the child care subsidy program, restores investments to the Pay Equity Fund that support our early childhood educators, and maintains critical victim services for survivors of domestic violence. It also invests in opportunity by maintaining the youth program at the public libraries and opening day funding for the Southeast Library. We expand adult literacy and workforce training and increase recreation access for families and young people and seniors across the district. At the same time, the proposal advances economic growth and fiscal stewardship. It restores investments in small businesses and startups, advances tax proposals to support downtown revitalization and redevelopment of the former federal and WMATA-owned sites, adopts some realistic overtime budgets that reflect a more honest approach to spending and service delivery. And it also supports the very important work of the Office of the Attorney General. And importantly, this proposal protects key environmental sustainability investments, including preserving the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund and supporting programs that help residents and businesses reduce their utility costs. This proposal maintains essential supports for families and workers, which I believe positions the district as an attractive place to do business and grow our economy. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and your staff, the Council Budget Office, the Office of the Budget Director, our General Counsel, the Office of the Secretary, and of course, Support Services for the tremendous work that went into this proposal and our deliberations. These hearings are not easy, and it takes all of us to do that work. In a difficult fiscal environment, I believe this is a thoughtful, responsible budget that reflects our values, protects key investments, and positions the district to move forward with confidence. And I'm proud to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This year has forced the council to make some very difficult decisions. We continued the social and health network that residents need, along with providing education, basic infrastructure services, and our government continues to build from the days of the pandemic. We in the district have been saddled with how we address our flat economy, particularly given that we are a federal government town, and that has been very challenging. And I want to thank you very much for the efforts that you have put forth to bring us to this point today. From all accounts, including resources our government accumulated from years of savings, compounded interest, and so on, we have pretty much exhausted preparation in this FY27 budget. Henceforth, we are required to spend very judiciously. The Committee on Executive Administration and Labor has worked to secure funding for critical initiatives serving seniors, elections, providing employment for our residents, enhance public trust and government accountability, and preserve vital economic and executive functions. While we have very limited resources available to us to restore hundreds of millions that have been reduced from the budget. The chairman has already informed me that the Board of Elections issue will be discussed between today's vote and the final vote a few weeks later. But I will continue to advocate for the Board of Elections to make sure that we have sufficient funding for our 26th general election, including replacing outdated and ill-performing voting machines and repairs to the voter registration process. Since this is my last budget season, I want to highlight some of the work of the committee that I chair, Executive Administration and Labor. I want to show appreciation for the efforts of the lead agencies, Seabury, Iona, and East River for their continued service delivery systems that continue to improving the lives of our seniors through a variety of varied programs and activities. Want to mention that reducing workforce training and jobs, I'm emphasizing the importance of bolstering pathways and opportunities for all district residents by moving the Workforce Investment Council to the Office of the City Administrator and repurposing an existing position there to create a new Senior Workforce Program Analyst within the Administrator's Office. By collaborating with the Workforce Investment Council, we align training opportunities to jobs and the new position in the City Administrator's Office. May I continue?
Without objection.
Thank you. Will be responsible for conducting oversight across all district agency programs to centralize training to job opportunities, focusing on youth and individuals with multiple barriers to employment. I'm pleased that our investment to the Career Ready Early Scholars Program administered by the Department of Employment Services has an enhancement. Several enhancements, in fact, and I want to thank my colleagues, Councilwoman Henderson and Councilwoman Lewis George, for their generous contributions. I look forward to the additional resources that we have added to the school's budget to influence our students' continued proficiency climb during the next school year. I am grateful for the increase in the career technical centers and look forward to our schools' earnest return to community schools programming. I am encouraged by the investment that we just made in the FY27 budget to combat truancy during our school year, while recognizing that the ultimate solutions are not easy to come by. Therefore, I'm intrigued by the truancy reduction pilot program that is designed to help older students return to the educational environment through perhaps programs like the STAY program. But I resist the need to combat a clinical trial for effectiveness in light of testimony we received from the students that indicated a stipend would help in ways that amendments and things that we have included, like amenities such as transit, meals, childcare, housing, assist contributing to their well-being. I want to continue, but I know I'm running out of time, so I'll try to make this very quick and say I want to give a huge shout out to the University of the District of Columbia for its accredited Master's in Nursing program. And finally, I want to add that the budget enhances the adjudication arm of our DC government workforce through the Office of Employee Appeals, which will include a new in-house case tracking system that moves the electronic management system for all case documents throughout its life cycle, and the Public Employee Relations Board for their support. And they will now have so that they can increase the hearing examiners and arbitrators to hold neutral hearings regarding union and collective bargaining matters. In our budget, I'm glad that we are also advancing these technical centers. I can't say enough about that, nor can I say enough about the Adult Learning Transit Subsidy Program. Thank you, Councilmember Charles Allen, for increasing the monthly subsidies so that barriers to education for our adult learners no longer exist. Finally, I'm delighted that our government was able to maximize economic development programs that we already have in place. Regrowing our economy is at a premium as we recover from loss of federal jobs and changing real estate environment and some loss of our residents that simply can no longer afford to live here. I am encouraged by the $2.6 million in our one-time funding to support the Pathways program, which aims to reduce violence across the district. I just wish we funded it at an even higher level because the need is certainly there. We must have safe cities for our seniors, youth, families, and our businesses. Everyone deserves a safe city. And as the city growth returns, we have our sports economy to depend on. We're working to expand domestic tourism, and every weekend we invite and sponsor more community festivals and activities to shore up our efforts and maximize the array of district programs already popular in the region. And looking for savings in developing our government budget, I believe there are opportunities for cutting program duplication and identifying waste. We must continue to push the agencies to rein in spending that provides few, if not benefits to our residents. It is time that we make this type of scrutiny a priority at the council. And I look forward to my colleagues working to do just that. And then again, in recognizing the chairman who has had this tough task in getting us to this point, I want to thank him for his continuing commitment, as he told me a few days ago, that in coming months, he will discuss the tax burdens that our residents face. In other words, we can look forward to having at least one hearing where we will discuss taxes in the District of Columbia, and we'll have the community to enjoy that. I appreciate the work of my committee members, my council staff, the secretary's budget, general counsel, IT and support service offices, and various agency leaders and personnel, labor and trade union representatives, business community advocates, and residents who contribute throughout this budget process. And I just want to say thank you. I have gone too long, but thank you very much. I thought I would take this opportunity to get my words in before it's too late. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to sincerely thank you and your team and the budget team for exemplary work. This has been the most difficult budget year we've faced in decades. The constraints were real, the choices were hard, and we had to fight for every single dollar. Through countless conversations, negotiations, and long hours, the council and staff have worked with stakeholders, advocates, and each other to reverse some of the most harmful proposed cuts and deliver a budget that reflects the needs of our residents by promoting affordability, stability, and opportunity in a time that is really a crossroads for our city. I'm grateful to see the thoughtful work of each of my council colleagues reflected in this budget today. I'm especially grateful that this budget preserves and advances many priorities that I have championed on behalf of working families, seniors, renters, homeowners, and young people across the district. First, this budget makes a critical investment in housing stability by funding housing vouchers. The additional $28.2 million for vouchers will preserve our exiting housing voucher capacity, keep more than 1,200 residents housed, and unlock nearly 500 additional housing placements next year. And this funding puts us within reach of something many of us have been working toward for years, having enough housing subsidies available for every family exiting rapid rehousing. For the first time, that goal is within sight. Many of these people, young and old, families and kids, grandparents, would have to become homeless. They deserve better than that, and the council stepped up. I thank you, Chairman, for recognizing the importance of this funding, and Councilmember Fruman and the Committee on Human Services for your tireless work and partnership as well. I'm also pleased that the budget maintains several investments made by the Committee on Housing. These include $1.7 million in security deposit assistance for voucher holders at the DC Housing Authority, helping families overcome one of the final barriers between getting assistance and securing housing, investments in the Home Purchase Assistance Program to help residents achieve home ownership, and the Small Buildings Program, which helps small landlords keep their buildings in good conditions and still keep rent low. It includes our proposed changes to speed up the city's inclusionary zoning, or IZ program, to increase affordable housing opportunities for residents. And I'm grateful that the chairman included $500,000 for foreclosure prevention assistance for seniors through the REMIT program, or Reverse Mortgage Insurance and Tax Payment Program, ensuring that longtime residents can remain in their homes and communities. Beyond housing, I'm proud that the budget maintains the Committee on Housing's investment in youth mentorship, allowing district government employees to serve as mentors to young people across our city. Our youth have been calling for mentorship and connection, and we've listened. It also provides annual support for the MLK Day Parade, protects tenants by capping pet rents and fees, restores critical funding.
Without objection.
Thank you. Restores critical funding for access to justice, reverses harmful staffing cuts at the Office of the Attorney General, funds mold remediation, which is so important right now, and that is through the Department of Buildings, and invests in the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. There are also several areas we made real progress, even if our work isn't yet done. I appreciate that the chairman has included a dedicated percentage for the preservation of housing within the Housing Production Trust Fund. Last year, the council was skeptical when I said that the city needs to start prioritizing preservation as a policy matter. This budget dedicates 15% of the HPTF to preservation in fiscal year 27. While I continue to believe that this moment calls for something larger, like 30%, the inclusion of any preservation requirements represents real progress and growing recognition that preserving existing affordable housing must be a cornerstone of our housing strategy. Similarly, while I would have preferred stronger protections for prospective condominium purchasers participating in HPAP, I look forward to building on that work through the Committee on Housing's broader homeownership agenda later this year. I also want to acknowledge several critical investments that were restored in this budget, while recognizing that many rely on one-time funding and will require continued attention in future years, and that we couldn't restore everything. The budget provides one-time funding that should eliminate the child care subsidy wait list, restores the Pay Equity Fund to support early childhood educators, strengthens the Workforce Investment Fund, preserves and expands paid family leave benefits, restores victim services grants, and supports the Credible Messenger Initiative. It delays TANF sanctions, restores access to health care for thousands of alliance partnerships, supports the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement's workforce and family support programs, and provides funding for school-based behavioral health services. These investments matter. They will improve lives. Families will be able to access childcare. Workers will be able to take leave when they need it. Educators will receive the compensation they deserve. Residents will maintain access to health care, and young people will have greater access to behavioral health supports. But we should be clear about the challenges ahead. One-time funding averts immediate harm, but it does not provide long-term certainty. As we move forward, we must continue working to convert these investments into sustainable, recurring commitments so that families, providers, and community organizations are not forced to return year after year, wondering whether essential services will survive. Finally, While I'm proud of the progress reflected in the budget, there's still more work to do. We must continue to pursue funding to address the remaining gap for expiring federal emergency vouchers, continue strengthening our affordable housing preservation efforts, and build on the investments we have secured today. Given the circumstances we faced, this budget represents real progress. It protects residents, restores critical services, and demonstrates what is possible when the council works collaboratively to put district families first. So I again want to thank you, Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues, committee staff, budget staff, advocates, service providers, residents, and very, very much want to thank my team who helped shape these investments. And I look forward to supporting the budget at first reading. Chairman, I have two quick questions. I wanted to do the statement on the first round, so I didn't get gypped for time. The first question is, that I want to raise is, I have concern about government employees, DC government employees, not, and there not being money to support raises. Is that a hurdle we could have gotten over?
Well, first of all, I don't think any member put it on the list, and so we didn't look at it very carefully, but give me just a second.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, it was on this.
So what I'm being told is that the cost of that would probably be, what I was told was hundreds. I assume that means hundreds of millions of dollars. It was not something we could afford. It is a problem because the non-union have not seen other than step increases, have not seen an increase in their pay in five budgets, while union employees have received increases to the collective bargaining agreements. So there is a problem there. But it was not on the list to address.
It was on the
We
list,
could have-
Chairman. It was a workforce investment
Right.
fund.
No, the workforce investment doesn't, well,
We put in 100
Yeah.
into workforce. But that's not.
I think there were two on the list. Is that not right?
Yes.
workforce investment, the discussion about workforce investment has been to pay for the collective bargaining agreements that are being negotiated. And that's what the money is expected to be used for.
Okay. And so you're saying that the unions that won't won't have funding for pay increases are not in collective bargaining now?
Yeah, you said unions, employees. So we have non-union employees, of course, and we have union employees. Union employees, one contract firefighters has gone to arbitration. The Comp 1 and 2, which is a very large compensation unit or units, the compensation, what do they call it? The compensation, give me a second here. They've only begun bargaining compensation, so that's not anywhere close to where firefighters is. And then there are several other collective bargaining units that are smaller, and I don't know where they are in the bargaining process, but they're not as far as the firefighters. All the conversation that I recall with members, with council members, has been about workforce investment covering union contracts.
Okay. You and I had a conversation about this, but I also know you had a lot of conversations. I just want to be clear. I did.
I have had a lot of conversations. So if you brought up non-union, I don't recall.
No, it was union, but outside of firefighters, beyond firefighters.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So let me start again. We put $100 million in the workforce investment fund, $100 million. The mayor had for FY '27 zero. There's some dollars that are in the workforce investment fund now, but my understanding is they've all been committed. Some of that is to the teachers union contract. And some of that is for step increases for union employees. That's workforce investment. The discussion that I recall with members with regard to workforce investment was I'll say union motivated. I don't recall much discussion about non-union. And as I said a minute ago, non-union has not seen increases in 5 budgets. That's what I was just told. But to cover that could be 100 million or more. That's the state of play with regard to our workforce.
All right. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chairman.
Did you have another question?
That's it.
Councilmember Tran White.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to thank you, Chairman, the Budget Office, our committee chairs, and especially our staffers who do the heavy lifting. This is not an easy year for us as a city. Things were hard coming in, getting the budget from the mayor's office, and real fiscal limits and competing costs across the city was something I've never seen to this magnitude on the council, and especially seeing a lot of our safety nets removed and our utility costs skyrocketing this year. For Ward 8, there were important wins and partial wins I want to acknowledge. We see that a healthy food access money was restored, school-based behavioral health was restored, community schools were restored, adult literacy, utility assistance protections, also our family success centers. I want to thank Councilmember Parker, also you, Chairman, for that. Not all was restored, but at least 2 was restored once it got to the council. Our gym at Douglas Rec, we put money in the budget for a recreation center to have a gym that was removed, but was also put back into this investment. So I want to thank you for that. I want to be clear. This budget year's shortfalls are critical for me and those we represent on this council because families are struggling to stay in the district. I was disappointed to see that ERAP, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, was not increased on this budget. I think last year was 8 million. This year was 7 million, so that's a decrease in $1 million. And I was there at the Department of Human Services when they opened back up. And you must know that for 2 years straight, the portal open and close without people having access to get a chance to get that assistance. So I'm disappointed to see that wasn't funded to the magnitude it needed to be. In the same year, we are putting undergirding $1.2 billion for a stadium. Well, I'm not against the stadium. It's a matter of priority with the money we do have, and which is our moral document. I'm happy to see that we've also increased the vouchers, but not to the fullest extent. I think there were noted to be 1,400 vouchers in jeopardy, including about 500 federal vouchers or people who want to lose their vouchers this year, which means more families will come back into our homeless system. So we're gonna have to rehouse them and help them stabilize all over again. And most people are not looking for a handout, but looking for a hand up from their government in which they pay taxes to. So we have much work to be done. I do know that we were advocating for Ward 8 Tech Hub. We have a couple of nonprofits that does excellent work in tech that are getting people jobs and equitable jobs with higher than living wage in the district. And it's been critical for us, not just to get average working paying jobs, but real jobs and real careers and real entrepreneurship. And so we are still going to work to do that. There are a lot of businesses. I want to say this, Chairman. I hope you're listening, Chairman. There are a lot of businesses in Ward 8 that are struggling. Ask for more time, Chairman, if I may. All right, thank you. There are more businesses
Without objection.
struggling to stay alive in Ward 8. I just want to note that we had a number of businesses that are struggling. I know we've done a lot of work to bring the commanders to DC. I support that, but some homegrown minority businesses have closed down, and some very important businesses have closed down in Ward 8. I'm gonna name a few. Walgreens closed down in Ward 8. Rite Aid closed down in Ward 8. I think about 11 Starbucks closed down in Washington, D.C. Citations, which is a small business, closed down in Ward 8. Good Food Market closed down in Ward 8. Uniontown closed down in Ward 8. Kitchen Savage, owner operated by a Ward 8 business owner, closed down a few months ago in Ward 8. And AEDC moved. We have a couple of other businesses on jeopardy of closing. Grounded, Sapodillo's, Sweet Tooth just closed about 8 days ago. Turning Natural and Acosta Organics in jeopardy of closing. Well, while we have done a lot to right size this budget, I think that we can go a little further to ensuring that those who live and work, worship, and play in DC know that we value them in our city. And I think that we have not done enough. Chairman. So I did want to pause for a moment to ask a few questions, Chairman, if I may.
Yes?
Yeah, so Ward A has more children than anywhere in Washington DC, and over 40% of our children travel out of Ward A to get an education. I did notice that DC School Connect bus services that help working class poor parents get their children to school every day, especially in a city that has predatory ticketing and most who have lost their cars or high tickets they can't pay, get their kids to school. What are we doing to ensure that we can fix that, to ensure kids can get to school across the district?
The mayor's proposed budget, as I remember, did not have any funding in it for DC Connect. And I believe that the committee with oversight of that program has urged that it be revamped or moved. So there's not been any effort on the committee level to put the funding back in. I don't know that the program has been very well run.
Yeah, I know early in the conversation today, we talked about truancy and those not able to get to school, especially school on time, especially our younger kids who depend upon their parents to get them to school. This was a critical resource that we, I think the original budget was about $8 million. Now it's zeroed out. So I think we need to look at that and the unintended consequences it may have. A second question was about the Credible Messengers program. When we got the budget from the mayor, the budget went from 6 million to 500,000. And thank you, Chairman, you restored it to 2 million. But these are individuals that stand in the gap, mentor, advocate, and plug our highest risk youth into resources, housing, make sure they go into school. And then a lot of people are not only going to lose their job, but a lot of young people going to become disconnected from people who love and they lean on the most. So I want to get your voice on this, Chairman, about where we are with the Credible Messengers program.
The committee that has oversight put $500,000 in the budget for Credible Messengers for fiscal year '27. What I've presented today has 2,000, I said, has 2 million. I misspoke. But 500,000, what I have in there is 2 million for FY '27.
In closing, Chairman, thank you for that. It's my hope that we are able to keep working at it. We have more money right now than we ever had in DC history, but we say we're broke and we don't have it. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of priority. I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensuring that we can have equity in this budget to make our city maximize its potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and really thank you, Chairman Mendelson, because I think 56 days ago when we got this budget, I don't think many of us imagined that we would be where we are today, where we've gone a long way to solving pay equity, the child care subsidy. We've added significant numbers of vouchers. We've refunded access to justice, victim services. We've reversed a number of the cuts to TANF. We've protected paid leave. We've restored funding for the Office of Attorney General. We've restored some funding for SCTF and made really strong improvements in the healthcare space. It is a phenomenal achievement, and I really am grateful to you and your team for getting us from where we were to where we are. So thank you for that. I will say that the mayor, we have philosophical differences with the mayor on some issues, but she was in an even more difficult position. So I don't want to fault the mayor so strongly for where we started, that she was in a box at that point, particularly given the position of the CFO. And the position of the CFO is another one of the things that we have to have in mind as we're proceeding here. And I think that's another place where it is almost artistry what you have done in this budget, because the CFO is deeply concerned about cash flow issues. He is deeply concerned about the financial plan, as are you. And part of what you have done here through the contingency is addressed some of the concerns of the CFO to backfill any drawdown against the reserve and to fund things in the financial plan to address those issues. And I really hope that he takes to heart what you've done and we can get to a place where we are on the same page. On top of that, I think it is fabulous that you have committed to have a hearing on revenue raisers in the fall, because we're in a dynamic situation where we will need to look at how we make sure we keep our cash reserve in place and we address the financial plan. And I think what this budget does is says we intend to be very responsible about that while we are determined to meet the needs of district residents. So I think it is a remarkable place we are in, and we have the chance to resolve some of our intergovernmental disputes through this process. And I hope we can do that. I hope the CFO is listening, and I hope the CFO sees the way we've approached this so we can move forward constructively together. I do have a comment and a couple of quick questions. There are many things that have been accomplished here. There's been some conversation about what gets funded outside of the UPSFF and what's funded inside of the UPSFF. I would just urge, I am not going to object to what you are doing in this budget, but I do think we need a systematic look at how the sectors are funded. And we shouldn't just reflexively say one is advantaged or disadvantaged. Let's do it systematically and try to get to where there is a sense of equity of what is happening. And I urge you to be a part of that. In the meantime, a couple of things that I have heard that haven't been raised by others, and some of the things that raised by others, credible messengers, really want to second that. The number of things that others have raised, I want to second. Destination DC came to me and they were very concerned that they don't have funding in FY27 to do the kind of outreach and promotion that they have been able to do in the past, and that they will be able to do again in FY28 because the funding comes back. Did you think about anything that we could do to strengthen Destination DC in that period? The Black Chamber has come to me, and there was an effort to get to parity between the Black Chamber and the Hispanic Chamber. That was an increase for the Hispanic Chamber, but a pretty significant decrease for the Black Chamber. And was there any consideration of at least transitioning that to, even if you're going to get to parity, not giving the Black Chamber as much of a haircut as it got? And then this may not be a question for you, maybe a question for Councilmember Allen, but I have heard that a significant number of positions at DDOT in the traffic safety and the crossing guard space have been cut, and including positions that are filled. And on what basis are we doing that? And is there any consideration of trying to reverse that? So with that, I'll turn it back.
So these are questions you want answered.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
nature
so
of the question.
I was not taking careful notes. I got Black Chamber and Charles Allen.
Destination DC and the DDOT cuts.
So Destination DC did meet with me maybe 2 months ago, and I'm not sure what to say. I thought that they were sufficiently funded. With regard to the Black Chamber, it came to my attention last week that I thought that they were left out, but you're saying they got a cut. And I'm certainly willing to look at that between now and second reading. And the third, all I heard was Charles Allen, so I'll look to Councilmember Allen.
It's a good choice, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Freeman, as we had discussed in some of our previous meetings, the committee looked to long vacant positions. And so when we looked, DDOT has typically held a large number of vacancies in the safety tech position because they have a lot of difficulty in hiring. But we went back and looked, and some of these positions have been vacant for 2 and 3 years. So as we did our scrub of agencies, we went to look at those vacant positions to then realize savings to help fund many of the priorities here. The table has been shared with us where that there was absolutely no positions that were not vacant. They were all vacant. But we're going to continue to work with Joe Wolf in the budget office and with the agency if there's any discrepancy there. But all the tables that have been shared with us did not show any filled positions. And in fact, they were long vacant positions.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad to hear that you'll work with them to make sure that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our colleagues for the progress made on this budget so far. We've come a long way, but there's still significant gaps that exist. I do want to start by naming some of the wins secured via the Committee on Youth Affairs. We were able to get the SOUL Act funded and passed. This is legislation that will create a much needed new permanency pathway for older foster youth. And it was organically informed by young people with lived experience within our child welfare agency. I want to give a shout out to Councilmember Pinto for helping us get that across the finish line. We were able to partially restore funding for our family success centers. Thank you for your work, Chairman, as well as Councilmember Louis George. We are now to number 5 in restoring those family success centers across wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. We also partially restored funding for Credible Messengers, which the mayor completely cut. In Ward 5, we secured funding and legislative language to ensure DPR can deliver Ward 5 recreation centers, including the Langdon Recreation Center modernization, Harry Thomas Rec Center modernization, and putting the New York Avenue Rec Center on the map for future modernization. I want to note here that neighbors are growing increasingly frustrated with performative community engagement from district agencies. The reason why we took this action was because despite many meetings, what DPR was putting forward did not reflect the feedback that was shared by neighbors. We also secured new DMPEG grants for key retail corridors in Ward 5 along 12th Street and Rhode Island Avenue. Shout out to Councilmember Fruman for his partnership in making that happen. We made traffic safety investments along South Dakota Avenue and more, thanks to Councilmember Allen for his partnership there. Other wins from the budget overall I want to highlight. Despite the mayor's efforts to cut funding, thanks to Councilmember Allen, we preserved $6 million for revised WMATA changes that will impact routes in Ward 5, including the D36 and C63 routes touching Edgewood and Fort Lincoln. You, Mr. Chairman, were able to restore the cuts to the OAG, making sure that they can continue their vital work. There are still gaps, and I'm not going to name all of them. I think we've highlighted some of them, including the Alliance, including behavioral and mental health services that weren't fully restored, the charter school funding gap, the Credible Messenger gap, and more. Zooming out, it is not lost on me, and I see the clock ticking, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask for more time. It is not lost on me that the district is in a precarious position, as is the country. Nationally, we are grappling with wealth inequality, mass incarceration, on steroids now, where masked individuals are running through our communities, imprisoning people, all while our politics are even more polarized. And these very same forces are at play in our local budget. And unemployment rates remain at elevated levels, approaching and exceeding 10% in Ward 7 and 8. The poverty rate is nearing a staggering 20%, with an unconscionable 30% of district children living in poverty. At the same time, we sat here last year and rejected what I believe were reasonable and common sense revenue-raising proposals. One of the tax proposals I proposed last year, the franchise tax loopholes, was railed against. But now I note it was quietly tucked in this year's budget, which begs the question, was it a good idea last year? Or was the pushback just part of a reactionary politics? Another proposal I brought last year was about capital gains. It's worth noting, I had a conversation with our CFO yesterday, and I'm paraphrasing, but he noted capital gains are through the roof. Rich people are doing well in the district. This is all happening in a season of mass incarceration across our country. And locally, we are seeing an expansion of beds at DRS, while there's ever increasing rhetoric damning young Black kids in the district. This feeds into political polarization. I want to just note and end here on a note of caution. By my count, this budget now includes more than $300 million in one-time spending. And still we have profound gaps. It was alluded to that the CFO has raised concerns, and I think this body would do well to take those concerns to heart. While on principle, I think we are in the right position. I am concerned that we are running into a buzzsaw of sorts next year. Even if the budget does not see material changes between now and second reading, the council is going to need to work on revenue. I'm going to say that one more time. We're going to need to work on revenue or to evenly or more seriously address cutting back our spending across government. We've made progress. I don't want to lose sight on that. And Chairman, I'll give you kudos where they are deserved. You made possible what was impossible. You were dealt a very bad hand, and I thank you for that. So don't take my comments as criticism. But I just am clear-eyed that we are heading towards a cliff, and I think we should have serious conversations about wealth inequality and about more people ending up incarcerated. And the challenges that we face, and this idea that we can't even talk about raising revenue and have sensible discussions is challenging. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. I'll close by acknowledging my colleagues, Councilmember Bonds and Nadeau. There may be some others who will no longer be with us, but we do know you all won't be here, and I want to thank you for your years of service and your contributions to this body. So thank you. Thank you.
So let me just note for the record, nobody is dying. There are two members who said that they're not running for re-election, but they will be here next year. And we will be respectful of them, even though they may not be sitting on the dais. I also want to just say, because I don't know that I said this on the dais today, but I will have a hearing this fall on revenue measures. It will be invitation only, so it's not going to be 200 people show up. But it will be those who have expertise in the area of taxation, and representatives of some of the groups that have been outspoken and have looked at tax issues. So I'm not looking at skewing, by making it invitation only, I'm not looking at skewing who will be testifying, and to look at all revenue measures. So if there's a bill pending, hint, hint, or even if there isn't, a discussion, probably the hearing notice will list the different possible revenue measures so that people are invited to speak to it. My interest is in hearing testimony about what the consequences would be. Consequences include how much revenue, but they also include whether there would be, what possible adverse effects there could be. The benefits and the and any challenges that it would present. So a full discussion. And my thinking is this fall so that both the council and the new mayor will be better, how do I put this, better resourced with regard to this issue next year. No, Councilmember Felder is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank and commend the Committee of the Whole and my council colleagues for their hard work throughout this budget process. I know this was a particularly challenging budget season, and we were forced to make some difficult decisions given the district's current fiscal constraints. Despite those challenges, I am pleased to support a budget that makes meaningful investments in programs and services that residents across the district rely on every single day. I am exceptionally pleased that both the FY 2027 Local Budget Act and the Budget Support Act includes critical investments such as $14.5 million for TANF funding that serves as a lifeline for some of our most vulnerable residents. I'm also pleased to see increased funding to support the Access to Justice Initiative, the Washington Literacy Center, Pathways Program, the Alliance, housing vouchers, victim services, and maintaining staffing levels at the Office of the Attorney General. These are the kind of investments that move the needle. They strengthen our public safety ecosystem, support residents in need, and ensure that our city has the resources necessary to effectively serve and defend the district. I'm also encouraged by the increased investments in the Child Care Subsidy Program and the Pay Equity Fund. However, based on my conversations with advocates and providers, I want to underscore that there remains an additional $2 million need for the Pay Equity Fund. And by continuing to invest in these programs, we are not only helping families access childcare, but also supporting the educators and caregivers who play such a critical role in our children's development. Staying on the topic of education, I am pleased to see investments in both our traditional public schools and our public charter schools. However, I look forward to working with my council colleagues between now and the second read to address the remaining $6 million gap in the public charter school facilities allowance. I am disappointed to see that there's no additional funding in restoring in ERAP rather, as well as Councilmember White alluded to this, funding to support the DC Connect and the modest increase in the Credible Messenger Fund. So I look forward to working with my colleagues also between first and second read, as well as, and Councilmember Fillman spoke about this, just the cuts at DDOT, specifically as it relates to the crossing guards and permitting staff. Now, while I'm proud of these district-wide investments, Mr. Chairman, more time, please. I also want to take a moment to highlight several important wins for Ward 7, investments that many residents, including myself, are particularly excited to see in this year's budget. I'm proud that this budget includes funding to support educational and recreational opportunities on Cayman Island, continue investments in Lettier Gardens, the revitalization of Butterfly Park, and the redesign of Triangle Park. Ward 7 is home to the district's largest and most treasured green spaces. Protecting, preserving, and enhancing those spaces remains a top priority of mine. These parks and open spaces play, or rather help connect our neighborhoods, strengthen our communities, and improve quality of life for our residents. Speaking of connectivity, I'm pleased to see continued investments in the East Capitol Street pedestrian bridge and the Benning Road Bridge. Other significant wins include continued investments in economic development, including the support of the redevelopment of RFK, Hill East, and Fletcher Johnson, as well as a TIF to support the redevelopment at Northeast Heights and a tax abatement to advance development in Deanwood. Lastly, I'm pleased to see funding for St. Coletta's, continue investment in the Family Success Center. Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for those investments. And funding a newly established Main Street along Benning Road. Thank you, Councilwoman Bonds, as well for your support in those efforts. These are all significant strides for Ward 7, and I'm grateful to my council colleagues, community partners, advocates, and residents who continue to champion these priorities and push for progress in our community. While this budget represents a good start, I look forward to working with my council colleagues between now and the second read to restore the funding that would go towards a new bridge connection that will help better connectivity, eastern and western, or the eastern and western parts of the ward, fund RFK Builds, the Youth Activation Grant, and help support our roving clean teams. I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank my staff, the budget director and her team, committee directors, you, Mr. Chairman, as well as the mayor for having to navigate in the difficult budget season and passing the baton over to the council, and we're keeping the race running. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, and the floor is yours.
Jim.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman Middleton, for your leadership during this another budget year. Budgets are moral documents. They show our residents who we will fight for, who we will protect, and who we are willing to leave behind. When the council received this budget, it did not reflect the district that we fight for, that I represent, and without the values-driven and fiscally responsible diligence of this council, an immense amount of harm would have been done to the working people of this city. The mayor's proposed budget eliminated salary support for early childhood educators through the Pay Equity Fund. It left childcare subsidies in crisis with families on wait lists and providers facing reduced reimbursement rates. Her budget left schools even more vulnerable to facilities issues and HVAC system failures, reduced reimbursement rates. Her budget also left many of our families with major gaps and supports in housing and healthcare. On TANF, the mayor proposed eliminated cost of living adjustments, increased sanctions, and moved toward cutting off benefits for families that have received assistance for more than 60 months. It moved forward with a cut in school-based behavioral health redesigns that providers, schools, students, and families would have felt would be insufficient to support students' mental and emotional well-being. It proposed an 86% cut to access to justice and slashed critical capacity of the Office of Attorney General and cut funding to pathways at the Office of Neighborhood and Safety and Engagement. And the mayor once again swept tens of millions of dollars from the Sustainable Energy Fund to pay the district's rising utility bills, severely hampering our ability to build a more resilient, more affordable DC through investments in programs that make sustainable growth possible. Make no mistake, these cuts are drastic and destructive and are the difference between a budget that puts people first and one that abandons everyone but those who already have the most. So this council restored 60 million to the Pay Equity Fund, bringing the fiscal year 27 budget to 72 million. We did so because Pay Equity Fund is rent. It is groceries. It is whether an educator can keep doing the work they love in the city that they serve. And because it is a racial and economic justice issue, as early childhood educators are overwhelmingly Black and brown women. And for far too long, our city has asked them to care for our children while paying them poverty wages. I am proud that this council said no to balancing the budget on their backs. We added 39 million to help eliminate the wait list for the child care subsidy, stabilize providers, and protect access to child care. We did so because child care is not optional. It is what allows parents to work, children to thrive, and families to stay in the district. A People First budget funds child care, a budget for working families funds childcare, and that is what this council did. We restored significant portions of the paid family leave program because care is something that we all require or even give. And without it, health outcomes worsen and families struggle to get by. Workers can now take the time they need to manage a health crisis or to provide care to a family member at their need or final moments. We also restored funding for St. Coletta, as this council has had to do year after year. The mayor's repeated budget cuts for St. Coletta. This support is essential for students and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and it should not have to be at risk every budget cycle. We restored critical school investments, including 8.7 million for DCPS HVAC repairs and 2.6 for school readiness preventative maintenance. We did so to reduce the number of classrooms with temperatures that are too high or too cold, with mold and pests, with doors that do not lock. And school readiness is a safety issue, a health issue, a truancy issue, and a public safety issue. It is a basic necessity for our kids learning all year round and our educators coming back to school next year. We also restored restored $100 million to the workforce investment account, which supports employee pay increases and pending collective bargaining agreements. That matters for workers across district government, including our firefighters who have been working without a current contract or cost of living increase. A People First budget honors the public servants who keep our city running and ensures that districts can meet its obligations to its workers. Through my Committee on Facilities, we made historic investment in recreation expansion. We didn't just fund keeping the lights on, we funded staffing, overtime programming, food and security and custodial services, and our young people, things that our young people need to be engaged. With my committee's 2.1 million enhancements supported by Councilmember Nadeau, an additional 234 from the Committee of the Whole, as well as Councilmember Pinto, 435,000. This council has added over 38 more hours a week of additional for our supports for our young people. We invested $1.4 million for the Washington Literacy Center because literacy is dignity, it is opportunity, it is being able to apply for a job, help your child with homework, read a lease, and navigate the world with confidence. We invested in housing vouchers, security deposit assistance, and foreclosure prevention for seniors through the REMIT program, and we invested $38.3 million to remove the Healthcare Alliance age moratorium for families at or below 138% federal poverty line and $900,000 for specialty care for Alliance participants. These investments mean more residents can stay housed, get care with dignity, and avoid being pushed into a crisis. We delayed some of the most cruel cuts to TANF for another year by providing $14.8 million to ensure that families aren't subject to unreasonable sanctions or a strict 60-month time limit. More than half of TANF recipients are children, and this delay means the difference between these kids having their most basic needs met and not met. That delay matters, but we cannot be back here next year debating whether to take money from families living in deep poverty or a job to make the safety net stronger or punish families for being poor. We also protected school-based mental health by redirecting $5.4 million back to CBO grants and $700,000 to pause the redesign and maintain the community-based organization inclusive model. Our young people need trusted adults, consistent services, and real support, not instability. We restored $27.3 million back to Access to Justice, bringing the fiscal year 27 budget back to $31.8 million. These dollars help residents facing eviction, domestic violence, foreclosure, debt collection, and other life-changing legal issues get help before their home, their safety, or their stability. We also restored cuts to the Office of Attorney General, including $7.2 million to fill their staff positions for domestic worker employment rights, and so much more. We restored 2.6 to pathways at ones because if we are serious about public safety, we have to be serious about prevention. We cannot only show up after harm has happened, we have to invest in people before a crisis becomes. These restorations and investments did not happen by accident. They were only possible because this council and our incredible offices and our incredible staff were willing to use the tools available to us. We decoupled from harmful federal tax changes, and we made the choice to use available reserves to prevent deeper harm. This budget is also not perfect, but we did not accept the devastating cuts proposed by the mayor as inevitable. These cuts would have hurt families, workers, educators, tenants, immigrants, and residents in crisis, and the council pushed back. Despite the many investments this budget makes, we know that there's more for us to do between now and second reading. Pay equity remains below the full need. School-based behavioral health is stabilized but not fully restored. Some TANF changes are delayed but not permanently reversed. And without a cost of living adjustment, we are setting up low-income families to fall even further behind. Paid family leave and Alliance are improved but not fully restored. Even with the remaining gaps, I am proud that we fought the mayor's proposed balance this budget on the backs of residents who are already struggling. We are striving to choose a different path, one that protects working families and our environment, keeps residents stable, and invests in the people who need us most. So, Chairman, we have had conversations about the work that we're going to do between now and second reading around paid family leave, around the Electrical Utility Underground Work Act that we planned on funding, and the work we are going to do to try to strengthen our safety nets. But I want to say that I am proud of the work that each of our council members did and the staff of this council who worked incredibly hard. And because of that work, I am proud today to be voting yes on this budget. Thank you.
This doesn't say Lori.
On the next page, so, like, there's the recurring piece.
Yeah.
If you take that and put in impact.
Councilmember, thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and your entire team and the Budget Office for this really Herculean effort that goes on every year of assembling the ANS in this budget process. It is the culmination of thoughtful and intense hard work on behalf of district residents, and I deeply appreciate it. I'll also want to thank the Office of General Counsel and everybody who works at the Budget Office, as well as every council office, including my own, for all of their hard work this budget. As I mentioned during my committee markup, the Budget Office makes the budget process even fun. So appreciate that. The district is grappling with a shifting federal landscape, building vacancies, shifting uses in our downtown, and the rising cost of living across the city. The policies of this presidential administration on government layoffs, immigration policy, and tariffs have hurt district residents and our economy deeply. Even while wages for district workers have risen, families are feeling the pinch with soaring costs at grocery stores and their utility bills and housing costs. The increase in the poverty rate, particularly for Black residents, is especially troubling, and ensuring that we have a tightly woven safety net and a robust set of opportunities to lift our residents out of poverty must continue to be a priority. Our role on the council is to put forth a budget that does these things is ever more important as we confront the urgent need to diversify and grow our local economy and provide innovative economic opportunities for district residents. And we have to do these things while maintaining fiscal responsibility, ensuring public safety for all of our residents and visitors, increasing affordability for housing and childcare, supporting our seniors, investing in education and opportunities for all of our young people and our residents most in need. Together, we recognize that the district faces acute budgetary constraints this fiscal year. Agencies across the government experienced dramatic cuts across the board in the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget, which has left extraordinary gaps and limited opportunities for committees to reallocate funding to fill those gaps. While the chairman has found hundreds of millions of dollars to fill those needs, we must also continue to be prudent in our fiscal responsibility as we find ourselves in today's state of affairs. I do have serious reservations about the use of our reserves and caution that the continued use of these funds in the future could prove perilous for the district. I have similar concerns about tax proposals that have been floated at a time when the district's economy is on uneasy footing, including some of those tax proposals that are incorporated into this budget. However, there is a path forward, and passing a budget today that is focused on housing affordability, public safety, and our families, seniors, and kids is critical for the city's success. Public safety plays a pivotal role in bolstering DC's efforts to strengthen economic opportunity in light of these shifting landscapes that I spoke about. And I want to thank the chairman for the restoration of $100 million in the Workforce Investment Fund so that our firefighters and their families can get the pay increases that they deserve. This funding needs to be prioritized, and this contract needs to be finalized. I also want to highlight that this budget makes important investments in our Metropolitan Police Department and the hard work that they put in every day to keep our communities safe. I'm concerned about the removal of the BSA that would help DC residents without a college degree access jobs as police officers. And I hope to work with you, Mr. Chairman, and Councilmember Felder and Councilmember Trayon White on a path forward between first and second reading. We must ensure that we can recruit and retain officers, and funding for an evaluation of the DROP program so officers and firefighters can stay on the force longer while accessing retirement benefits is an essential next step in passing and implementing my DROP bill. This budget also includes investments in the Pathways program at the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement that has helped quite literally put our residents on a path forward to making meaningful contributions to our communities, and that funding was crucial to be restored. This budget also makes investments in justice and victim services. I appreciate deeply the restoration of the Access to Justice funding and victim services grants, all of which fill a crucial role in providing resources to residents who face civil legal challenges and need assistance after becoming victims of crime. These programs provide hope during a time of darkness for many residents, and I am pleased to support them and see these investments in our budget. Our Office of the Attorney General works to protect district residents and pursue justice every day, and I was glad to work with the chairman to restore funding for the 58 positions that serve this important mission. I'm also pleased to see additional investments in the nonprofit security grants and look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, on additional funding for our Safe Commercial Corridors grants and the Corrections Information Council funding. Affordability is also an important hallmark of this budget, with the restoration of the Pay Equity Fund to ensure our educators receive meaningful pay, childcare subsidies for our families, and investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund so we can continue to build housing that is accessible and keep district residents here at home in DC. There's also needed funding included for a permit and zoning expediting position at the Department of Buildings that I identified funding for, and it's these positions at DOB that will be critical to removing red tape and accelerating the building of housing, especially as we approach the next comprehensive plan. This budget also makes important investments in healthcare and education, and I appreciate the restoration and increased investments in some programs, including investments at St. Coletta's to serve our children with disabilities. And I look forward to working with you before second reading to identify additional needed funding for our charter schools, which serve so many of our families and students and still need additional support. We must continue to uplift our kids, and I'm pleased to see and contribute to the investments in our kids that will keep our recreation centers open longer, provide additional programming for kids of all ages, funding for the Washington Literacy Center, expanded funding for the Stadium Armory Metro to ensure people can get to RFK. And I appreciate the funding for the Kennedy Rec Center that does need additional funding to finish that project, which is important to provide opportunities for our kids and for safety in Shaw. I will end there, Mr. Chairman, but I look forward to working with you and our colleagues between first and second reading on a few of the outstanding gaps, and really appreciate your partnership in this budget and that of all of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Anyone else want to be recognized? Then we have the Bill 26-659 before us as amended. It's been a long time, so just to remind folks, there were two amendments that were adopted from Councilmember Parker and one from Councilmember Louis George. And I probably didn't say this when I moved it, but would leave for staff to make technical and conforming changes. The vote will be on Bill 26-659 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it unanimously. We have the report. I move the report with staff, leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. On the report, is there discussion? All those in favor of the report say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed,
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next measure is Bill 26-661, the fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act of 2026. This is a very complex document. It has, no, I can't find the report. It has something like 140 subtitles. I'm not going to begin to summarize any of them, so I will just say so moved. Discussion on the Budget Support Act.
Chairman, are you going to go through amendments or you want us to just ask to be recognized?
I don't have a list of who's moving amendments, so I will recognize people in turn. I am hopeful, though, that there will not be a lot of statements.
Well, I haven't made any yet, so I'm going to save mine all for now, if that's okay with you.
Okay, so do you want to be recognized first?
I would like to be recognized first.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so first, I will move the Nadeau-Allen Amendment number 1 to the BSA. I'm moving this amendment along with Councilmember Allen. It was first circulated yesterday at 11:17 p.m. with an updated draft shared at 11:28 this morning. It was originally paired with an LBA amendment, but we are withdrawing that amendment today since it'll need to be considered alongside the FY26 supplemental budget later this month. The Greater U Street Performance Parking Zone was established in 2024 to enhance the quality of life in the U Street neighborhood by promoting more efficient use of public space, reducing traffic congestion, and discouraging parking violations by establishing a demand-based pricing model. The U Street zone is similar to existing performance parking zones around the Capital One Arena and the ballpark. This amendment advances the original goals of the performance parking zone by amending the allowable uses of the fund. In addition to the transportation management goals of the parking zone, it was established to serve as a source of neighborhood-based revenue to support place management, business support, and public safety initiatives in the Greater U Street corridor. Accordingly, this amendment directs funds to directly support the establishment of place management initiatives in the area covered by the zone, which may include the establishment of a new business improvement district. These initiatives are further supported by the Neighborhood Management Authority Act of 2025, permanent legislation I introduced, and look forward to advancing this council period in collaboration with Councilmember Allen and Councilmember Fruman. The second component of this BSA amendment establishes the automated curbside management program at DDOT, supported by performance parking zone funds in FY26 and FY27. An automated curbside management system aligns with the goals of the Greater U Street Performance Parking Zone, but because such a program would extend beyond the boundaries of the parking zone, an amendment to the allowed uses of the Performance Parking Fund is necessary. I'm happy to be able to work with Councilmember Allen and DDOT leadership to get this program off the ground. It's worth noting that the U Street area and much of Ward 1 stands to benefit the most from improved curbside management, since there are some of the most high demand curbs in the district as it is. Thank you. With that, I move the amendment.
You want to be recognized? Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to move this alongside Councilor Nadeau to incorporate the subtitle establishing the automated curbside management program within Department of Transportation. I also want to thank the Department of Transportation, who's excited about this and worked with us on this. As we're all too familiar, managing our curbside spaces in the district is a persistent challenge. Loading and unloading zones are often illegally occupied or obstructed by personal vehicles, forcing freight and delivery vehicles and drivers to double park in vehicle travel lanes. Accountability for parking violations simply relies on a parking enforcement officer discovering a violation before that vehicle has a chance to move, which is hard to do sometimes. Poor curbside management then leads to increased traffic congestion, noise, emissions as drivers circle the block trying to find available parking. It also frustrates our residents, our businesses, and delivery workers who rely on consistent access to that curbside space to make those deliveries happen. Recently, several cities in the U.S., including Pittsburgh and Houston, have launched programs that automate the management of that curbside space, particularly loading and unloading zones, using an online billing system and automated license plate reader. Think of this basically like E-ZPass for parking. Inspired by the success of these programs, the subtitle would require DDOT to establish an automated curbside management system that uses technology to obtain and transmit real-time information on curbside use and automatically bill drivers for the time spent at the curb. The program will facilitate more seamless access to the curb. It'll make parking easier. It'll reduce traffic congestion and will allow for more efficient deliveries. We'd originally intended to move this subtitle during our committee markup, but we weren't able to identify the funding needed for initial implementation in FY26 and 27. So I'm very grateful to Councilmember Nadeau for working with the committee to direct funding from the Performance Parking Zone Fund to help support this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I encourage my colleagues to support this.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Before I recognize other members, I don't know that I have an objection to this, but it did come to my attention that there may be some boundary issue on the eastern side. And that is something that I will look at between first and second reading. So While I expect that this amendment will probably be adopted today, there may be some changes with regard to the boundary. With regard to the boundary at second reading. On this amendment, anyone, Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have some questions for Councilmember Nadeau, and I would say there are some boundary issues, and this is something Councilmember Nadeau and I have talked about and sought to work together on for several years. So I guess firstly, what are you thinking about the boundary of the bid establishment included in this language that would impact the U Street, Main Street, and the Shaw Main Street?
Thanks for the question. So we've worked together with the Shaw bid it's their boundaries, right? They're the ones establishing the bid. The performance parking zone's been in place now for, I think, a year and a half. Those boundaries were already established. And they are mostly A and C 1B's boundaries, though on the boundary streets, they do include parts of Ward 2. But the bid itself, hopefully it will come into fruition because the coexistence of the bid and the neighborhood management authority is very important to both of them succeeding. That is something that they determined. So that map is theirs.
So it mirrors exactly the parking.
It doesn't. I have the bid map. The bid. So we don't have the bid before us. I hope that the bid comes together and gets filed and does come before the council. The performance parking zone is just kind of greater U Street, which creates revenue for the whole area. I think once all the things are established, the main streets will get to work together with both of those establishments, but both U Street and Shaw overlap with both of the entities that are being proposed.
Has there been any engagement with the Main Streets businesses in Shaw about this proposal?
The businesses themselves, we talk about this everywhere I go. So I think it's pretty much out there now. The performance parking zone's been up and running for like a year and a half. So those signs went up a while ago. So this before us today, this is the existing performance parking zone. This is the revenue that's been captured. This is us formalizing that revenue goes to the area and also helping fund a program that DDOT couldn't find the funds for. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, thank you. I would say I think the curbside piece is innovative and I really like that idea. I do still have a lot of worries about how it would impact the existing Main Streets boundaries. And I've gotten a lot of concerns over the last 12 hours from businesses in Shaw about how this would impact them. And so I don't feel comfortable supporting this today and hope we can work together between first and second reading on something that may make sense for all of our businesses. I want to kind of, to the previous ward discussion, want to be deferential and supportive of what you want to do as it relates to the Ward 1 businesses, but there are a lot of Ward 2 businesses that have a lot of concerns about this. And so
Just today though, like not when the performance parking zone got established a year and a half ago and all the signs went up and the program started happening? or-
Well, they have said that they have not heard about this until the amendment was circulated, about the new pieces of this. And so that's what I hope
Okay.
we can.
Right, to be clear, there's nothing new being established today, except for DDOT's curbside program. So let's talk about it. But I think people might be a little confused, so we can talk about it.
Because there was language, I thought, in the circulation that said establishing a new bid boundary. That's not happening in this amendment?
No. I'll look at that language, but no, the bid is a separate initiative completely. We don't establish the bid. The bid does their thing. We do eventually, but they set their boundaries, they come to us. But I accept your offer to work on this between first and second reading so that we can wrap up the discussion.
So I'm looking at the section B, thank you, where it says, starting in fiscal year 28, $800,000 of the revenue from the fund will be distributed annually, yada, yada, including bid taxes as defined in section 3.8 of the Business Improvement District Act.
That references an eventual bid, but we're not establishing one. This is not an establishment. This is not what we are doing today.
So why set aside money for a bid that doesn't exist yet?
Well, we're optimistic that the bid that I think you helped get off the ground too, the Shaw bid, which is now the Duke bid, that was led by a number of Ward 2 businesses, will in fact be established. If it doesn't exist, the money won't go there. But we're not establishing a bid today. We're not setting boundaries for a bid today. We're just making sure the performance parking money that has already come in is going where it needs to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have quite a few questions. Councilmember Nadeau, does this amendment include any components of your neighborhood management authority bill?
Nope.
Okay. I asked because when I served as committee director of CBED, Shaw Main Streets was not supportive of that bill. So I reached out to them to get their thoughts on this amendment because I saw that included in part of the rationale. And they said, similar to what the chairman said, that they believe extending the parking zone is a way of encroaching on the Shaw Main Streets area, as I mentioned, the chairman said, and Councilmember Pinto. And they also believe that businesses and community members have not been consulted on the use of the proposed fund or its existence. And they recommended splitting funds between the potential new bid and the Shaw and U Street Main Streets. Can you just respond to that?
I think that's a great conversation to have when we have a hearing on the Neighborhood Management Authority, but right now, all we're doing is essentially saying this is where the funds that we've already collected are going. There's no extension of the parking zone. We haven't changed the boundaries at all.
Okay, and then on the actual amendment, the amendment repeals the curb loading zone management program. Is that correct?
Yes, and for any questions about the curb management program, I would defer to my colleague, Charles Allen.
Okay, and then it's being replaced with an automated curbside management program. What are the key differences between what exists today with the curb loading zone and what you're proposing?
Did you hear that? I did. Do you want me to answer that?
That would be great.
Yeah, thanks. So the difference is that it moves to automated. So one of the big differences that DDOT currently has some curbside management pilot programs, but by using the technology that we've seen in Pittsburgh, Houston, and other cities, they've been able to dramatically reduce using an automated system. That's the big difference, is automated, dramatically reduce double parking, increase the turnover so that more parking is available for people coming to businesses or for shorter stays, for drivers who are coming in for food delivery, greater reliability that there will actually be a spot that's open to come in to grab that 5-minute stop to run in and grab that food service to then make their delivery. So the key difference though is moving to an automated system is what DDOT's excited about.
Can you just explain to me how that works in practice? Like, I'm driving up to my favorite business.
Yep.
My Park Mobile expires. Is it based on camera surveillance or something else?
Yeah, great, good question. So
Yeah.
the way that it works in the other cities is that the best way I find that people can kind of get their heads around it, or people are familiar with an Easy Pass system, where you set up a system where you link it to your account. You've got your little Easy Pass on the dashboard. So when you go through, you don't have to stop and actually pay a toll anymore, right? So the idea behind this is that your car is registered. It's got the license plate. So that license plate reader knows that it's you. It's already linked to an account. So when you're coming in, you don't have to go hunting with a pocket full of quarters to go find a meter. You don't have to go try to find the green kiosk somewhere to load it up and then print out a little dash and then put it onto your dashboard. It's just automated. And so it helps people to be able to register in that system and then use that automation to be able to just move it quickly.
I do have like 1 or 2 more questions. Can I have additional time?
Without objection.
Okay. Okay. So how I'm thinking about this is lately I've been hearing from a lot of residents about automated traffic enforcement and how they feel that that is predatory. So I'm just trying to think about whether there's been any analysis on the impact to drivers, whether it would deter people from, people who don't have an option to drive or not, whether it impacts their decision-making. And there was something else. Hold on. Whether it will affect access to commercial quarters at all, just how you're thinking about that. Because
Yeah.
I can't help but think about the conversation around traffic enforcement with the
Right.
cameras.
So thank you. So the question, when we look at other cities and jurisdictions, so for example, Pittsburgh, Houston, other cities, they've already been using this technology. And part of what it has shown is that the illegal double parking, for example, which is dangerous and we don't want to see that, is dramatically reduced. The availability of that curbside space so that people can get to the curb to go to the restaurant, go support that business, opens up because this parking is turning over more quickly. And the feedback from the businesses along those corridors is that they see more people and more customers and a greater reliability of there's parking there when you actually get there. So the evaluations we've seen from other cities that have used the same technology has been one that it's improved congestion, supported the businesses, and the feedback from the businesses themselves are that it's been very positive for them. So I'm happy to, especially if we're maybe having some, sounds like maybe some conversations between first and second reading, could have some of that evaluation shared with you so that they kind of get a feel for kind of how it's worked there and how obviously we hope for it to work here. And then DDOT would obviously implement this in a pilot phase and kind of roll it out. So we're evaluating as we go before we scale up.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Crawford. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. So I'm trying to understand the mechanics of both of these things. So on the performance, on the bid/neighborhood, what's the name of the legislation that you have going forward, then the neighborhood support organization? If the idea is these funds can go to an entity to match either bid taxes is one of the things, or anything else, who could be, we're putting money in a pot for some future player to be named later, I think, both the bid and the legislation. What kind of organization could qualify for these matching dollars? Is there any limitation on it?
Okay. So just maybe to back up a little bit, the funds are already in there. They've been in there for a little while. They were just being more specific with how they're being spent in the future and in the present. But it's any place management activity for the qualified area.
So it could be any organization. I hear you that the funds are there, but what's new is we're saying these funds can be used in a certain way, and it isn't very specific, but I mean, it could be matching for bid taxes for a bid that's yet to be formed. It could be for the neighborhood entity that you've been advocating for, and there's legislation that you'd like to have a hearing on. It could be for that entity. Could it be for other entities?
It is for any place management activity, yes, within the geographic boundaries. So yes.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
So okay. So I'm on the curbside management piece, Councilmember Allen, at the hearing, were there any concerns raised about this initiative? I mean, you had a hearing, but you haven't done a markup on that legislation yet, have you? And I have heard concerns about somebody who's not registered who would pull into the space and get a ticket. And so how do you deal with that? How do you deal with data sharing? What we're well, I don't know, we're circumventing finalizing the legislation. Instead of finalizing the legislation, we're mandating it here. What did DDOT say about the implementation of this program?
Yeah, thanks. At the public hearing, it was unanimous support. So we heard from community, we heard from entities that actually run these type of programs, and from DDOT. DDOT is very supportive of this. They are excited about this. They think it will help them do their job to manage that curbside better. So the feedback that we heard during the hearing process was all supportive.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilmember Fruman, you're done? Thank you. Councilmember Tran White?
Yes, it's a point of clarity. Are these particular spaces allocated for just a certain type of vehicle that you have to be registered at? And they all, go ahead.
No, actually, it's like typical curbside parking like you would in any neighborhood commercial area.
Yeah, I guess.
And there is loading zone too. Yeah.
What happens if a car is not registered?
That might be a DDOT question. Yeah, sorry.
So the way that DDOT works that is that individual just has the ability to then just pay. So like if I'm, let's say I'm out of town, let's say I'm a visitor from out of town and I come in, I have the ability to just pay the way that we're probably familiar, maybe with like the Park Mobile, like where people do it from their phones, kind of have a familiarity with that process. You'd have that ability to do that too.
I guess my concern is that we historically, probably in the last decade or so, have created different ways in which to park in the district, with different rules. Sometimes the signage is not right. Sometimes the machines doesn't work, and businesses are adversely affected by those who want to patronize their businesses. I'm hearing this across the city, that I have a business here because of the new laws or new rules, or the bike lanes, or cones in the street, or artwork in the street. People can't patronize my business, and I'm just concerned that another mode of regulation may make a patron go across the river to patronize a business in the District of Columbia, and we've seen some of that happen. So I'm just concerned about that.
I definitely share the concerns around the businesses. I think that's why both DDOT and I think myself are motivated by hearing the feedback from the businesses themselves in places where they've done this, that it actually has helped get people to them. And they've seen an increase in business, making it easier to be able to use that curb. So that's why I think, because I think we share the exact same goal, that we don't want to see that be a burden to the businesses. But the feedback we hear is that it is a positive for the businesses.
Where are we here?
Does that mean it's already in place? Because if it's positive, they've seen positive results from it already working. How have they explained this positive?
Yeah, so the cities that have already implemented this.
Oh, other places.
Yeah, so Pittsburgh, Houston, they like to drive there too. So a lot of other cities have done this, and that's the feedback that they have shared.
Yeah, I get that, but a lot of these places are not DC. So I mean, we adopt a lot of things from other places and say it's gonna work in DC. When you get here, it don't quite work.
And that's why DDOT will pilot it to start, but the experience in all the cities is that it works.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. This would be implemented through a vendor? Yeah.
Yeah, DDOT would implement with the vendor.
Okay, and who would own the data? Like,
I don't think it speaks to that, like in the same way that the data from like your EasyPass system, if you have one in your car.
Okay.
I don't know who owns your EasyPass data or my EasyPass data.
Okay. And the other places you mentioned, this is used for, I guess like commercial zone parking?
Commercial corridors, which includes curbside management of just customers, you and me coming in to go to a restaurant, but also loading and unloading zones, which usually have a different demarcation.
Okay. I think this is my last question. And I think you spoke to this in your statement, but I missed the substance of it. What's the benefit to this? So we already, as Councilmember Trayon White said, we already have a lot of ways of pay. So I can park, I can just tap on my phone, the code for where I am on Park Mobile and be done with it. Maybe it was Councilmember Crawford. Why add an additional vendor?
So because we have a lot of folks who will come in whenever there's a parking violation, when I know it's not you, but if somebody else goes in and doesn't pay, right? And then just takes up that spot. The system we have relies on a limited number of parking enforcement officers that they have to catch you in that act to be able to issue a citation.
They're good at that.
They miss a lot of people. What ends up happening is we have a lot of double parking on commercial corridors because those curbsides are blocked up. So by creating a system that is easier and more efficient, what ends up happening is People are moving through those parking spaces in a more efficient way, which now means I'm having less double parking. I have more curbside that's now actually available. And so what the experience has been is that parking becomes more available, more predictable. And by using the automation, the turnover is happening in a way that works to support those businesses. That business is not being helped when everyone has to double park and stack up in a travel lane and park up the curbside for hours and hours when they're not actually going to that business. So allowing us to be able to use that curbside more efficiently and manage it is good for our businesses, which is, I mean, unless you want to hire like a fleet of thousands of parking enforcement officers, which I don't think we want to do, this is a smarter way to use that technology to be more efficient and make sure that our curb is working better for us.
So people would opt in?
Correct. In the same way you opt into Easy Pass.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I guess to Councilmember Allen, I want to understand, are you suggesting that this system will give me a guaranteed spot, parking spot along the curb if I want to go into a business?
I did not say that you get a guaranteed parking spot, Councilor Bonds. As council member, of course, we get that little parking tag, but so you can guarantee something. But what the experience has been is that you will see an increased likelihood that there is a spot there. That's the experience of what it looks like. There are no guarantees in life, but you will see parking turnover faster and you will have a greater likelihood of a parking space.
I hear you, but I think the public is interested
Can't
in,
guarantee them a parking spot either.
yeah, the public is interested in having guaranteed parking. To know that when they're trying to access a merchant, that they will have a place to park. And so I think whatever we are doing today should be focused on benefiting the public as opposed to, trying new technology. I really do. I believe that at this point. Technology is great and we're being totally consumed by it. However, I'm trying to understand the value to those in community that are looking for a place to park.
So the
And
value,
you're not giving me a clear understanding that if I vote for this, that I am helping people have a place to park when they're attempting to go into this community. You're saying it'll make it easier on staff that writes tickets, et
nope,
cetera.
that's not what I said, council member.
Well, indirectly, you're saying that.
I
You
didn't.
said-
I literally said it's easier for the person looking for a parking
Presentation
spot.
was excited about this. It makes it easier, whatever their job is. Okay? And that's one of the things that they do.
So I'll say it
Okay.
clearly for you. This improves the ability for you or others to get to a parking spot. The feedback from businesses is that it is better and easier for them to have customers be able to reach them. And from a traffic congestion standpoint, it reduces double parking, which is blocking that travel lane that we don't want.
I can see it reducing double parking. I agree with you on that. But I am still stuck on how does it really, really benefit people who are trying to go into a business and know that they'll have adequate parking to get to the business.
in a
Thank you
way that
very
makes
much.
it easier to have a parking spot.
Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions and Councilmember Fieldman answered a couple of the questions that I had already, but Councilwoman Nadeau or Allen, you can answer this. Why not do this by permanent legislation and have a public hearing? That way you can hear directly from businesses who may be impacted. Chairing the subcommittee on local business development.
We had a hearing.
And,
It is a bill, it's had a hearing.
and I heard you say that DDOT was supportive of this. And I confirmed that. And during your hearing, what was some of the feedback you've heard from businesses about this?
Yep, so it was a permanent bill was introduced. It has had a public hearing. The public hearing was all in support of it. The choices that we have in front of us, we could mark up the permanent bill. There are implementation costs, so that won't be funded till next year. So we can kick the can down for a year and a half, 2 years before you can make it have take effect. Or we use the amendment that we're looking at right now, which helps take that permanent bill that has had a public hearing, that had clear unanimous support, including from the executive, to be able to move it forward. And we have the funding vehicle so that we're able to start implementing it sooner. Those are really the choices between us.
Okay. And have you considered, I'm all for curbside management, right? But I'm also mindful of how this can impact businesses, consumers. And I was looking at, so I'm all for that portion of the legislation. The other part is possibly giving revenue to U Street. Have you guys thought about like breaking both components down into different pieces of legislation?
Could you ask that a different way?
Let me see.
Well, there's not if I understood correctly, there's nothing about curbside management that's creating a revenue stream specific to U Street. Maybe I didn't hear the question correctly, though.
The legislation, correct me if I'm wrong, will go towards supporting a future Main Street on U Street. Am I correct?
So the funds, what we're doing today is allocating an existing funds. The fund was already established to support a future place management entity on U Street. So that happened in, I think, last year's budget, maybe even the one before.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Please, God, no.
The vote will be on this amendment. In case anybody forgot. It's amendment number 1 from council members Nadeau and Allen. All those in favor of the bill of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
No.
Chairman, reason mark is no.
Me too.
Me too.
Councilmember Tran White requested a roll call. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
No.
Councilmember Bonds votes no. Councilmember Crawford.
No.
Councilmember Crawford votes no. Councilmember Felder.
No.
Councilmember Felder votes no. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Present.
Councilmember Henderson votes present. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Tran White.
No.
Councilmember Tran White votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 7 yeses, 5 noes, and 1 present.
The amendment's approved. Councilmember Nadeau, did you have another amendment?
I do. And if you don't mind, I'll give my remarks on the first reading now as a whole, just to get it out of the way, and then I won't speak again on the BSA. But for that, I might need a little extra time. So this year we were handed a budget that was balanced on the backs of our most vulnerable residents. Oh, can we reset the clock? Thanks so much. And today we're voting on a budget that does a great deal of repair. but only for 1 year. And I'm going to get to that in a minute. But for now, I want to thank each and every committee chair for their initial contributions, as well as the chairman and the budget office team for putting a budget forward today that restores a significant number of gaps. It invests in healthy food programs. It increases the availability of public restrooms all throughout the district. It restores cuts to the Attorney General's office. It lifts the age moratorium for new healthcare enrollees and restores some equilibrium to the child care subsidy program, funds a portion of the pay equity fund, restores access to justice, averts the mayor's proposed step down in TANF benefits, and restores some funds to credible messengers and pathways. But it also doesn't fully fund pay equity for early childhood educators. It doesn't fund new vouchers for unhoused residents or emergency vouchers. It doesn't fully restore the school-based behavioral health program or credible messengers or TANF COLAs, nor does it restore the Housing Production Trust Fund to $100 million or add any new funds for ERAP, leaving it at a measly $7 million. Reminder that this was fully exhausted in a matter of hours this fiscal year. So I want to emphasize that this budget puts a new mayor and a new council in a precarious situation. The majority of the chairman's enhancements were made for one time only. Funding council priorities on a one-time basis made sense when we knew we had a mayor who was going to sweep the funds for programs she didn't support. But no matter the outcome next week, we'll have a new mayor and an actual fresh start in the new year. This could have been an opportunity to make progress instead of funding the same things over and over again each year. But by using one-time funds, the new mayor and the new council will be right back where they started this year. The chairman reminded us repeatedly throughout this budget process that when we fund programs with one-time instead of recurring funds year after year, programs and residents are left in limbo. This affects staff recruitment and retention, impacts their ability to adequately prepare or expand their services due to fluctuating funds, and stops residents from being able to plan ahead or feel confident they'll receive services they rely on. This is especially impactful when there are social safety net programs like the Pay Equity Fund. There are several revenue proposals that were vetted and initially recommended by the now defunct Tax Revision Commission that should be considered by this body. And I look forward to further discussion of those in the recently announced revenue roundtable the chairman will convene this fall. For now, I'm moving my amendment 2, which was circulated at 12:21 p.m. today. And I'm actually going to hand out paper copies just in case that's helpful to people, because I'm going to kind of be reading out what's on there. This amendment will address additional outstanding priorities in fiscal year 2027 if there are additional revenues certified in upcoming projections, and there's more left over after addressing the reserve account needs that your new raised revenue and local reserve subtitle is designed to cover. I appreciate our budget office colleagues working with me and my team to structure this amendment in a way that won't harm the district's financial position. Based on their advice, my amendment contains a breakdown of some plus-ups that we can do one time if necessary. And I'll note that I created this list based on the collaborative document we created as a group and also listening to colleagues over the past couple weeks and today. So this would, if funds are available, increase the pay equity fund to up to $82.2 million. It would increase funding to credible messengers up to $4 million. It would increase school-based behavioral health by another $5.4 million. Would get the Housing Production Trust Fund up to $100 million, get ERAP up to $30 million, include cost of living adjustments for TANF, and about 250 vouchers worth of permanent supportive housing for individuals, make up for the federal government's cruel decision to discontinue emergency housing vouchers, and that takes us to the end of the list. Now, I would have preferred to handle at least some of these additional priorities using additional revenue, but unfortunately, we weren't able to get there today. This contingency approach is the next best thing, and it makes it clear that we still have a lot of work to do. With that, I move my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before I recognize other members, I'm going to speak to this. I'm not going to support this. I would ask that other members not support this. I would ask Councilmember Nadeau that you withdraw this amendment. I have 3 reasons for not supporting this amendment. The first is that it speaks to future revenue and it is not a collaborative approach with colleagues. My second objection is that I don't agree with the amounts that you are plussing up for FY27. And the third is that it doesn't fix the financial plan, which, as you just spoke to eloquently, needs to be fixed. So let me give more detail. I am going to, regardless of what happens with this amendment, I'm going to ask that members get together either next Thursday or Friday morning where we could discuss what our approach should be with regard to future revenue. And that would be a more collaborative approach. Second, with regard to the amounts, the adding $22 million for the pay equity fund actually would not be a total of 82 million. It would be a total of $94 million. Now, we arrived at $72 million after a lot of discussion. So $94 million is way more than is necessary, especially given that this would be one time. With regard to the 5.4 million, and I'm just making the point that I don't agree with these amounts, it was said at our work session a couple of weeks ago that it is unlikely that this money would be spent. With regard to emergency rental assistance, I know that some members have talked about how there needs to be additional dollars for emergency rental assistance. $30 million seems way more than what is necessary. Perhaps I'm wrong. There ought to be a discussion by members. And with regard to the TANF COLAs, the one-time addition of 5.5 million simply sets us up for a cut the following year. And that's a problem. But more importantly, what this amendment does is it actually sets back what is in the BSA subtitle right now with regard to addressing stability in the financial plan. So what it does is it says that if there are additional revenue that after those additions I just went through, that $88 million will go to vouchers, additional vouchers. So what will then be put off is trying to fix on a recurring basis the child care subsidy, trying to fix on a recurring basis the pay equity program, trying to fix on a recurring basis victim services, trying to fix on a recurring basis medical education, and putting off trying to fix on a recurring basis the UPSFF for funding our schools. Now, the subtitle that's in the BSA right now says that if revenues on a recurring basis beginning in 28 are available in a sufficient amount, they will go first on a recurring basis to child care subsidy, then pay equity, then victim services, then medical education, and then UPSFF. But before we even get there, what this amendment would do is set aside $88 million for additional vouchers. No question additional vouchers are needed. It would also take out money for these other programs, as I said, pay equity at 94 million, ERAP at 30 million. I believe this needs to be collaboratively discussed among members, not voted on today, which is why I've asked that you not move this. I asked you that before when we had an opportunity to talk, that you not move it today, that there's an opportunity to discuss this on a collaborative basis. I know I'm over my time, but if members will just allow, as I have said many times and other members have come to recognize, there is, in my view, this is my terminology, a structural problem with the financial plan. And that structural problem is that a lot of matters are being paid for on a one-time basis. We can't afford to pay for them on a recurring basis. If we were to raise taxes, we wouldn't raise taxes enough to be able to pay for those items that need to be funded on a recurring basis. Just pay equity, the child care subsidy, medical education are probably over $100 million alone, and that doesn't cover the other items on a recurring basis. The UPSFF, which is $187 million, if we are to maintain it where it is, not increase it, but maintain it where it is. I would like to give the next mayor a financial plan that addresses that, and that is what we attempted to do in the BSA subtitle, that this would amend and push back. Now, maybe my proposal isn't the best. I'm certainly open to it being refined, and I think we should do that on a collaborative basis, but not with this amendment today that, as far as I know, has not been vetted with a majority of members. It doesn't reflect a collective view on what we do with future revenue. So again, I would ask either that this be voted down or that it be withdrawn. I saw some other hands. Councilmember Pinto, did you have your hand up? No. Councilmember Fruman.
I didn't, but
Yeah, you should, you wanted to call on me because I'm going to, while in principle, I am very much for the idea of using some of the contingency for spending in FY '27. I align completely with you, Mr. Chairman, on that this isn't the time or the way to do it. I mean, there are things on this list that I would want on a contingency list. There are other things and at levels that I'm not so sure. There are things that are not here. For example, one of the things that I'm sensitive about is the emergency housing vouchers. And is there some sort of a way to deal with that? The way to do this is along the lines of what the chairman suggested, which is we all talk together about what are those things we would want to have on a contingency list and how far we want to go with the contingency list, given the dynamic with the financial plan. So it's not that I oppose this idea in principle, but the way in which we do this needs to be more collaborative and needs to take into account all of the dynamics that we face. So I also ask that it be withdrawn, and if it isn't withdrawn, I will be voting against it.
Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Councilor Nadeau. I would say I think this is a great opening list for us to have a group discussion on, and would echo my colleagues' sentiments that because this should be a group discussion about our shared priorities, it's one that should happen in a collaborative way throughout the process. And so because there are so many important priorities on here, I know a lot of colleagues don't want to vote against these, but want to be part of the process to make sure that other priorities are included. And so I would also ask that you withdraw this today so we can all work together before second reading.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I wanted two things. One, to thank Councilmember Nadeau. What I think she's getting at is that there are still a number of cuts and gaps that we aren't really accounting for in this budget. And so I welcome the idea of us having a conversation and registering that within the budget somehow. I also remember we did that last year, and then the CFO kind of played us, and then the mayor never did what we included. So if we are serious about it, we should really make sure it's included in the budget in a way that really has teeth. I have a question though. So Chairman, it seems like your contingency list is connected to fiscal year 28. Is that right?
Yes.
So how will that work? Because wouldn't we have another budget by then?
Trying to reserve the revenues now so that the next mayor, because this is reserving the revenues identified in the June, September, and December revenue estimates
I
this
see.
year.
I
So
see.
that then the financial plan is filled up and the next mayor, instead of getting a financial plan that she or he has to balance, and fill the cuts and so forth, balance with the next budget, they get a financial plan that's been filled up, so to speak.
Because the alternative, if we didn't do this, those reserves could be withheld? Or I guess
Lord
I'm
knows
just trying
what
to
will.
understand. I could see if the contingency list was connected to 27, but we're talking a year out. I think I get what you're trying to do, but I'm not fully understanding.
I think we would all like to fund some of these programs on a recurring basis.
Yes.
Instead of like pay equity on a one-time basis. What I'm trying to do is to say that these future revenues are reserved for the financial plan. And in fact, what I identified.
I got it.
But this may not be the list, is childcare subsidy, pay equity, victim services, medical education, UPSFF. So that then the financial plan given to the next mayor is filled up to the extent it can be, is filled up on those accounts. Instead of what we got this year, which because of what we adopted last year, what we got this year was we just started with a roughly $1 billion deficiency.
I got it. Well, as I said, I welcome that conversation. I think there were some learning points we had this year just about some of the challenges that exist to us getting the money out the door. And so I'm hoping we can include that in our discussion as well.
So, and I'm looking at, because I realize next Friday is, I believe, a holiday. So next Thursday morning, members getting together to discuss this.
Okay. And I guess then the question to Councilmember Nadeau is, are you willing to withdraw this in hopes that we can have that conversation?
Well, I might be, but I would like to hear where other people are on this. And I'm personally not at all available on Thursday, the 18th. So that's a bummer. I mean, one of the things that I think is important to understand is that we've been having these meetings weekly. Together, we've built this list. The list of priorities even has rankings. I haven't talked to every member before putting this list together specifically, but I talked to a number of members before putting this letter specifically, and everything on this list is something that was on the ranked list of priorities for this body. And thus, this is as collaborative as anything else in the budget that the chairman might be doing. The other point is that, I mean, we need to be real clear. I'm not the one creating the fiscal cliff here. The fiscal cliff is baked into this budget. The fiscal cliff can only be resolved by generating new revenue, which this body is not apparently prepared to do today, or maybe this year at all. That's okay. There's 13 of us. We can't all get on the same page on that. There'll be a new body next year. But this is something we can do today, and it's something we've done before, and it's honestly not that controversial, frankly. I can do an oral amendment to fix this to 10.2 million for the pay equity fund, plussing it up to 82. I could also cut the recurring items if that impacts the chairman's out years for our shared priorities. But I do think we need to talk seriously about the one-time funds in FY27, and we might as well do it today because these are all items that have been on many lists. Our lists, the community's list, prior year's lists. None of this is new. I mean, there's literally no money in the budget right now to increase the Housing Production Trust Fund. I mean, it is way under. There's $7 million in the budget for ERAP. Remember how fast that money went this year? Literally the first day it was open, they had to close it. So this is, and I will remind folks, a contingency list only goes into effect if the money comes in. So it might or might not happen, but it is an expression of the things that we said we wanted to fund. Just as much as what the chairman put in the budget is an expression of the things that we said we wanted to fund. So I would prefer that we vote on it today, even if it's slightly amended to address some of the chairman's concerns. I'd be happy to do that right here.
I don't know if it's still my time. I just respectfully, I would say, I hear that, I agree with that. The sequence, for instance, personally, I would say, oh, it needs to be shifted. I don't know if I would fund credible messengers above housing, for instance. So I do just think there needs to be a little bit more engagement, and maybe we could do that today, but to just make sure we get this to the right place. That's
Thanks.
all. But I
have a concern about whether or not we're all going to be available soon enough to do this, because there is an election next week, which many of you are heavily engaged in. And after that election, there are a lot of things that are backlogged.
That's
and the
fair.
kids get out of school on Wednesday. And for a lot of us, are dealing with the children being home.
Chairman, are you willing to agree to meet this week?
But Mr. Chairman, I mean, the second vote on the BSA, I think is,
The
you're talking
23rd.
about the 30th. The second vote on the BSA is the, I thought earlier you said the second vote in the BSA was going to be the 30th or the 14th of July.
Oh, that's correct.
So there is to the 30th of June or to the 14th of July to resolve this. It doesn't have to be done by the 23rd.
Give me just a moment. So the correct answer is this, Councilmember Fruman. If there is to be any spending in 27, and in Councilmember Nadeau's amendment, there is some, that would have to be in the Local Budget Act as well. If we're only talking about spending in 28 and 29, that is the out years of the financial plan, then we could deal with that on the 30th or 14th, because that can be solely in the BSA. This is one of those issues, if they're spending in FY '27, it has to be both in the LBA and the BSA. So I mean, we could meet this Friday. My thinking was this, there are, I want to say half the council, I guess it's a little less than that, that have a primary election next Tuesday. And so this week I was thinking was not good, and next Monday is not good, and next Tuesday is not good. I could be available on Tuesday, but I don't think the candidates could be, other candidates. So that's why I was looking at, and I figured next Wednesday, people are recovering. That's why I suggested Thursday or Friday. If members are willing to do this Friday, that's a possibility. Very quickly on the issue of this Friday.
This Friday don't work for me.
I just would say, like all of our business throughout the year, I would recommend we deal with our scheduling, not on the record, on the dais. And we can find a time over the next 10 days where we can all meet.
Well, that's a nice idea. The problem is that in this sense, we're talking about a motion to postpone, which is debatable as to the time, and that's what we're doing, is discussing the time. Next Friday, I believe, is the Juneteenth holiday.
We could postpone. Yeah.
I'm available any one of these days. But
Was Matt's question correct that this can be dealt with in the BSA?
I will be. If this contingency list speaks to FY '27, it has to be in the LBA.
So it's in the LBA as a contingency?
What's that?
So it's in the LBA as a contingency?
If it's $27. So the subtitle right now is not in the LBA because the subtitle that this amendment would amend speaks to revenues and recurring revenues that recur in 28, 29, 30. That doesn't need to be addressed in the FY '27 Local Budget Act. However, the amendment speaks to revenues that are available in FY '27. They cannot be spent, they cannot be appropriated to the BSA. It is not unusual that we will have a subtitle in the BSA that is also mirrored in the Local Budget Act.
So in the cash reserve, that's not appropriated, that just stays put. So that doesn't have to be in the LBA, but any spending in FY '27 has to be in the LBA.
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
so there's not a contingency provision in the Local Budget Act right now, but there is, the Local Budget Act does speak to the 150 million.
Mr. Chairman?
This is getting into the arcanery of drafting, and that's why I have to keep talking to Budget Council about this. So the contingencies in the LBA. The proposed spending proposed by this amendment is not in the LBA, but would have to be. The contingency spending in the out years is not FY '27 and therefore doesn't have to be in the Local Budget Act for FY '27. But it would just be in the BSA. I hope that answers.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilmember Pinto.
I would propose that we do this meeting first thing Monday morning, Monday, June 22nd. By then, we will know what's able to be included in the LBA, so we have a better sense, and all 6 of us on this side of the dais are available.
Now, June 22nd is the day before the vote.
Have an accurate sense of what's included for second reading, so we'll know what the numbers are, and then we can come up with our list together as a group before circulation for the second ANS.
Yeah, we would have to circulate, but it could just be an amendment.
So it's. What I'm being told is, Councilmember Pinto, what I'm being told is that we have to circulate on Monday, the 22nd. So it would not be in what we circulate, but it could be drafted as an amendment. So if folks are okay with that, then the meeting would be on Monday morning, the 22nd.
Mr. Chairman.
I saw a light go on down here. I'm looking down there. Can I recognize Councilmember Henderson first?
Yep.
Councilmember Henderson?
I just, at the fear of repeating myself from months ago when we did contingency lists before, I just want to caution folks is that when we are making determinations now about what might be needed in 6 months, 8 months, a year, it hampers the ability to respond to uncertainties and or changes. Just something we talked about when we were doing the decoupling, it was something we talked about otherwise as well, is that, we fund a lot of things on one time and then we have to do these fire drills to make sure that we're able to hold on to things. There even, Councilmember Nadeau has some recurring stuff on there. There were some recurring priorities that we wanted to do in health, but we couldn't find the recurring dollars to do it. We're going to hope to, like Medicaid buy-in, we hope to do that in the future. And so I just want folks to keep that in mind as we're having these conversations of, we have no idea what's coming, but we know that we have some structural imbalance in the future. And if we lock ourselves or not, because we did this once and none of it really got spent, but I would just add that, but I'm open to the conversation with colleagues in the future on this.
Councilmember Nadeau?
Yep. Okay. So we have done it before. We had a bad experience last year, but we haven't always had that experience. We have funded things through contingency before. Okay. I'm willing to do this with everybody together on the 22nd. So I'm going to move to postpone this till the 23rd, at which point we can reconsider of this or another version, or I can withdraw it if we have a different version incorporated.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
So if there's no objection, it'll be postponed to the 23rd.
Yes.
Wait, before we vote, I have a question. That meeting, because I think we're talking about 2 different fiscal years. Councilmember Nadeau's contingency list applies to fiscal year 27.
Largely.
What you have is fiscal year 28. When we go into a room, what is the expectation for which year would a contingency list apply to? I think that's important to align on before we vote.
Well, I would argue for 28. The amendment is 27 and the.
So the expectation is we're talking about a contingency list for 27.
We're talking about all the above.
Okay.
I would hope that we would look at the out years, but Councilmember Nadeau is asking that we look at 27. I'm not taking that off the table. So I don't know where we will be as a group. I argued that should be a collaborative discussion, and collaboratively we'll figure out where we are.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Give me just a second.
Mr. Chairman.
So sometimes I like to think that I'm kind of in control of what's going on. The lawyers are pointing out to me correctly, the BSA will not be before us on the 23rd.
Oh, you noticed
However,
that,
the
huh?
LBA will be. We will meet on the 22nd because that's appropriate. And we will decide whether we're doing anything contingency wise for 27. And if we do, then that would be moved on the 23rd as an amendment. And we will decide that what we want to do with the out years, if anything. And if we do, that would be an amendment, probably would be included in the amendment, the ANS for the Budget Support Act on the 30th. So postponing it doesn't quite work. Withdrawing it doesn't actually change anything because you'll come back on the 23rd.
All right, are you ruling my motion out of order? Or should I withdraw the motion?
Just withdraw the motion.
Okay, I withdraw the motion.
Okay.
All right.
The understanding here
yeah.
is we're going to meet on the 22nd in the morning. And we will decide, hopefully we will reach an agreement. I think we will. And how to proceed with any additional revenues. And whether that's FY27 or other years.
Okay. Mr. Harriman, I move to withdraw my amendment number 2, and I have some questions after that.
You just withdrew it. You don't have to move to withdraw it.
Thank God you're here as the parliamentarian chairman.
Councilmember Fruman wants to be recognized, but you have some questions first?
I do, and it's on another subtitle. Is that-
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I was going to speak to, go ahead.
This is a totally different topic, so if it makes sense for you
So
to.
let me just close out, because to Councilmember Parker's question about what is that meeting on the 22nd? I think the discussion on the 22nd is how much of the potential excess would we use in FY27 and how much of it would we want to keep to address issues in the financial plan? So it's about all of the years, and it's about how much emphasis we want to put on meeting needs in 27 as opposed to addressing long-term financial plan things. And where we are today, the budget office does its report, and the budget office did a report on where we are on tax revenues so far year to date. And we're ahead of where we were last year on tax revenues. And the budget is based on an amount that is below what we had last year. So there is a good chance there will be a pot of money to be distributed. The question is, how much of it do we use in FY27 to meet urgent needs? And how much of it do we use over the financial plan to stabilize the financial plan? Really important question.
Councilmember Nadeau.
I think that for me, the primary conversation is about FY27. Yeah, well, sorry, it's my turn. Sorry, I thought you were asking me another question. Okay, so back to the BSA writ large. I have a few questions on subtitle DD, the Internet Gaming Revenue Fund Establishment Act of 2026.
D what?
DD.
Yes, Internet Gaming Revenue Fund.
Does this subtitle generate new revenue?
My answer is no. This came from the Committee on Human Services. It sets up a fund. There's legislation pending. If the legislation is approved and according to that legislation, whatever amount according to that legislation would go into the fund. If the legislation is not approved, then probably in a year or two, we repeal the fund. Councilmember Fruman, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I asked a similar question yesterday about, is there any revenue associated with that subtitle that is being spent in this budget? And the budget office told me no. And I think that is the right place to be, that we are not tying our hands to an embrace of internet gaming at this point. We are keeping the door open to the possibility, and there's going to have to be a bigger conversation about this in the fall, because there are very mixed views on the council. This doesn't tie our hands.
Thank you. So my second question is, how is the creation of this fund germane to the budget, particularly when the underlying internet gaming legislation has not yet moved out of committee?
Councilmember Fruman?
Oh, I was about to put it to you. Part of Part of the idea behind this, and this is, let the budget office people discuss this, but part of the idea of this was that if the internet gaming legislation resulted in revenue that was used in FY '27, that it was important to have the fund established at this point. But I'm not the expert on what's germane and what's not germane, but that was the idea behind the inclusion.
I can add a little bit more because it was just explained to me. There's no money in the fund. There's no money to go into the fund unless the separate iGaming bill is adopted. However, if the iGaming bill is adopted, then according to that bill, and it could change, it may look a little different, but money will go into this fund. There's no authority to spend that money unless it's included in the LBA, which apparently it is. So what we've created in the LBA is authority. This may be confusing to some folks, but in the world of government budgeting, there are two parts. There is the money and there is the authority. There can be money without authority. That's what happened last year when Congress, in the continuing resolution, took away our authority to spend that $1 billion. We still had the $1 billion. In this case, what we're doing is we're creating authority, but we don't have the money yet.
Okay. So if the council does intend to establish this fund permanently through the legislation that's in committee, why wouldn't the provision to create that authority simply be included in the permanent bill rather than in the BSA now
Because
without?
the budget authority has to be in an appropriation act.
Okay. Well, that said, I am actually going to move to strike subtitle DD, the Internet Gaming Revenue Fund Establishment Act of 2026 from the BSA.
All right. There's a motion to strike subtitle DD. It actually has a little bit more to it, like I believe it is Title II. Help me here. Yes, it's Title II Economic Development Regulation, subtitle DD,
And
Internet
I'll
Gaming Revenue.
request a roll call on this, Chair.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the benefit of what we're about to vote on, I want to make sure, so I have a question to make sure we're at least all clear, perhaps the public as well, about what it is we're being asked. Please correct me if I'm wrong in my interpretation of this. I do not know, so if iGaming comes before the full council as permanent legislation, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on it. I don't like it, but I don't want to predetermine exactly how I'm going to vote on that. So I'm going to park that over here for a second. Because what's in front of us is within the BSA, which is the creation of the fund. Should the majority of the council decide they do want to move forward with iGaming, is the reason why the BSA language is necessary here, because if revenue gets generated in FY '27, you need the budget authority to be able to spend it that otherwise would not be a part of the permanent legislation. I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly kind of what's at stake essentially within this vote. So if we strike it, but then the majority of the council does support iGaming, there is no budget authority for FY '27.
Correct.
Okay. So if we were to strike this, and if the majority of the council does end up passing iGaming, any '27 revenue is just going straight to the mayor?
Correct.
Or general fund, essentially.
General fund.
And then in next year's budget, we could do something different, I guess. Okay, all right. It's clear as mud. Got it.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be sensitive to folks' position on iGaming. But as I mentioned earlier, and as was discussed throughout today's deliberation, the district is in a precarious situation as it relates to being able to generate revenue. This iGaming bill provides an innovative way to generate revenue coupled with legalizing and regulating internet gaming, which is already taking place in the District of Columbia. Furthermore, when we talk about making sure that we have mechanisms in place to ensure the proper appropriation of legislative measures that we implement, we need to ensure that those dollars are going where they're intended to go versus being reverted back into the general fund. I plan to support iGaming should we continue to have conversations during the fall. And what I don't want to do is limit us should this council choose to support iGaming during further public input and discussion. So I will ask my council colleagues to vote against Councilwoman Nadeau's amendment and support this BSA to ensure that as the conversations to continue to take place, that we have the proper mechanisms in place to support the legislation should it become permanent.
Further on this, Councilmember Parker, then Robert White.
I have a question similar to Councilmember Allen's. I understand what the consequence is should we not include the budget authority, but assuming we do keep this in the budget authority, any fiscal year 27 revenue would go to that fund. And the mayor would still have the authority to direct revenue from that fund, or no, it would be locked in that fund?
She can sweep the fund, or he.
She or he.
Sorry. Mr. Fruman is planning. to
Sorry,
amend
sorry.
the legislation. He will amend the fund in the correct the funds. And so then the funds will be able to be spent because we're giving a budget authority. Doesn't, yeah, she could by legislation.
And the subtext to my question is,
Mr.
what is different by us including the budget authority in the budget now versus doing so later? You have an answer, Karen? Go for it. Councilmember Allen, do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you, Council Parker.
Just a moment.
Never mind, Council Parker. I'll walk over to you.
Councilmember, what's your question?
The question was, what would be different if we included the budget authority now versus later? But I think I'm hearing that if we were to pass the bill, the underlying bill later, we could direct in said bill how the funding is directed, but the budget authority would allow us to do that, essentially. And I
That's
probably did
correct.
not say that in the most articulate way, but I think
That's
I
correct.
answered, thank you, Councilmember Allen, for answering my question.
Are you good?
I'm good. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I think, I mean, the whole idea here is to maintain flexibility for the council. There is a bona fide question of how we are going to come out on iGaming. I do think one way to think about iGaming is that it's a revenue source, but that is not the way that I want to think about iGaming. We have a booming iGaming market that is happening in the district that is totally unregulated with no guardrails that the district doesn't benefit from in any way. The legislation that's been put forward that Councilmember Felder came up with is very sophisticated legislation that builds in the kinds of guardrails, builds in the protections. Now, there can be questions about, oh, will it still result in more people doing iGaming than they otherwise would? What are the cost benefits here? But the question is, it's not about getting new revenue. It is, what's the right approach to a reality on the ground today? And we may differ on that. I mean, we have to hash that out, but that's the way we should be thinking about it. So preserving the ability to have that conversation and come to a decision, and if the decision is that it is a thing that makes sense to regulate in this space because it is a reality, and by regulating we can make it better, then we want to be in the position to execute on that in a way that benefits the district as much as possible. It could also be that the decision is it isn't the thing we want to do, but let's preserve our flexibility by leaving in the subtitle.
Further on the Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to make sure I'm straight on this. So the contingency list that we develop, if we move ahead, if we do not strike this and we move ahead creating the fund and iGaming passes, revenue from that would fund things on our contingency list. Is that correct? No?
Only if we say so. So the LBA gives authority to spend. The legislation, if it passes, would direct how that money is spent. Councilmember Fruman could have an epiphany and wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to use all the iGaming revenue to fund the what? The Housing Production Trust Fund, yeah.
But we only direct spending in the budget. So
Correct.
how could that happen?
Because the language in the LBA permits that.
Okay.
The exact language is something like with authority to, I need somebody to whisper in my ear.
Hey now.
Provided that all funds deposited in the fund are available for expenditure without fiscal year limitation.
So then if we struck the language today, what would be the impact? It would just go to the general fund. Oh. So we can pass language today, we can amend it, but we can't pass.
So all
Okay.
that subtitle DD does
Establish.
is create what in my mind is like an empty shell that will get filled if the iGaming legislation passes and will not get filled if the iGaming legislation doesn't pass.
Okay. Thank you.
Looks like a second bite at the apple. Councilmember Allen.
It'll be a short bite. All right. Yeah, I think it was actually really, really important that we helped understand, not just for us, what we're going to vote on, but for the public too. Because if we strike this, we can't go back in time to create budget authority. So if there is revenue generated from this, then it just goes to the general fund and reverts there. I don't like iGaming. I don't know if I'm going to vote to support that. But if I'm in the minority on the council on that, and the council does pass permanent legislation on this, I would want to see it be able to go to the things that we think are important. So I am not going to support the amendment to strike the BSA subtitle because I do think we need to at least have a vehicle that exists to have the dollars be spent in this fiscal year and on what we will ultimately decide should an iGaming permanent move forward. I don't want, and I think this is probably for all colleagues here who may be wrestling with the iGaming issue like myself, I don't want to vote on this BSA subtitle, striking it or not, to be interpreted as in support of or in opposition of the iGaming permanent, because I am splitting those things in my brain here, because we need to be able to, if it does pass, and if the majority of council is going to pass that, I'd at least want the fund to make sure that those dollars can go to the things that we think will be impactful for our city, even if I do not like the funding source. So I'm not going to support, I'm not going to support the amendment to strike the subtitle, but that is not an indication of how I will vote on a permanent iGaming bill. Thank you.
And I would note that I feel the same way, what Councilmember Allen just said. I don't know where I'm going to end up with the underlying bill, but I think leaving the subtitle in gives flexibility to the majority. Should the majority want to pursue the legislation? Councilmember Pinto.
With the current language of the subtitle, where is the money that could be generated from iGaming, if passed, go towards?
The underlying bill, not the underlying bill. The bill that's committed, the bill that is pending in Councilmember Fruman's committee will direct how the money gets spent. So we'll get to have a variation of this debate then.
But I guess just based off of Councilor Allen's point, you said something like, I want to be able to have a say in how that money is getting spent, as opposed to it just going into the general fund.
Correct.
So where is that money getting spent?
It will be decided when the iGaming bill is approved, if it's approved.
Okay, thank you.
So we're acting today in the LBA language there that's already been approved, and with this subtitle to give the flexibility should the committee and thereafter the full council, a majority, decide we want to go this route. That's all it does. Is there anything further on this, Councilmember Bonds?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we close debate.
I don't know that anybody else wants to speak. Do you want to? There's a motion to close debate. If there's no objection, the motion will be accepted. Hearing no objection, the motion is accepted. At this point, only someone who has not spoken or the maker of the motion can speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my colleagues engaging in robust dialogue on this issue and for the clarification that we have received on the implications of leaving the subtitle or removing the subtitle. Given that, I will withdraw my amendment, and I look forward to having further discussion about this when the permanent bill moves forward.
The amendment is withdrawn. Anything further, Councilman Nadeau? Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move Parker Amendment 4 and Parker Amendment 2 in block if that's possible. These are associated with the previously approved LBA amendments. Parker Amendment 4 is associated with the LGBTQ plus grant funding. Parker Amendment 2 is associated. I'm blanking. Been a long day. What do we do?
I think your numbering is off.
Financial literacy, yes.
Why don't you move them separately?
All right. I move Parker Amendment 4. Again, I'm no longer moving what was originally circulated as Parker BSA Amendment 1, because again, there was a change. And this amendment is associated Sorry, this amendment is associated with the LGBTQ plus grant funding LBA amendment already passed. So moved. So moved.
Yes, I heard you. This amendment, Councilmember Parker, was circulated by your staff at 11:10 this morning.
That is correct.
And this is entitled the LGBTQ Community Grant Amendment Act of 2026. Is there discussion? If there's no objection, it will be accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I haven't said it's, I'm hearing no, you hold your pants on. Said without it. Hearing no objection, it is accepted. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to move Parker Amendment 2. This is in association with the previously approved Parker Amendment 2 for the LBA, associated with the $50 financial literacy pilot. So moved.
Is there discussion? I'm hearing
Question.
none.
I have a question. Councilmember
Councilmember
Parker, was I added
Van
to
Wyk.
those bills? You
Say
remember?
it again.
Was I added to those bills?
I believe you voted for both of them, yes.
We talked about being added to the bill, the original bill. You remember?
I thought, I'm sorry, that was for the resolution that's going to be on the
Okay.
legislative meeting agenda.
Oh, got you.
And I'm going to mention that.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Parker, your amendment number, BSA Amendment number 2 was circulated yesterday at 5:04.
That is
That's
correct.
what's before us, and there was robust debate. I urge members to not repeat the robust debate.
Given that the LBA amendment was passed, I would recommend that it be accepted as friendly.
It's not going to happen. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, if you could please mark me as no.
And mark me as no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one additional amendment. This is Parker Amendment 3 for the BSA.
Parker Amendment number 3.
Am I good to proceed?
Yes.
This amendment requires the Office of Planning to submit a comprehensive plan to the council that contains policies, maps, and elements intended to address the district's inequitable industrial land use policies. An accumulation of decades of district land use decisions has resulted in a glaring inequity, the concentration of industrial land in Ward 5, and to a lesser but nonetheless significant extent in Ward 7 and 8. As the Office of Planning has observed, district neighborhoods, high concentrations of industrial land are disproportionately Black and housing costs burden. The residents of those communities experience significantly shorter life expectancies than residents of other parts of the district, and the gap is as much as 10 years on average. We know how we got here, as the Office of Planning has observed, and I quote, "In the early to mid 20th century, policymakers introduced racist policies and practices implemented through zoning codes, which concentrated PDR land near Black communities. This harmed Black communities and devalued their land while making land in whiter communities separated from industrial zoning more valuable." End quote. That was a quote. We need to chart a new path. Office of Planning is currently working on DC 2050, the district's next comprehensive plan. As you also know, they are working on a revised draft FLUM this September. And I want to speak to a few red herrings that I'm sure we'll likely hear. First, the district has not studied PDR needs holistically. We have only said that our current supply is necessary to meet demand, but we have not done sufficient work to understand how we could change demand. For example, research my team has conducted, which includes reports that the Office of Planning has reviewed too, suggests that the district could easily rely on asphalt plants located outside of the city limits rather than continue to rely on ones that are blocked from Ward 5 neighborhoods and are located on extremely valuable space near metro stations. I would be remiss not to acknowledge that Ward 5 now has not but one, but two asphalt plants within a very close proximity. Other solutions are possible too. Significant demand for industrial land comes from lower intensity uses like food preparation, breweries, auto repair shops, and even charter schools. Those types of businesses could thrive in a mixed use environment. The point here, though, is to direct the Office of Planning, and this is critical. We are, by this, directing the Office of Planning to present back to us options as they present the comprehensive plan. I have had a meeting with the Director of Office of Planning, who happens to be a Ward 5 neighbor, by the way, and what I'm paraphrasing, but what she shared to me is that without direction from the council, the Office of Planning will not significantly alter or propose changes to the district's industrial land use. We are not putting our finger on the scale. We are not saying reallocate the industrial land use. We are simply saying, because this is a rooted and systemic issue that they acknowledge, please come back with options for how we can deconcentrate the heavy industrial land use in wards 5, 7, and 8. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment.
We have the amendment before us. I'm not going to support this, and I would ask members not to support it either. What's going through my mind is what Councilmember Parker said much earlier about members tending to follow the lead of a ward member. So I don't know where this will end up, but I don't think that we should be addressing the comprehensive plan in such a quick way. There was a study done of PDR land by the Office of Planning as a result of our last amendments to the comprehensive plan. There also was a significant reduction in the amount of PDR land as part of the last comprehensive plan. I remember in particular that the PDR land along New York Avenue Northeast was out by where the Washington Times is, was all changed to mixed use with residential. I really don't know what people are expecting. There are only two things that can happen with why did I say two? There's not much, I don't know what people expect will happen. Yes, we either eliminate this land and require that the uses are outside the city, or I guess the notion is that somehow we're going to create PDR land in other wards where it doesn't exist now. I don't think that's feasible. PDR is not necessarily the obnoxious uses that I think we've all seen and heard about in Ivy City with that chemical company that's operating in a residential neighborhood. PDR can include far less intrusive or obnoxious uses, but if it is industrial in the sense of being commercial, maybe that's what I meant to say. If it's commercial, then there's going to be truck traffic, which could be objectionable. I'm thinking the OSSI parking lot for buses, which has been very much objected to in the neighborhood. We need the OSSI bus lots to be in the city. And if we get rid of the land, where's the OSSI bus lots going to be? I don't know. That is part of what the Office of Planning was supposed to look at with the PDR study they did. I just think that this was circulated yesterday. I will admit I became aware of it late last week, but I think that considering this on the fly is not a good way to go about planning. And I think there needs to be much more reflective thought on the part of members that we either move these uses outside the city or we move them to other wards. How's that going to work? Or we accept and mitigate them where they are.
Mr.
Further
Chairman,
discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond.
Second round.
I would just say briefly, a couple of things. I would be remiss not to acknowledge that this has been a long-standing issue. This is not an issue that just came up last week, respectfully. I remember before I was on the council, my predecessor, Kenya McDuffie, as the council was taking up the comp plan, was fighting this very same issue. It is a long-standing injustice. And I think this is a pretty conservative proposal. We are not saying what Office of Planning should do. We are merely asking them to present to the council options. We can then, as a council, choose what to do with said options. I would also say, as they put out their draft FLUM, many Ward 5 neighbors have expressed significant concern that here we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine our zoning and land use, and our Office of Planning is willing to enshrine in code a policy that they, and I quoted it, acknowledge as racist. That's stark. I think the responsibility is on us to challenge that. We have challenged racial housing codes. We have challenged a host of other things, and rightfully so. You, Mr. Chairman, challenged the inequity about same gender-loving individuals being able to marry. And good for you for doing that, because when we see inequities, we should challenge them. This is a long-standing one, and what I'm asking colleagues to do is to stand with me and Ward 5 neighbors, as well as Ward 7 and 8 neighbors, to say, Office of Planning, please just speak to the elephant in the room. Last thing I would say, we are not merely proposing to redistribute industrial land use, although that may be one of the options the Office of Planning proposes, but there could be any number of things that they present. We discussed them. I'm happy to share what the director and I discussed offline, but I think this is a modest proposal, and I hope colleagues will stand with me.
I don't want too much of a back and forth, but I'll just say the language here is the 20-year comprehensive plan submitted to the DC Council in 2027 shall include reforms to the general land use map, the future land use map, elements and policies targeted at reducing the inequitable concentration of industrial land in communities located in wards 5, 7, and 8.
Yes, because the
Not going to
director
be
said,
like just presenting a menu of options.
because the director said without direct legislative language, the Office of Planning does not, it is their opinion, they do not have the statutory authority to revise, revisit, reimagine industrial land use. And so we are hoping that that language would authorize them to do that.
So I wasn't trying to provoke a response from you, but in fact, they came up with changes to PDR with the last proposal. So they do have the authority to do that. Councilmember Allen, you had a
And I'm
question.
glad you brought that up too.
Councilmember Allen.
I appreciate the debate. I had one question. Because I don't think it's untrue that we have a inequitable distribution of industrial land use. Is the concern that the amendment, rather than saying to OP, include the inequitable distribution of industrial land use into the sentence? Or is it that it says include inequitable industrial land use in wards 5, 7, and 8? In other words, if we were giving direction to the Office of Planning to say, let's look at all of the inequitable industrial land use in the city, would that be more palatable to the chairman's perspective than naming specific wards, which also change every 10 years based on redistricting? And perhaps it's better to just speak to it as we know there is an equitable industrial land use, which will likely show up as wards 5, 7, 8 predominantly. Would that be more palatable from a direction standpoint for this? To you, Mr. Chairman?
What would be more palatable would be if the language was something like, shall include options that reduce the impact of industrial land. but that's not what it says.
I'm happy to, if that's a proposal and if we can get it to general counsel, I'm happy to entertain that. I would just say it's more than options and it's about the concentration. You talked about Ivy City, I could talk about Brentwood, where they have a trash transfer plant, an asphalt plant, a new shiny Ossie bus terminal plant, where seniors aren't able to raise their windows for fear of the smog and air. So it's about the concentration. But to your point, Councilmember Allen, I'm open to dropping wards 5, 7, and 8, as I think the Office of Planning should be looking at this citywide. Now, I'm sure that that's going to lead them to wards 5, 7, and 8. But yes, I'm happy to take that off.
I think it would as well, but also just recognizing that every 10 years, those lines change.
Yes.
Certainly have gone through that a couple times. And so that industrial land use or concentration thereof could actually change wards. And so as much as we all think in our ward boundary lines, I don't think that the focal area is going to be any different if we don't name the wards, as long as we're talking about concentration of industrial land use. And perhaps that makes sure they're looking across the whole city as well, because there could be other areas of concentration that aren't popping up as much.
Councilmember Nadeau?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate what Councilmember Parker is trying to do here. The Office of Planning has made it clear that they're not going to do much on the issue and the rewrite without, quote, further direction from the council. And this is one of the oldest and most calcified land use injustices. It's really unacceptable for it to not be more directly addressed when we're rewriting the comp plan for the first time in decades. And it's unacceptable for it to not be more directly, and OP is planning to put out the draft of the full plan in September. So this is actually quite time sensitive. So I don't know, Chairman, if you have some sort of alternative way of providing OP with that clear direction that they're requiring, but this seems like an appropriate way to do it. And it appears as though they've asked for that direction to get the outcome that we'd like. I mean, we spent so much time last time rewriting a comp plan that was inadequate, and you're poised to do that again because we've got another comp plan that's inadequate, but we could at least get a little bit more from them before it comes to us and really level set on something that is a critical issue. Last time we did this, we had lengthy discussions about the way the zoning code has codified redlining. That was at the heart of it. It would be great if by the time the comp plan comes to us this time, we've moved past one of those discussions so we can get into the nitty-gritty of all the other things we need to do. So I would support this amendment today unless there's another way to give them that clear direction.
Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to add to your thought process regarding what you feel the process might be as we look at something as important as our environment, because that's what we're doing. As a former chair of the Air Quality Committee for COG, I can tell you that jurisdictions outside of the city look at what we do and they say what we do affects what happens in their communities. So we have to keep that in mind. And I hope that as we think about, our little neighborhood, we're also impacting other neighborhoods. So when we say, oh, maybe these programs, these services that we need should be located outside of the city, I'm saying to you that other jurisdictions are going to say, not in my neighborhood. So then what do we do? And I think we just have to look at this more holistically. It's not just what we do here in DC, it's what happens in the region. So just thought I would add that perspective for you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Councilmember Truman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I support this amendment in principle and will vote for it. I am grappling with the mechanics of it because, and I haven't been through this process before. It is an injustice, and it is an injustice that should be addressed. The way it's written, it sounds like we're asking them to give us new maps that are different than the maps as exist.
Yeah.
A different way of doing it is give us options. So then they would they be sending us multiple options? How, I want to get at the problem, and I want you to be able to send the message to OP that we want to get at the problem. But what is it that we are looking to get from them? Is it a map that's different? A couple of maps that are different? What's the output that then we would be digesting as we're reviewing the comp plan?
The language is.
Thank you for that question.
That
No, I know what the language is, but then there's also this conversation about that you raised about providing options.
Yes.
And so those are different. What does that all mean?
I think it's a prudent question. In my conversations with the Director of Office and Planning and her team, and I want to acknowledge, I think they've gotten beat up in this process of releasing the draft flum. Some of it, I think it's fair. Some of it, I think it's unfair. But the goal is to reimagine the map. The goal is to have the Office of Planning produce a map that addresses the historic inequity that they highlight and that many Ward 5 neighbors, as well as Ward 7 and 8 neighbors, grapple with every day. What I'm saying is nothing we're offering here is tying the hands of the council or Office of Planning. We are simply saying, as you produce your revised draft flum and as you produce the comp plan, among the things you do, you have to address industrial land use. Because it's worth noting, when they released their draft flum, the industrial land use across the district was unchanged. Even though there was a lot of discussion around housing options, that is one fixture that was unchanged, and the direction, or at least what was communicated to me and my team, was that is because the council has not authorized us or charged us to revisit it. And so we're hoping that this language sends that message so that they can include it when they come back to us.
I mean, what if it were that the Office of Planning shall consider the historic inequities in the distribution of industrial designations in the development of?
I mean, I would just say respectfully, I think it's clear. I think it offers flexibility. I do plan to move an oral amendment to strike wards 5, 7, and 8 because there may be some burdened communities in wards 4, 3, 2, and 1 that I think that's fair, that we, and 6, that we want addressed as well. But I don't think this, again, ties the hand of Office of Planning or the council. And again, we are empowered to change anything we don't like that they send to us. The last thing I would just say, even when we receive zoning changes from the Office of Planning, like Montana Triangle along New York Avenue that the chairman referenced, it is worth noting this administration and the Zoning Commission authorized industrial land use, even though the map there says, oh, this should be mixed use development. And I think that is because the inequities and the policies are so enshrined in our approach. So I hope that gets to your question. I would not be inclined to use that language. I think it's clear. I think that kind of muddies the water. And what we're saying here is, as they come back to us, we would expect them to provide options to materially address industrial land use across the district.
Is that an oral amendment that kind of captures what the chairman was saying? And
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move an oral amendment now if that works.
Well, I heard you say you want to strike the language located in wards 5, 7, and 8.
Yes, so I believe the oral amendment is that I would strike, quote, located in wards 5, 7, and 8, end quote, and insert the word district before the word communities. I will say that again. I would strike, quote, located in wards 5, 7, and 8, end quote, and I would insert the word district before the word communities as it exists in the amendment as circulated.
So the language would read, the 20-year comprehensive plan submitted to the DC Council in 2027 shall include reforms to the general land use map, the future land use map, elements and policies targeted at reducing the inequitable concentration of industrial land in the district.
And in district communities. Period.
In district communities.
Yes.
There's no objection that will be part of your amendment. So we're spending a lot of time on this, and I don't want to add to it, but I do want to say this. So I'm kind of speaking more generally than just this amendment. I think members have got to, I think we need to think more about the need for industrial land and where it can be in the city. We individually need to think about that. And industrial land doesn't necessarily mean a steel plant or an asphalt plant. It could mean a cannabis cultivation center because we require that those have to be in the district. And as I understand it, they are only allowed in a PDR zones. OSSI buses, the OSSI bus lot is in PDR zoned land. ABC licenses, so the beer and wine warehouses on V Street, they're required to be in the district. It's industrial land. Ivy City had, I don't know if it still has, a distillery. Needs to be on industrial land. I asked that members, so I'm not speaking to the amendment specifically, I asked that members just reflect on this more. Where are we going to put these uses? How objectionable are these uses? How are we going to deal with this? And it's not just asphalt plants. If there's no further discussion, the vote will be on Councilmember Parker's amendment number 3 as amended.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a roll call vote?
Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Crawford.
Yes.
Councilmember Crawford votes yes. Councilmember Felder.
Yes.
Councilmember Felder votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
No.
Chairman Mendelson votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
The amendment's approved. Anything further, Councilmember Parker?
As it relates to more amendments, no, but if I could just quickly say, related to that amendment, I also just want to acknowledge, it's not just the overconcentration of industrial land, because I agree with you.
Councilmember Parker, there is nothing on the floor right now. It is 5 o'clock.
Fair enough, fair enough. I would also just highlight.
Nobody would say, and nobody
Okay,
would
I'll
say
leave
you
it,
have
I'll leave
your
it.
chance
Thank
to
you,
speak.
thank you.
Who else has amendments? Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be very brief. I would like to move an amendment to allow DSLBD to enter sponsorship agreements to support Auto on Night. The Auto on Night growth is outpacing current funding levels to continue to support this annual citywide events increase in popularity and expansion. Sponsorship opportunities allow for a vehicle to ensure funding is not solely reliant on local dollars, particularly given current budget constraints. I would also like to add, during our budget working sessions, my colleague at large Councilwoman Christina Henderson mentioned some concerns about sponsors paying into this And then money that is unspent goes back to the general fund. Just want to let you know that the BSA reflects your concerns, and any money that is not spent going towards Auto on Night, that money will serve as a continuum for future years to support the initiative. And with that, Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councilmember. So this is an amendment that you circulated, or your staff circulated this morning at 9:37, correct?
Yes.
And it's subtitle X Art All Night Sponsorships.
Yes.
All right, is there discussion? Councilmember Allen?
Thanks. I'm trying to make sure I understand this amendment. This would allow for city agencies to have sponsorship, or for other entities to have sponsorship? In other words, I know that Art All Night frequently partners with our Main Street organizations. Are we saying that our main streets can enter into sponsorship agreements, or this is for the district government to enter into a sponsorship agreement?
This would allow DSLBD, which authorizes the Auto on Night, to receive private sponsorships to support Auto on Night activities across the district.
Okay, so thank you. So it's not that we would end up in a situation where a dozen different main streets have a dozen different sponsorship agreements over what their Art All Night is and who's sponsoring it. It's that DSLDV would say sponsorship agreement for Art All Night, which is citywide Art All Night. And then each main street partners for their own.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Further discussion? If there's no objection, the amendment will be accepted. Hearing no objection, the amendment is accepted. Further, Councilmember Felder?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an amendment. I have a question when you're ready for that.
I'm not ready for anything.
You're doing great.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you. I promise not an amendment. It's a relatively short question, I hope. I do want to thank you for largely preserving the Committee on Transportation and the Environment's recommendations regarding the Budget Support Act. There was one subtitle, though, that looks like you've reinstated, which would delay the previous requirement for the district and their purchasing of electric vehicles. There doesn't appear to be a fiscal impact necessarily on operating to create that delay in our purchasing of electric vehicles and that switch. But I have understood the CFO is flagging potential capital costs associated with the EV infrastructure. So in other words, the charging infrastructure to then accommodate those electric vehicles. Is that the basis for removing that subtitle? Is there movement to not completely delay, but find a middle ground somewhere? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the basis for that. Or is there a significant cost that just wasn't shown elsewhere?
My understanding is that without the delay, there would be significant infrastructure costs, and those are not funded. And right now, the
Infrastructure being the charging infrastructure.
Yes. I will take this opportunity to say, I believe a majority of the members of the council have electric vehicles. So as
Somehow you figured it out.
So
What a big charging infrastructure.
council members personally like or are committed to electric vehicles. But the issue with this subtitle was cost.
Well, you are the chair of the EV caucus, and I appreciate that.
I am. You heard that, guys. We haven't met.
No, I think there was a vote, and he's the chair. So, Mr. Chairman, one of my larger concerns here is that the average duration of how long a vehicle is in operation as a fleet vehicle is about 8 years. So if we are delaying by 5 years the requirement to get the electric vehicles, and then the average length of how long that vehicle is going to be in our fleet is another 8 years, we are in essence pushing out 13 years. And so I'm concerned about not making the right investments so that we could have the charging infrastructure. Because obviously, we made an investment here at the council and we have charging infrastructure. We have electric vehicles here. And as you noted, a majority of the council has electric vehicles. So I'm a little bit hesitant, and obviously I'm not doing it today, but would like to work with you on second reading. I'm hesitant to just say, we're just going to put this entire subtitle back in and create this very lengthy delay, which will push us a long way away from getting to our goals. Perhaps we can work between first and second reading. If there are real capital costs that need to be accounted for charging infrastructure, happy to try to think that through, but I'm a little hesitant to say we should just push it all off because we can't solve for that problem. I feel like we can find a solution.
If that brief question was simply to get to, am I?
I think I
willing to
ended
talk
my
to you?
question before the final beep too, so that was pretty good.
Yes, I'm happy to talk, work with you on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of the caucus.
Further on the Budget Support Act, Councilmember Fruman.
So this is part of the challenge of being available on text. So Councilmember Nadeau, in the delivery charge legislation, there's a reference to that the charge should be at least 20 cents. And I wonder about that. Why would it be at least as opposed to being 20 cents? And what is gained by it being at least?
I think it says no less than, which is similar, but just if we're looking at it, that's how the other surcharge is phrased for passenger vehicles. So we modeled it after that one.
And in terms of providing, so then what does that do? Does that mean we're authorizing a charge, we're authorizing a 20-cent charge, and that 20-cent charge, I assume, is the basis for the fiscal impact? Who can raise it then if we say no less than? Where's that authority rest?
How about we follow up after this meeting?
Okay, great.
Okay.
So go ahead.
I don't know the answer to whether the agency has the authority to do that, so we could maybe figure that out before second reading.
And okay, let's figure it out, and perhaps by second reading, it could just say 20 cents at second reading as opposed to no less than 20 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Further on the Budget Support Act? Hearing none, seeing none. So let's see, we have the Budget Support Act before us as amended. When I moved it, I may not have said with leave for staff to make technical and conforming changes. There was the amendment by Councilmembers Nadeau and Allen, and the amendments by Councilmember Parker regarding LGBTQ, the literacy pilot and land use, and by Councilmember Felder on Art All Night. Those are the amendments. The bill as amended, Bill 26-661. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it unanimously. I move the report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Discussion on the report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it unanimously. Hmm.
Three questions.
Hmm.
He said three questions.
Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed?
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Oh, yes.
Madam Budget Counsel, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. So in a minute, we will adjourn, And then we will take a couple minutes to set up for the legislative meeting. We will take up the Budget Support Act on June 30th or July 14th, and second reading on the Local Budget Act on June 23rd. I do want to take this moment with some order on the dais to thank folks. I want to thank the council's budget office, led by Jen Budoff, Director, Ann Phelps, Budget Counsel, Andy Eisenlower, Averill Caraway, Sam Hodges, Joe Wolf, Harold Spence, Kyra Smith, Sam Rosen, Amy, Caitlin Pinelli, Katie Whitehouse, Lauren Spitz, and Maeve Grady. A lot of work put in by the budget office. In the council's office of general counsel, I want to thank Nicole Streeter, Dan Golden, Lauren Mendonça, Zach Walter, Valerie Nadal, David Guo, Runeko Alsop, Jalen Johnson, and Alexis Bird. A lot of work goes on there to make this happen that we don't see. In the Office of Revenue Analysis, which is not us, that's the OCFO, Deborah Fries, Jamie Latinen, Brian Corain, and Kevin Lang. Everything that is before us, except for the amendments, was vetted like multiple times with the Office of Revenue Analysis. I also want to thank in the Secretary's office, the support services staff, all of them, because you all have to sit through our hearings and sometimes close up shop at midnight. Thank you for that. And the staff at the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment, fondly known as ACTFME, for televising. I'm glad somebody chuckled. Because they all have to be around to televise our hearings as well as these meetings. And then Eric Kennedy and his staff at the Office of Budget and Planning in the OCFO. So thank you to all of you folks. I'm happy to take all the credit, but actually the work gets done by these other people, including most of the ideas. So thank you for that. There is no other business. The time is 5:18 PM and this meeting is adjourned.
When does the next one start?
I'm calling to order. I'm calling to order this meeting of the Council of the District of Columbia. It's the 31st legislative meeting of Council Period 26. It's an additional meeting, meaning it's not regularly scheduled. The time is 5:24 in the afternoon. We are in room 500 of the Council Chambers of the Johnny Wilson Building. I am Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council. We always begin our legislative meetings with a moment of silence for reflection. If we could have silence in the chamber and on the dais. Madam Secretary, would you please determine whether we have a quorum?
Councilmember Allen.
Still here.
Wonderful to see you. Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Crawford. Here. Councilmember Felder.
Present.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Henderson.
Still here.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Here.
Chairman Mendelson.
Present.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Here.
Councilmember Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Pinto.
Present.
Councilmember Robert White.
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have a consent agenda, and the consent agenda has 3 ceremonial resolutions on it, which have to be adopted anyway by unanimous consent. Are there any changes to the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
What's that? Councilmember Parker?
It's just a point of clarification. So it is my understanding Councilmember Trayon White sought to co-intro but missed the deadline. So he is co-sponsoring the LGBTQI plus resolution. So for the public, I just wanted, we had a discussion. I said we would make sure it was public, but I wanted to make sure as it's not represented on the agenda that way. So no change. It's just a point of information for the public.
Okay.
Mr.
I'm
Freeman,
hearing, yes.
I would just like to reflect my concern of this fee on all of our deliveries
That-
for the BSA. But and I'm not moving off consent. I didn't mention it the last time and I just wanted to add it to the
There are
record.
3 measures on the consent agenda. There are ceremonial resolutions. The only discussion with regard to the consent agenda is whether something is removed from the consent agenda. Hearing that nothing is being removed from the consent agenda, the vote will be on the consent agenda. All those in favor of the consent agenda say aye. Are there any opposed? Madam Secretary, you will note Councilmember Bonds is present. We have the non-consent agenda. The first measure is Bill 26-659, the fiscal year 2027 Local Budget Act of 2026. Councilmember Pinto, did you want to say something?
I want to express my unease about adding an additional fee to people ordering groceries and food at a time when costs are skyrocketing across the district. I'm not going to vote against the BSA or the LBA today, but I do have outstanding concerns about that.
Okay. Further discussion on Bill 26-659. Councilmember Felder.
I'll be brief and echo my sentiments of my Ward 2 colleague on this delivery fee. Just thinking about how it's going to impact drivers as well as the restaurant industry. I won't speak against, I know it's already in the BSA, but I wanted to go on record just sharing my concerns as well.
Further on the Local Budget Act. We have Bill 26-659 before us. All those in favor say aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the bill is approved first reading unanimously. Bill 26-661, fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act of 2026. So moved. Is there discussion? The vote will be on the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it unanimously. We have, on page 2 of the agenda, proposed contract number GAGA 2026 C0049 with Curriculum Associates LLC disapproval resolution of 2026. Councilmember Henderson, you wanted to move this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This disapproval resolution is for a contract with Curriculum Associates. But for those who might have children in the K-12 space, is commonly known as iReady. My office has received countless calls and emails from families, educators, State Board of Education members, frustrated by the use of iReady in classrooms, and concerned about the growing reliance of gamified learning in our curricula. As a parent of 2 daughters in elementary school, I understand the frustration. DCPS first entered the contract for iReady in 2014 as a tool to support math diagnostics and some personalized learning, but expanded its use to include literacy, math diagnostics, and personal learning in 2021, meaning that there are some elementary school students, my daughters included, who have known iReady for their entire elementary school experience. I acknowledge that iReady is also used in the middle grades, but it is not used to the extent that it is used in elementary schools. So I think as legislators, it's important that we listen to families and educators when they express concerns. I had a conversation with the chief of technology, the chief of teaching and learning on Friday to discuss DCPS's response to concerns raised by school communities to better understand the data surrounding the platform's use and effectiveness. One thing is clear: kids are spending a lot of time on devices during the school week, and parents are asking whether or not we are striking the right balance, especially given external research and data on screen time. DCPS recommends that students spend 30 to 45 minutes per week on the platform. However, there are schools throughout the district that are using the platform almost double the recommended time. Year-to-date data shows that 17 schools exceed DCPS's recommended iReady usage levels. 49 schools are using the platform more than the base recommendation of 30 minutes per week in math. 40 are using the platform beyond the 30 minutes per week in literacy. Some school campuses like LaSalle Backus, Thomas Elementary, J.O. Wilson, Drew Elementary, MLK Elementary, and Beers Elementary are using the platform for over an hour per week as part of their literacy and math instruction. Yet when I spoke to DCPS, there were no clear guardrails for how to address schools that were overusing the platform or clear data to support that usage beyond the recommendation of whether it was more effective for student outcomes. There's also a lack of credible peer-reviewed research supporting iReady's effectiveness. This, coupled with litigation regarding data privacy and collection, warrants intentional deliberation of the contract. I filed this notice to agendize in part because when we filed the notice of disapproval to extend the review timeline, Mr. Chairman, if I have one more minute, I requested a meeting with DCPS. Now, interestingly enough, no one at DCPS was available to have a conversation with me until June 15th, which would have been, 2 days before the contract would have been deemed approved. So I put this on the agenda, and lo and behold, I got a meeting. And also, lo and behold, we got a letter from the chancellor finally addressing some of the issues that families have been raising. Now, I don't think it's necessarily specifically around iReady. I think it's around there's a mounting frustration around the use of technology altogether in our schools, which is interesting because of a couple of years ago, everybody wanted every kid to have a laptop and a device and all those other things. And yet it feels like the pendulum has swung in a direction, particularly in our K-2 space, that is making some families feel very uncomfortable around the usage. Not just iReady, but also YouTube, and not just YouTube during the school day, but definitely in the wild, wild west of aftercare. I Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stop here. I know that there are some colleagues who have some thoughts about this as well. We have had some conversations too. I do want to acknowledge that I do believe the votes are here. But I understand that the central office also is concerned about where things land in terms of next school year. The chancellor made a number of I wouldn't even call them promises because he won't necessarily be here to fulfill them, but I guess plans of what DCPS plans to implement prior to school year 26-27 around providing some specific guidance to schools that frankly they should have been doing for the last 5 years. But nonetheless, here we are. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George, you want to be, and then Councilmember Allen, then Councilmember Robert White, and then Fruman,
Thank
and then me. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I understand that this disapproval resolution will be withdrawn, but I appreciate the important conversation that it has raised. Our youngest learners deserve a classroom centered on human connection and strong instruction, reading, creativity, and engagement with teachers, and not excessive screen time. My experience and belief is that to achieve the best student outcomes, our public schools should set clear limits on screen time in the early years and reduce over-reliance on ed tech for test preparation, and develop guidance with teachers for appropriate technology use by grade, with transparency for parents on what tools are being used and why. I also remain concerned about renewing the iReady contract with Curriculum Associates while the platform faces the ongoing federal class action litigation related to student data, privacy, and security. DC families deserve confidence that student information is being protected and handled responsibly. Even without moving forward on this resolution today, I hope this moment creates an opportunity for DCPS to reassess whether continued reliance on this platform or any other aligns with healthy child development, student well-being, data protection, and the best interests of children and families. And I look forward to hearing more discussion at the hearing that you will be hosting, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you. With an 8th grader about to have her promotion celebration next Monday night and headed to high school, I've gone through the DCPS. I'm not in my pre-K years anymore, but I certainly remember, and with my 4th grader, iReady is something that we heard lots of complaints about. But as a parent, not just a council member, when we dig in, we'd see and hear about not just 5 minutes or 8 minutes a day, we would hear about long periods of time on a lot of these platforms. And so as a parent, I also share these concerns. So I really appreciate the resolution that's in front of us and the conversation and hopefully the action, more importantly, that it prompts. I'm also not just hearing though from parents. I also want to be clear, I've actually heard from a lot of educators with concerns around iReady and an over-reliance on it, both what it can do and then what it doesn't do as an educator. I've heard from teachers who have talked about how the tool actually hides the questions and the answers that a student would get wrong from the teacher and educator. So the frustration that I hear from the educator is, if the goal is to help me figure out what skill is this kid missing, this test does not help me with that. It will provide some kind of vague responses back on Common Core standards, but it doesn't allow a teacher educator to be specific to that student's needs or the skills they're trying to be working on. And so that tells me that this tool from the educator side is also not hitting what it is that it needs. As often with our school year and contracts that feel almost always timed for late spring, early summer, be it a food contract or anything else, it puts us in a very difficult position where if we were to disapprove a contract, what would DCPS have ready for the fall? And so I've heard from teachers who are both sharing frustrations with iReady, but also saying, how would DCPS be able to actually find a new tool, spend the summer getting folks trained up and ready and educated, and then be able to implement this for the first day back in the year? At some point, we've got to get so many of our school contracts off of this schedule that it all is coming in June and July. I remember just a couple of years ago with the food services contract that was in July, and the options were just extend the contract that had problems or kids don't eat, which is not a position we're going to put ourselves in. So I think that's an overall frustration. I will add to the technology, and Councilor Henderson talked about this as well. What I see and hear in addition to this, and it should prompt a larger conversation, is kids who in aftercare, YouTube is just turned on, and not the ad-free version, but the students are just watching lots and lots of YouTube with lots and lots of ads. For everybody who's put a political ad out there, pretty much your DCPS students have seen those things. But I don't know why we can't have DCPS move to just ad-free YouTube subscriptions to help work with aftercare. I think there's more guidance needed. I think that I want to be careful that we do not swing a pendulum too far back the other way as well, because I do think technology is incredibly important for our students, and the equity of that technology and equipping students with those tools is really important. So I want us to be thoughtful and careful, but I'm really grateful for the resolution that prompted conversation and action that needed to happen. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm also a DCPS parent whose kids use iReady, and the concerns are not just the technology, but whether iReady is actually helping them grow. I got stopped at a school event this morning by a parent who said, it is repetitive, and then asked me to look at the data showing that there really is not evidence that this is helping. There are other ways to do testing. So I'd be concerned about over-reliance on that as a reason to continue this. But I do recognize that at this point, it seems DCPS can't get an alternative contract or program in place for next year. But my understanding is that DCPS has committed to that this contract is only for next school year, and that DCPS is committed to reevaluating it. Does anybody else have that same? Yes. Okay. So that is something I see as good news, and we'll have to hold their feet to the fire through the committee of the whole. Thank you, Chairman. The education or the standalone education committee.
Yeah, sure.
Are you picking a fight right now? Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson, for bringing forward this resolution and pushing forward this conversation. We have been hearing from a lot of people also about a number of different issues, questions about the role of AI in schools, questions about how much time kids spend on screens in schools, questions about iReady and its role in the classroom, but also questions about how do we stay true to getting to digital equity so that everybody, to the extent that technology is a benefit to learning, that everyone gets to enjoy the benefit to learning that it can provide. This has been a chapter in a conversation. My hope, and maybe somebody suggested that maybe the chairman had already agreed, but I think we need to have a hearing in the fall on the subject of technology in schools and hear from lots of people about what the issues are, what's the science, what are the best practices in other jurisdictions, because the pendulum does seem to be swinging, and there is a fair amount of concern that we may be putting too much weight on these tools, and it's worth it for us as a body to step back and hear from a cross-section of people on this topic and think about policy recommendations going forward. So while I understand that the abrupt termination of this contract would leave us without tools for the coming year, and that the contract will be rebid, as I understand it, next year in any case, I think letting it go forward, but moving towards a better approach in this area is the right solution. So I thank you for bringing it forward, and I thank you for withdrawing it.
Hasn't been withdrawn quite yet. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thanks. Echoing the concerns of some of the other parents here about technology and screen time, but also acknowledging that you know, technology can be a good tool in the classroom if it's used properly and there are proper guidelines. My hope is that through this exercise, DCPS has understood that we want them to be more thoughtful and purposeful in their rollout of tech in schools and in the contracts we sign. We spoke to teachers and advocates and they echoed these sentiments, but when the discussion shifted to whether iReady should be canceled immediately, the response from teachers was largely no. Many educators indicated that if iReady is going to be phased out, a replacement plan should be developed first. My concern with moving forward is that we'd be removing a tool that schools are currently using without clear guidance on what comes next. That said, it's crucial that we use the remainder of the current contract period to evaluate iReady and review broader technology to use in classrooms and develop alternative strategies with meaningful teacher input. Tech in schools should be used as a way to increase equity and bridge gaps in resources, but not without adequate safeguards and regulations. So I support the chairman holding a hearing this fall so DCPS can present a plan and stakeholders, including educators, parents, and school communities can weigh in. We definitely need more voices to be part of this discussion. Thanks to my co-movers of the disapproval resolution for getting this conversation going, and I support Councilmember Henderson's plans to withdraw today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. So as has been intimated, the disapproval resolution was introduced by myself and Councilmembers Henderson and Nadeau. And it was introduced because we have heard for months, if not years, a complaint about too much testing in schools, and more recently, more specifically, complaints about the iReady testing. I would say this year we heard demands at our oversight hearing and budget hearing that the iReady contract be canceled. It is interesting, Empower Ed, who represents a lot of teachers or speaks for a lot of teachers, had I believe, initially advocated that the contract be canceled, but they sent an email more recently saying that the opinion is mixed and that, in fact, I'm reading from this, the preference is to cancel the iReady Math, delay the cancellation of iReady Reading for 1 year, which is not an option we have. It's a yes or no on the contract. I do think that, and this is echoing what actually others have said, that by having the disapproval and then Councilmember Henderson, you putting it on the agenda, has actually forced the executive to take the criticism or complaints more seriously. And I want to read into the record a piece of the chancellor's letter that we received last week. DCPS is taking several steps to respond to families' feedback on students' screen time. First, before the start of the 2026-2027 school year, Central Services will provide schools with clear grade level specific guidance about technology usage during instructional and non-instructional times, including time limits for iReady instruction. Second, starting with the new school year, students will use new, shorter diagnostic assessments provided by Curriculum Associates. Third, Central Services will closely monitor schools' iReady usage and respond when usage is approaching the recommended levels. Fourth, before the start of the new school year, Central Services will provide teachers with recommended and approved alternatives to iReady personalized instruction. Fifth, during the 2026-27 school year, Central Services will issue guidance on the expectation of iReady usage outside of school time. Sixth, at the beginning of the new school year, the Office of External Affairs will hold a parent university for interested parents to provide information and solicit feedback about DCPS's approach to education and technology. There are actually 4 more. I won't read all of them, but they are in this letter dated June 6th from the Chancellor to council members, all council members. So the Committee of the Whole will have a hearing this fall on, it won't be specifically or solely on iReady contract, but on technology, and the iReady contract will be part of that hearing with pressing DCPS on the need to evaluate and consider an alternative to iReady with a year from now. I thought I was the last one in line. Councilmember Parker?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Louis George was distracting me. I plan to support this measure, and I know it's being withdrawn. I appreciate the sensitivity to the matter. I just would also acknowledge a while ago, we cut the ANET contract. I actually thought ANET was a superior product to iReady, but I digress. And so all that to say, as we're having hearings, I hope we can just think globally about the impact of various contract decisions on the agency. And it's worth noting, DCPS has been making progress and they continue to grow. And I just think that shouldn't be lost. Yes, changes are necessary. I think we're prudent to lean in here in technology use. When I read the chancellor's letter about 30 minutes a day, I kind of chuckled because I know for a fact, and we probably all have evidence of students on computers and iReady in particular much longer than that. So I know that's a little bit all over the place, but I just wanted to register as you're having that hearing, Mr. Chairman. I think it's worth thinking globally about the agency's assessment strategy and the consequences of decisions like this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to just say for the record, there are some people who have suggested that opposition to iReady means that we're somehow not in favor of accountability or checking in. Actually, I am. We used to have these things called textbooks, and once you got to the end of the unit, there was a quiz. And then you could check your answers, but we don't do textbooks anymore in the same way, which, we can have a conversation about what we need to bring that back. But nonetheless, I do think overall, we need to be more thoughtful about how we integrate technology so that it remains a tool to enhance, not supplant core instruction. I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, your commitment to convening a hearing on this topic in the fall. If I think through, though, everyone who has said, I'm going to work on this in the fall is going to be busy. Hope everybody coming to work come September. But I hope that when we return to this issue, we'll be discussing concrete changes. There is proposed legislation. It hasn't been introduced, but that's an avenue as well. So I don't want DCPS to think that my withdrawing this today ends the conversation, nor that we will forget. I hope that the interim leadership of DCPS takes it very seriously over the summer and hopefully sets up students and teachers and our contractors that we're working with in our schools up for success for the beginning of school year 26-27. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw.
The measure's been withdrawn. That's going to conclude the business before people jump up. So I was very, very poorly behaved at the end of the committee of the whole meeting. I was thanking folks and I forgot to turn the page, and so I didn't thank anybody in my office. So I'll take this occasion to thank the committee of the whole staff: Blaine Stum, Evan Cash, Bijan Verlin, Aaliyah McNeely, Hannah Kozik, and Christian Washington, all of whom I'm not quite sure if they were working for me or working for the budget office the last couple of weeks, but they put in a lot of time, a lot of hours. And so I regret that I overlooked them at the committee of the whole, but maybe the legislative meeting is a more important venue to thank them. There being no further business, the council will meet in an additional meeting on June 23rd and a regular meeting on June 30th. The time is 5:53 p.m. This meeting's adjourned.